So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams, while you were chasing everything else but me. I'm starting to break out from your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. I'm not backing down, cause the future is now. Not backing down, cause the future is now. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. I'm not backing down, cause the future is now. Not backing down, cause the future is now. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future
ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. It's been a bit, I know it's been since last Wednesday. I hope in the meantime you enjoyed the show that our wonderful co-commentators put on for the Brazil finals. We saw Ace and Jackie going through it. Absolutely fantastic to watch, and Team Liquid coming out on top. But now we go into the grassroots, the Challenger League of Europe. We're one step away from seeing who really will be able to make it forward to the EU League come next season for 2021. Floke and Happer joining me on the analyst desk to start things out. So first of all, why don't we take a look at the playoffs bracket, how we got here, of course, through our two groups, Group A and Group B, with 6 teams each. 4 come out of each one of these two. Now, how do we get to this top bracket here? Floke.
We got here with a day of slight surprise and not surprise. Winstrike 2-0'd by Kavana. It was close games. And to be honest, in the second on Villa, if Sloth hadn't have finally shown up for the first time and dropped an absolute unbelievable bomb on that map, then Winstrike might have been able to have a slightly different story. But the story told is Kavana, the bottom seed from Group B, took out the top seed, the Russian team from Group A. Penta versus Heretics, well, that was par for the course. In terms of expectation, Penta, a pretty swift dispatching of a Heretics team that just seemed a little bit outnumbered and outclassed on the day. They couldn't quite get themselves in and against a team that was built around high kills, high damage, and high kills per round. Ended on a coast that was a surprise to everybody because it's a Heretics constant ban, and it just didn't really work out for them. So now, the teams that met last time in our top semi-final, they've met obviously in Group B. They're both through from there. And their cafe was questionable. Neither of the teams wanted to show anything. Today, they've got to show everything.
All right, and can we bring that bracket up again? Hap, I'm going to turn to you and ask, how to get to the bottom 4 teams here in the bracket?
Well, it started out with Matchgo coming in as the last seed of Group B. After that, the previous 2 Group B teams already had been eliminated. And they managed to win the first map against M&M. However, they brought it back after that, able to put up a 7-4 and 7-3 in Team in Oregon, putting them up into that semi-final. And then we had Gamma going up against Homeless. And it started off well with Gamma, but then suddenly Gafe Dostoyevsky came around. And, you know, you already saw it on Twitter. We do not talk about that map anymore if you're Gamma. But, of course, we do here on the analyst desk. Homeless was able to pick up that one with a 7-1, and then, well, it closed off with a 7-0 for Gamma still to reach that semi-final.
And here we are today, as some would say, October 33rd of our spooky month. We continue on with more spooky matches. Penta Sports versus Kavana is where we're going to turn our attention to first. So, before that, Hap, would you like to explain to us, maybe perhaps, what's at stake here? Because these guys have been playing for a few weeks. They've been trying to qualify through Challenger League for quite a while. What are we looking at?
It is not just that final spot we're looking at here, Milos. It is a relegation matchup that you will be playing during the EUL final. It is also, you know, fighting for 17.5k of prize pool, but that's not it. You're fighting to potentially make it into the entirety of EUL for 2021, and with that, have a shot at making the R6 share program, which makes it so much. You basically immortalize yourself into the game, having that skin, and as you said, cash money as well, is good for the org.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, look, Penta had their time in the light last CL season, I guess, if you want to count it against Sisu, but that's something I guess we're going to touch on a bit later. But, Fluke, you know what? There's a lot of, a lot of ways today that all 4 of these teams can show off, really. It's a lot of bragging rights that are online for a lot of them, and there's a potential for the first time ever we might have 2 UK teams in the grand final.
I mean, it means a lot. Des is quaking and shaking in excitement just off screen right now. Cannot contain himself, and to be honest, neither can I. Obviously, Kavana is the team that I'm eyes on a little bit more today because they're so familiar to me in the work that obviously we've done in our local region here. And to me, they also exemplify the story of the local regions, the build-up. They started, you know, a couple of seasons back under the core of this team under a different banner. It was Anarchic and Grizzly played for a team called War. They had a rubbish time. They only just survived in the lower bracket of the relegations. They then picked up a couple of extra players. They picked up Gogona and Rendy was who they picked up then. They were playing against players like Sloth, who was playing for a team with Exilium, with Randy. They were playing against Kayak on a team called Sunny Carries, which included people like Astro and Blur and Quadzy, and Bashed was a player that played with them. Sloth disappeared to Benelux for a season. They came back. They were able to rebuild themselves to the roster we know. But for me, Kavana, over the past 3 seasons, they're so intertwined with all of the different players that are all across the board now. We see them on CL teams. Obviously, we see people like Blur as well, playing up in the top echelons with Na'Vi. They're a team that has painted a story of how you can play your way up this league, and I guess for me, if they can push their way through this, it's the next logical step for them.
They wouldn't be the first UK team to make it very deep into EU League and to EU Pro League, as we used to call it back in the day. But Penta Sports on the other side have the French team that comes in. It's the classic, British versus French, and then British versus Dutch, and British versus everybody, as is tradition. But what do Penta have today as pedigree coming into this game?
It's like, they dropped out of Pro League, unfortunately, in Season 10. They played up against Fords. They lost that one series with a 2-0. And ever since Play Day 2 of Challenger League 11, they haven't made a single change to their roster. That was when Blast got added and they went all French. And it was a true machine to witness, and everybody would be thinking, all right, these guys are going to be making it into EUL, as there was no relegations back then, until Sisu suddenly stepped out of the grave and told them to hear no further, send them back to another season of Challenger League. And in the meantime, they played in a French league as well, of course, which is a very competitive league, with Vitality, BDS, and Tempra being there. And they recently came in as second in the playoffs there. So we know that they're a good team in playoffs, and I don't think they've shown us what they got yet here in Challenger League.
Now, of course, you mentioned Tempra, you mentioned BDS. We're going to see those two teams later on this week. Come the end of the week on Friday, we're going to have a quick chat about those matches at the end of the night tonight, and just kind of prepare everybody for the EU major. I'm sure that after the hype off of LATAM, we're going to have a lot of fun going through EU and NA and APAC later on. But the development of these two teams today will, of course, go through a best of 3 series, right? Overtime on every single map. You really have to play. We're going to come back after every map, kind of dig through all the action that's happened, give the teams their interview, their time, everything as usual. But let's see which maps we're going to be playing on. I would like to remind everybody, again, a best of 3 series. You pick the map, and you have to be careful how you maneuver yourself around the map bands. Going for Clubhouse first, that's Kovana's pick. Oregon picked by Penta Sports, and then Villa is their decider, as Penta had the final say, and they removed Cafe, with Kovana taking away Coastline. Generally, big thoughts on all of this before we very briefly talk about Clubhouse. Is there someone that won this ban phase, Fluke?
I mean, it's going to be a little bit tough for Penta if they get onto that final map. If they get onto Villa, where you're assuming that Kavana is starting on their defense, you expect them to do well on the defense. I think that's all I'll kind of put it out there. Third map, starting on their defense, it's not going to be easy for Penta.
They're a very well-rounded team, right? And we've seen what they can do in Challenger League. I'm not too worried here for Penta. I think they are, at least they're the favorites in my eyes. They won Oregon with a 7-0. Yes, of course. It was maybe not against a team that, it was Heretics. They are still good, but maybe not the same caliber as that Kavana is right here. But I don't know. The last map will be decided by a coin flip as well. So if it gets to that, it could be a 50-50, really.
Okay, I'm wondering what happens on Clubhouse. Very quickly, our game is ready. Hap, how do you see this going score-wise?
Penta gets to choose site, so they'll probably start out on the defense. I think in 7-4, 7-5 Penta.
Blue?
I don't want to make a prediction, because last time we said you don't take the UK teams to Clubhouse, Eminem had the worst game that they've ever had on Clubhouse. So I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to say let's hope for a good game. Let's hope for a good game.
All right, Fluke, Hap, thank you so much for shedding light on all of this. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would like any more details for us to explain everything, make sure you go to social media. Let us know what you think there. We'll be very glad to elucidate any points or any questions that you may have. For now, though, let's start us over to our wonderful co-casters for game number 1. It's Kovana going up against Penta Sports. It's UK Massive against the French Baguettes today. Let's see what's cooking. It's Jess and Des, all yours.
Thank you very much, Milos. This is a game that I have been so excited about over the last week. We've just come off a wicked weekend of major action, and today you get to really see the cream of the crop in Challenger League compete for that spot at those finals in December. One of these teams could be a team that, assuming they win the next match or beat Rogue in their relegation match, depending on which way the finals go, that could find themselves in EUL next year. That is one hell of a prospect. And for a lot of these players, some have been stuck here in Challenger League for a while, some that have climbed all the way up from Tier 4 this year. This is a massive fixture, Jess. Let's get into map number 1, Clubhouse, coming up, and we're starting out with the operator bands.
I'm really excited to see Clubhouse between these two teams. We often say that Clubhouse is that map where you work out which team is technically better, both in mechanical skill, technical skill, map knowledge, manipulation. So I really feel like whilst Oregon has kind of taken the cream of the crop there a little bit recently, Clubhouse still has that essence. So we get to see that here again. And Arctic says, again, question mark. And I don't know if that's because an Ace ban coming out and them going, okay, we've read you, we expected this. And a Maverick ban as well. So that's something going to leave, what, we've got a Habana, we've got a Thermite, and we've still got a Thatcher. I mean, this is an odd ban phase in my mind because this leaves a lot open.
I think back in the day when there were only 3 hard breaches in the game, you'd have been asking a question of, oh man, can you really do this map with just a Thermite or just a Hibana? But now, of course, there are 4. It's a much more comfortable affair. Let's not forget as well, although very rarely used, there is also that hard breach gadget, which a few teams have been making use of on operators like the Capitale. So let's not get too, I suppose, down if you're a Kavana fan here about the lack of hard breaches available. Everything should be fine. Melusi and Valkyrie going to be the final 2 coming out here. Anything that jumps out to you on that defensive side, Jess? Because truthfully, Melusi was the must pick. It was very rarely banned. Everyone was picking it. And I think over time, she has become a more and more prominent ban for a lot of teams.
It's something that you don't want to deal with. You're on a map like Clubhouse, you make the assumption that there's probably going to be a couple of shields. You have to deal with reinforced walls, wall denial. You don't also want to get there and go, oh my God, there's a Banshee sitting in the middle of the room as well. We don't have as much soft breach as we would need to get rid of it. And you're looking onto the attacking side there. And whilst Penta banned it and they're starting on defense, you look towards Kavana. They don't have an Ashe in play. They've only got the Zofia there. They've got the Sledge with the grenades and a Thatcher which can deny it and deactivate it for a little bit as well. So there's a lot you could do to go around it, but they've just said, get it off the board. We don't want to deal with it because we believe that when we go onto our attack, there might be shields in play here, and we don't want to have too much to go against.
Looking at the setup coming out of Penta, I don't think you want to scream from the rooftops like I very often do and say, SSG room coming through, because it's not 100% in that sort of vein here. What I am looking at, though, is seeing 2 sets of impacts coming out. And my curious question is, what is Enemy going to be doing here? Because if he's playing on the roam, that's 2 impacts you don't have sight to look to deny away those Excaros or the exothermic charges coming out. Whereas if he does stay on site, I think we all know what's going to happen around Kitchen.
I would like to see him stay on site with it. I don't think that's what will happen. It does look like he might rotate up a little bit. Maybe he'll grab some drones. Maybe he'll make everyone think. But no, they've got those verticals over Kitchen. So, okay, it will be Enemy upstairs. It does look like he might be a bit solo. And his purpose up here is be able to hold verticals, be able to hold everything off that he needs. But he is by himself. So this seems a little tricky to me. I'm worried, Des, because the moment you commit to something solo like this with all of your, and he doesn't, lives come up, so this is perfect. They can hold this off for a very, very long time, but they need to play together. And Eminem, they're a good clearing team, so they need to be careful.
I love how they're playing this as well, because the holes they've got opened up looking towards the hallway, they're looking towards the side, don't worry. The UK team, just say that. Just say the UK team are doing this and you'll be absolutely fine. But where they've opened up these holes upstairs, it is looking into the hatches, both inside of stock and inside of kitchen. So they're looking to have these dangerous angles that then cause a bit of trouble. Not so much into kitchen, sorry, although there is the angle there. You had the one looking onto the hallway stairs that can also contest into the bar area. So it's almost challenging Kavana here and saying, look, you can try and ignore us, but you're going to have to try and deal with the top floor first. As soon as you look towards getting those hatches open, you are in trouble. And there's a name I'm not too used to seeing on the entry. It's Grizzly on the support, bringing out Enemy nice and early.
That's exactly what you want your flex player to do. Please watch the rotate, because if they drop down, we need you there to catch them. Boom. Enemy tries to rotate away. He doesn't get away like Alive does, and he gets his life completely eliminated. But they wasted about half the round, so you can't really say that it was a waste. And Alive got away with his life as well. So for Penta, that's probably the best outcome. That wasn't, however. That's an entire C4 gone and wasted. And now the only plant denial they'll have is the smokes on Ravon.
I wouldn't even be too concerned here. 90 seconds in, you've killed one player. You've therefore cleared the top floor and the ground floor as well, as all players have been forced back to site. It's not a bad spot coming out for Kavana, and Sloth just opens up a hole for himself and goes, hey, there's a Blaz. Guess I'll bring him down. No problem at all. One thing I often criticized Kavana for was their drone efficiency, how many they had left alive late round. Here we're down to about 4, but given you've dealt with the roam play coming out of Penta, I'd say they're in a pretty good spot to close this round out. Sloth rotates onto blue stairs, picks up yet another. And this is a 5 versus 2 for Kavana. Surely this is the kind of round that you don't throw away, Jess.
Is Sloth going to have another one of those 20 bombs this game? It's already looking that way with the impact that he's had, and it doesn't matter where you are. If you're Penta, they're going to spot you out no matter what angle you're holding, but Ravaan, he'll be able to clap back, and he's the only one to do so. And Dez, this seems like a tall order, but he does have time on his side.
He does. Plenty of time to play around here as well. 20 seconds to go and still has a smoke in back pocket. That's going to get dropped out. It is a 1v3 as you clocked onto. With 15 seconds to go, though, we always speak about this 6th man that the defenders game when it comes down to situations like this. Almost saw the feet of one player there, but wasn't quite sure where he was. Now we're going for the plant, and surely we don't see Kavana give this one away. He's going to creep forward. They know exactly where he is. But guess what? Sloth was waiting behind you. Connects the kill, gets the 3rd for himself in that round, and Kavana, excellent roam clear, excellent gunfights, make it look easy.
Yeah, Sloth had a really excellent play down blue there. You and I always talk about how the Zofia player almost just exclusively has to play blue stairs for some reason. Not sure why every team does this, but they all managed to put their Zofia player down blue. And that time that really worked for Kavana. Sloth, he read into the situation well. And probably not only did he read into the situation well, but he used drones to really exemplify how to take blue. He didn't just, okay, is someone going to peek me, face check, face check, face check. He had a drone consistently. And that's why Alive, who thought he wasn't spotted, got absolutely decimated next to Generator Box. Pretty damn good round there. And guess what? That's an attacking round for Kavana on the board. That's not painting a pretty picture for Penta on defense here.
Especially when there's 2 hard breach spanners we keep on clocking onto. Maverick being one of the most popular. Ace, as we all know, excellent for executes with the smokes as well as dealing with walls. Not so hot when it comes to hatches, having to commit 2 of those Selmas, and with only 3 in the back pocket, you get 1.5 hatches, in which case it's just 1 because there's no such thing really as a half hatch unless maybe you're a Maverick. Either way, we're going to head up to the top floor, and this double reinforce coming through in towards logistics. This is something that we've clocked a few teams looking to do. It enables you to hold a bit more aggressively inside a construction if you want to. Look to challenge quite early inside a bedroom, and use that as the safe rotate back to site when you feel that your time has come and you can't play on the roam any longer.
Well, we don't really know, and I know that they spoke about this a little bit on the desk, but I really want to highlight it. Between these 2 teams, we actually don't know which team is the better team yet against each other. We can say statistically, Penta is the better team overall, but both of these teams went head-to-head and ended in a draw. Both teams walked away with the exact same amount of defensive rounds, exact same amount of attacking rounds, but this was on Cafe, and they did get banned out in the best of 3, and it wasn't banned until the last map, actually. So maybe both teams were expecting that one team would pick to go there. They didn't. And so now we do get to see a fresh bit of maps. And this is the best opportunity now in this best of 3 to prove that they are either better than Penta or they're not just quite at that caliber yet.
I'm always curious in what order things get opened up on this side too. Do you start out on the east? Do you start out on construction? Do you just put all your focus onto one wall and then garage? Here it seems to be that the focus out towards the east wall, which has now been opened up quite simply. Problem is now you've got to deal with these shields sat towards the back, and no doubt there's a couple of ADSs making this a little more problematic. The Wamai also being present will lead in towards this denial setup coming out of them. You can hear them being caught up by the magnets, but a couple do sing through. With Sloth now having burnt through all utility, that shield should be removed away. That's step 1. Where they move to next is going to be the big teller for Kavana as to how simply this round can end, or if it becomes grossly confusing.
Speaking of grossly confusing, they're going to be confused when they get to construction wall and half of it's opened on up. And whether that's for the impact tricking or not, I don't think it really matters, because opening that up would be a death sentence. You need the Hibana to do that. There's no way you get a thermite on that wall safely. And they are impact tricking into logistics. Blaz isn't able to do it, and Ravaan, even though he was lit before from the shield impact, he'll get a nice headshot onto Gorgona. Big thing now, grenades are gone. Not sure if they were already used, but I'm a little bit worried here for the attackers because you've lost one player. You had some of your X-Caros impact trick. Grizzly's going to use his other X-Caros to pop them on the wall there. And with only one more set available, that means construction probably will stay closed.
That's another team looking to make use of the new way of opening these walls, where you get the bottom, you get the top, and the whole thing falls away. It can be destroyed just by destroying the little red bar across the middle, at the bottom and top of those reinforcements. And with it being impacted out over the top, I think quite a smart adaptation out of Penta, to be fair. They were just aware that this might be a thing, and if you can destroy the top set, well, that wall's not getting opened as you clocked. It does mean you're in a very uncomfortable spot. What is he doing here? Trying to go for the soft wall. That's a bit of a risk from Kayak, but gets away with it without being sprayed through the wall.
No way he gets away with it. That's ridiculous. That wall absolutely should have stayed closed. It's getting down to the 30-second mark, so that means those smoke babes will start to rain out. Problem is they don't have garage control here, so if Sloth can hit his shots, this is perfect. That's what he needs, and there he goes, but he gets swung. Swing or be swung.
Swing or be swung, and in this case, Blaz is swinging everyone and his dog. A couple of kills come through, just get traded out by Grizzly after not too long. 2v2 though, Anarchic finds a big one, and this feels like it should be a round that gets won by the side of Penta. Anarchic's going aggressive, going to try and make something happen, but I think he's in a spot to go and stick a plant out here. And Cactus is now going to have to get himself up red stairs and look to contest this one, otherwise it turns into a 1v1. He connects it. The question is, does he know where the spray comes through, but doesn't connect the crucial shots, and Cactus with a swing brings down Anarchic with the SMG and brings Penta around that you would say dead to rights was Kavana's to win.
What happened there? He heard the footsteps, he heard it coming up red, he got straight off the plant and started to pre-fire, and then, of course, we had Cactus's point of view, but you could see those traces, Des. They were nowhere near the man, and when you miss crucial shots like that, oh, it's got to be a real feels bad, and I bet you he's sitting there really kicking himself after that one.
Bit of a kicker, otherwise it could be 2-0 Kavana that we're staring at. However, I did say, at a point where it felt like Penta have done all the right things, a couple of opening kills, were in a really commanding position to then lose 3 members and only get 1 in response. Brought things down to a 2 versus 2, and I was like, no way are Kavana going to steal this round. So a little bit of due justice, a bit of karma coming through for Penta there to be able to drag the round back. 1 apiece as we head back downstairs once again, with that Frost being 6 picked out for a pulse at the last second.
I want to see exactly how they choose to play this one, because you're right, they've swapped over to the Pulse now. Is this an intel gathering game? Enemy's not on the Vigil, so it's not a roam setup. He's got the Wamai in hand instead. Cactus, I'm going to make the assumption, has the impacts for the kitchen hatch. There's a lot of setup here that would really, and he does, there you go, that would really promote a nice turtle hold. My problem is that last time they dismantled Blue quite easily, and one man, Sloth, did it alone. So they need to make sure they're not giving life up too quickly there. You can play quite safely there with a couple of ADSs, a couple of magnets even, for a long, long time. So you need to wait. You need to bait them out to push lower. I wonder if they'll also put a couple of barbed wire there to give an indication as to when they are close. And I don't foresee them doing a roam. You can see Alive up in the rafters right now, and I don't foresee him staying up there long. Maybe he's just doing a drone hunt, and then he'll go back down to Blue.
Yeah, no hatch holding from above in this round. It seems everyone is playing down on site, and I think the wise idea is to try something different. We've seen quite a few teams in this Challenger League season, when it comes between trying the same site a couple of times in a row, or even just around between them, totally different tactics can come out. It's not like every single team has only got 1 setup per site. So we'll see how Kavana do in a more pure execution style, rather than trying to pick off these roamers 1 by 1. Again, keep a close eye on the drones for Kavana. It's one thing that I've clocked a number of times, is that, again, they do run out of them quite a lot to get towards the last 60 seconds or so of the round. But want to see if they can make sure more of those are left alive here, so when it comes around to execution time, they're not running in blind from 1 or 2 angles.
Well, one of those impacts were already used, and I argue maybe it could have been kept for some of these Evil Eyes, because they're going to be much more important. A great drone up into the rafters at the top of Generator there will give them the position to be able to see some of those magnets, which will stop them from destroying either the barbed wire or that very, very nasty Evil Eye, which is going to give a lot of angles and line of sight. Now that they're doing this turtle hold, Des, the big thing we've got to be prepared for is that they're being able to open up above really early on in the round. The thing for Penta, they wasted a C4 before, they've wasted a C4 again, and guess what? There's not another one in their hands to be able to play with here. So if you do a turtle hold, you miss your C4 and you don't have any impact on the attackers, you better damn hit your shots.
It's also that it's brought the Pulse along here for the just in case we manage to catch one with the C4, but all it's done here is help out Kavana with more holes being open on the ground. If it had got a kill for them, very different story, but maybe that's more of the flex position they've got where they're not 100% sure what it is they want to play, and that is maybe why they moved away from that Frost in the pick phase. We get into the final 75 seconds or so here, and they've done all the work they need to get these vertical angles opened up. But the one thing that's still missing is that kitchen hatch. That needs to be opened up, and I'm wondering if that for Kavana is going to be the #1 committal. Is that where they go for the push? Because right now, Grizzly has moved himself on the downstairs, and they're committing everything towards the church wall.
They're going to get a heck of a lot of it open as well, and Ravan, he's feeling the pinch left and right now. He's going to have to stay right up against Fridge to save his life. SMG in hand, he could swing with the shotgun, and we've said multiple times this match already, swing or be swung. Looks like he wants to make sure his utility is used first, and that's the smart idea. But once he's out, which he's only got one more to play with, he might have to make a big hero play here because they know exactly where he is.
They absolutely do, and here we go. First kill coming out for enemy onto Sloth. The hero from round 1 has found the 3 kills. It's going to be put to bed nice and early. Revan struck back, though. He's down 2. Last finds one back, and it's just kill for kill going back and forth here, but Grizzly somehow connects it. They're into a 3 versus 1. Alive has got it all to do by himself and is ironically the last man alive. Tries to swing into blue, will find one. Doesn't know, I think, where the diffuser's going down, or quite simply unable to spray through. He's got nothing left on his health bar. All too easy for Kavana after getting this wall open, and I think there was a little bit of not so much bait play there, but a lot of committal for Kavana in towards kitchen, only to completely change things around, go for a moto drop, and get the church wall open instead.
That was a really smart read on the situation. They knew that Penta was going to hold and lock that kitchen hatch off no matter what they did. And there was a lot of vertical holes opened up by the defenders with that C4 and the attackers. So it was kind of a little tricky to make sure you could get it open, especially you got an extra thermic. You've only got one more X-Kara to work with. Do you really risk it on the kitchen hatch? What if it gets impacted again? Right decision there. They did a dual push so that no one could impact trick it twice onto the church wall. All of a sudden, Ravan's in a really sticky situation, and it's just not happening. And now, well, they'll go back downstairs and say, we're going to try it again. This time, we've identified that we want to open the church wall, and we'll chuck some bandits on it, which I don't think really matters because you've got a Thatcher in play because you didn't ban it. So, yeah.
I'm mildly nervous that we've tried this site twice in the first 3 rounds, failed it twice, and there are a plethora of other sites available. I say a plethora, there are 2, one of which you'll never play in Bar and Stock, and Gym and Bedroom, which is most teams off-site. Now, in my mind, there is definitely a world in which you prep that you're ready for it, that you set up the extended hold, U4 seems to waste time up there. After this has gone pear-shaped twice, and I'd say in relatively convincing fashion to Kavana, I really assume we'll be stepping into a different side to give this one a go. But hey, let's see if this works any better for them. A bit of denial might do them some good. They've stepped away from playing on the pulse, still retain the C4, mind you, so maybe that does still get a say in this round.
I'm just pulling up some of those stats on Penta to see what it kind of looks like usually for them on Clubhouse. And so I make sure that that changes over to Clubhouse and have a look at their compositions. I mean, they have such a huge ban rate on this map. 14 times banned since June and only played once, at least on my list here. And that was in the French League, I believe, against Team Forks, of which they tied. So they actually don't have a very good history on Clubhouse at all. And their favorite site by far is Church and Arsenal. So this was actually a really good map pick here, I'm not going to lie.
Well, this is the problem when you come into a best of 3, of course, is that you can only ban away either a map that you hate or a strong map of the other team, and then you're guaranteed at least to see a pick come through on the other side that's going to favour them. Speaking of a pick that favours them, Sloth bringing out enemy. It's the Wamai gun, so no more recharging metal pancakes for them to go tossing out. He'll stay firmly in his back pocket as his cold, dead body lies on the ground. Otherwise, looking down to 60 seconds in to have the opening kill. I'd say this is not a bad spot to be in if you're Kavana. Once more, they're in a spot where they have the man advantage and all the time in the world to play with. I'm already starting to feel like this round's going a certain way, Jess, I won't lie.
I am very surprised because if you're Penta and Kavana already have 2 attacking rounds, you're doing everything in your damn power to get the rest of those defensive rounds. You do not want to walk away with Kavana having 3 attacking rounds. 4 attacking rounds even. That's horrific to go into your second half. The things that you would have to do to get away with that is immense. Now, Grizzly will place his X-Kara's hard right of the hatch so that the impact trick doesn't happen to hit it. Cactus too far away to deal with the impact tricking, so that hatch gets open for free. And I'm a little worried now because they put all of their eggs in one basket. But Anarchix, he's very close here, but there's a lot of players to deal with him there. And while drones are zooming out and spotting them, no one's really acting on the information yet.
I'm mildly concerned here that they've just lost 3 drones trying to drone the Maestro all in the space of 10 seconds. However, you can see why they were keeping him busy because he swung up and got 3 kills to himself before going down. Sloth very much so a martyr for Kavana in this round as Cactus is also on the deck. 4 versus 1. Kavana One more kill would have been enough, and they found it in no time at all. Round number 4 also going their way, and my God, Church and Arsenal, not a sight I think we're going to see again in this half.
They're going to have to do something here because what they're doing right now is not the answer. Nothing they're doing is working. It didn't matter how they tried to adapt Bandit, this, that, impact tricking, and the lack of impact tricking in that round. I can understand, I'm stuck in AKs because, someone's in dirt, but the barricade was still partially up. You could have attempted to go over, at least give yourself a diagonal angle and attempt the impact tricking, even though the verticals were open. He didn't even try. Nothing really came of it, and they didn't try and push Church. So props to Kavana. They're not being overly predictable. And let's be honest, the last round they pushed it. They actually did an adaptation late round. That wasn't their initial plan at all. So Penta's trying to be on the fly here with the adaptation. And it's almost like they're adapting to something that Kavana isn't even planning. So Kavana always has the upper hand here because Penta is overthinking this, I think.
Ooh, I mean, Kavana woke up on the right side of the bed, and I think Fluke spoke about this back on the desk. He said something along the lines of, for Sloth, it was only a couple of rounds in which he really woke up the other day. And I think it was in the first map he was silent. The second he turns up and drops, was it 20 kills or something ridiculous?
23?
Or something like that?
23?
Yeah.
Yep.
It was just disgusting. And I remember a message called going after us, and he was like, honestly, if he keeps that momentum going up against Penta, we'll win. And he started off wonderfully here. Round 1 and round 4, 3Ks in both rounds. Yes, wasn't really a part of rounds 2 or rounds 3, but not always required. A lot of that came down to Grizzly back in the 3rd round. Either way, it's 3 rounds for Kavana on the attack.
Well, Penta's going to try CCTV again and hope for a better outcome this time because, I think for Kavana, the problem is for them is that if you have the same setup and you read into that half-open hole in construction, this time you're going to be prepared to be able to deal with it. Whether or not they've got Gorgona on the sledge to deal with that or they're going to use Sloth's impacts to deal with that, doesn't really matter. No possibility for wall denial on that wall or an attempted bandit trick this time. There's no wall denial at all. So it comes out of the fact that last time they tried to impact trick over in construction, this time they've gone, the walls are going to get open anyway because there's a Thatcher. Let's deal with what we can on the inside of side. And that's how they're going to do it this time. But Enemy, he's not been having the best of games so far. And if you look at their last matchup head-to-head, Enemy was the highest rated player for Penta against Kavana. So this is kind of going backwards now.
Everyone looks at Blaz as the player to step up for Penta as well and really, show up when the chips are on the table. But so far, I think he's still trying to find his form. He's played, 4 different operators? Alibi, Pulse, Bandit, and now Mozzie. He just keeps on changing in the hope that he's going to find something, I think, that really fits his groove and gets him going because it hasn't really been a thing for him or for Penta so far. But we'll see if it does anything in this round for them. No one's down in the dirt just yet. It's one of the slower rounds in terms of the opening kill. The opening kill, apart from round 3, has come in the first 90 seconds. We're now at that point, so this is one of those slower rounds in which Kavana are taking things a little bit slower. We'll see if Penta can capitalize on that as that clock starts to run down. I say it, they absolutely are not. Grizzly's going to pick up a life.
Grizzly's had a really good opportunity to pick up multiple opening kills at Enemy. He's being harassed left, right, and center. Is that ADS still good to go, or is it not? No, it's not, but Enemy finally gets taken down, and that was only 20 seconds by the time they did start to push Garage that he had been able to waste there. And, it used a lot of utility. Problem is, 60 seconds left, 5v3, Penta on the back foot, but Blaz says, all right, it's time to kick in, boys. I know I can gun, and now's the time to get it done because, they've only captured 1 round in this matchup so far, and I get it. Clubhouse is not their map, but they're a good team. They're not showing it here today.
Man rocking the Roni as well. There's always such debate between that and the Commando here. But as long as it gets you a kill, who cares what gun you're rolling? And it is a kill for the side of Penta. They are still down a man, mind you. And this is exactly how the last round feels like it played out. It came down to that awkward 1v1 at the end after Kavana had advantage for most of the round. And Penta managed to win what felt like an impossible 1v1 to get the defuse off and take that only round they currently have on the board. Trying again here to look towards a focus up red stairs, but Grizz is going to push a little too aggressively. Ravan's more than happy to bring him down. It's a 2 versus 2. Sees the head, but Gorgona loses that challenge. Sloth, the man by himself to make something happen, but out on the breach. Cactus says no. Penta will take another round, and I wonder where we go for round number 6.
If I'm Penta right now, I go, okay, downstairs not working for us. They've read us like a book. No matter what we do, they've got an answer for it. So we want CCTV. Okay, that's not usually a site we do well on. Let's go to gym bedroom. That's what I see them picking here. There is absolutely no way you go back downstairs for this half. You got one more round to prove that you can at least square things away here on the first half. Because if this goes to a 4-2 and then Kavana get onto defense, I really feel for Penta because that's going to be a bit of a slog. Unless both of these teams come in and they're just attacking sided on this map head to head. Statistically, very unlikely, but you know, we always have this happen where things go against the grain of what we expect.
Oh, there it is, Jess. That we spoke. What did we speak about earlier? Before broadcast, you and I were like, Mira needs to not be a thing for Penta today, especially if we go to a map like Cafe, which of course we won't. We heard that the next two are Oregon and Villa. But either way, we know this team loves playing around the mirror, and I'm very curious to see what the setup looks like with it here. One going inside of logistics, looking in towards construction. Whenever I see this mirror window, I just always remember G2 versus BDS back in stage 1 of EUL, when it was like 6-5 to BDS, and I was like, man, G2 can definitely do this. Shiko charges in from Cash, kills 3 people on site because Virtue looked away from the mirror window for a split second. It's just one of those moments I think I'll never forget.
Well, I do like that little mirror that looks over towards constructions. A lot of players often get construction for free if there's no cash hold, so they're trying to limit their ability to do that. And if you've got the right ADSs around so that you don't get native from the hatch, things can look pretty positive for you for a long time. My only problem is that it's on a soft wall. So if someone positions themselves up on construction window, which doesn't have a lot of threat to them if someone's holding over on platform, then things can look pretty bad for your mirror very quickly. But for the most part, things are, you know, settling in, looking like a cash push at the moment. They might rotate over knowing that it's not being held and just rotate over to platform to begin with. And this angle from Grizzly. He might net himself yet another opening kill if he's able to just snipe someone with the Type 89 here.
Sure they know about this angle, but this being opened up at the top side too is just screaming that someone's going to be watching this. And it's either from the roof or it's up here on the rappel. In this case, the rappel just daring someone to try and step in front. But for the side, I'd say, of Penta, there is no need to pick this here. They can afford to wait. Sadly, Gorgona is saying patience and thing is just not my thing. And Blaz being alive in this round is also no longer. Gorgona, a player we haven't touched on all that much. It's the second entry. He has been super consistent all season long. And even here, hasn't been a stack-up player that we've seen from Sloth so far, but it's still bringing them the kills when they need them.
Well, they'll finally get Jacuzzi Wall open, and that's still within pretty good time. The problem is they need Grizzly to deal with the mirror, or they need to attempt something to be able to displace it. And I'm not talking about the construction mirror, I'm more talking about the mirror in bathroom. That's a big power position, it's a big power mirror. Well, then finally Sloth is able to get rid of that mirror over towards logistics. And the reason that being gone is really important is that if they position someone up on the hatch, Alive won't be alive for much longer. This is his hold, this is his room that he's been designated to be held. And once you lose it, it is very difficult as an anchor to stand on site. They've got over 60 seconds left, and I tell you what, Des, Kavana have a lot of the map that they shouldn't have had already.
Not what they do with it, mind you, and so far they've done an awful lot, and given an inch they've taken it clear. Martin alive again, the irony in a Jaeger going down to a grenade coming out for Gorgona to collect the kill and make it a second in the round. Cactus almost goes down as well and will get finished off by Sloth. This is just a total whitewash by Kavana. They are walking through the members of Penta, picking up kills as they go along. It's almost like they're just target practice at this point. However, sometimes they do shoot back, as we found out. We're into a 4 versus 2. Make that a 3 as enemy comes up big, finds himself a double. You can hear that mirror window being popped. The diffuser was going down for a split second from Anarchy, but he pulls off, and Kavana's like, thank you very much. Well, Sloth even, not rather than Kavana. Kayak collects the closing as well. This is, again, a little bit too easy. They are literally just walking at Penta and just saying, thank you very much. We'll collect these kills all day. This has been a half to forget, and Penta are going to have to do something magical here in attack on the second half. Otherwise, this could be a really quick map.
I would love to sit here and have some really intricate and deep and complex analysis about what Penta is doing wrong, but I've seen at least 3 perspectives where people have just simply lost gunfights they should have won. So on my list of what's going wrong with Penta, 1, there's almost no trades, so refragability is quite low. 2, they're getting spotted out by drones that for some reason they're not looking for. Like down in lounge, for example, Blaz there was a drone on the top of the couch in the corner. That is a default spot for a drone. It spotted Blaz out running away, and all of a sudden, of course, he dies because they know his exact position. You can't be making these little mistakes because they grow into very, very big mistakes very quickly. And that big mistake means that Penta has been kneecapped from the get-go. Big hitters, last time against Kavana, were Enemy and Alive. And guess which 2 of the players are struggling the most? Enemy and Alive. Not sure if it's just the map, I will give them a little bit of the benefit of the doubt, but as the halves switch, Kavana decides, okay, you took a mirror, we'll take a mirror, but we'll also one-up you and take a clash as well.
There's a few players in the UK that do love themselves a good shield. Rendy back in the day, bless his heart and soul, used to be on Kavana. He is one of those players that I think would employ it a lot. And Grizzly, another one of them that you're looking at here and thinking, what wonders can this man work? And with the Mirror, with the Jaeger and the Wamai, even the Mutes and deny drones as well, there is just so much time-wasting potential on the side of Kavana here that for Penta, I'm thinking you boys have got to be damn quick in dealing with this, and maybe the Buck's going to help with that, taking a little leaf out of Gorgona's Buck here and saying, you know what, I know you love it, we can make use of it as well. Let's get some of this vertical destruction on the go.
The big difference between Penta's Mirror over towards Construction and Kavana's is that they've reinforced theirs. And I know it seems like such a little fact, but I think it's such an important one. That C4 will miss, and, well, that's because it was a Buck from long range. I was going to ask what the Buck was for, but maybe they thought they would go downstairs first because that's their primary bomb site as well, and that would have been really helpful to get some of those verticals. You can still use it below, but it doesn't quite have the effect that it would on many of the other sites on this map. Of course, where else would Sloth be but not on site with Jaeger? And whether or not he does any damage below is yet to be seen, because what Penta will look to do to start off with is get Jacuzzi wall open, see if they can get this mirror wall open as well. Thatcher rains out, and so does yet another C4. But no one will connect with it, and big thing now is mirror's gone. Bathroom power position displaced. Penta's looking good.
They're in a spot where they're still holding inside of the hallway, so just looking to waste some time. And yes, you have to back away in fear of someone pushing up main stairs, as well as the outside angles that are being contested. Grizzly's going on a scouting mission here. I think nothing else to help back Sloth off, who's still running around inside a strip. Probably looking towards main stairs to come for the rejoin, but you got Blaz holding between them inside of the hallway here, who's got to be careful himself and almost gets himself taken out. But it's going to be Gorgona who draws first blood onto enemy. That's the Thatcher off the board.
That's a bit of a shame. They're going to have to pick that diffuser back up, and Ravan does. Good shot onto the head of Cactus, and now they want to creep their way in. They've decided stealth is the play. That's how they're getting access, but surely the Clash knows.
Oh my God.
And Gorgona knows as well, and it doesn't matter what power positions you open on up, you're going to get absolutely decimated by Kavana. And guess who's the last alive? It's an Ash on the roof. That's not expected, but it gives them time to have a bit of a discussion. When you're a 1v5 like this, take the free timeout it gives you. Not sure if Blaz has really taken that into account, but you should absolutely take the time, reset yourselves, and hey, nice trade.
We'll go with a 3K in the round as well to close things out. Good trade at the end, as you say. But another really dominant round coming out of Kavana. It's these cases where, like, someone's swinging you and you think, okay, surely they get the kill here first, but they're just missing crucial shots. There isn't that much more to expand other than Penta are literally missing these big crucial shots. And we came into this season of Challenger League like, wow, it isn't just a Blaz show anymore. You're seeing players like Ravan, Alive, even Cactus was stepping up and putting numbers on the board. But here, as it stands on this map, again, we'll always give them a chance. We normally say give it a half, but because we're in a best of 3, we'll give them a map. You expect to see a little bit better than this for a team that has already tasted defeat when they were that close to getting into EUL before, that they would come here fully ready today, but this isn't the Penta that we're used to seeing so far.
Oh no, the Yak 6 picks off the Clash. What a shame. Would have loved to have seen another one of his famous 180 flick with the SBS and G9. Won't be in this round, but maybe in future rounds or maps. And Kavana are doing what Penta couldn't do, or didn't do rather, and that's get that bandit trick happening. How they employ it, I'm not sure. But when you've got a Thatcher in play, you can absolutely bandit trick exothermics. You can most definitely bandit trick X-Kairos, which are a slight bit slower. I think this is a great plan to be able to counter the fact that a Thatcher is in play. A lot of teams just throw an EMP, run away, and then all of a sudden, oh no, my exothermic's gone, and that's a big bit of detriment for them. And Gorgona looks like he'll impact trick the construction wall. So things all look like they're in good play here for Kavana. What Penta need to do now is that they're in a 3-round deficit. They need to get their mentality in check. I think that's what's causing them to panic a little bit, maybe stress out a little bit, maybe take some solo angles that they're just not winning for some reason. And it's a shame that it has come down to things like gun skill, because that's not how you want to sit here and talk about a game. You want to talk about teams completely, counter-adapting their opponents. You want to talk about how they're just so much better at the plant. We just can't say that at the moment.
Not just yet, we can't, absolutely. And hopefully, again, if it does come around to it going to the second map, then it warms up in time for that. They will get this wall open here actually pretty quick, and I was concerned that we'd see some denial coming out of the side of Kavana quite early on, but nope. They have sorted that out quite comfortably, and the wall is open inside 30 seconds, the same amount of time that it took Kavana, even when there was no denial on the side of Penta.
Maybe Blaz will kick in now that he's on attack. Maybe this is his go-to. I think, what was it? I always think back to what Joystick said in his interview in EUL. He said, I just wasn't feeling it on defense, but I got on attack and I just switched on. So that was really cool. And Kayak says, don't impact trick. I can bandit trick this wall instead. I missed out on the other one, but I've still got my bandit charges to work with here. I'm worried that the attackers would have been able to sail over a grenade if they had a grenade operator. They don't, so Kavana, they're pretty lucky about that one for now.
A couple of drones being picked up on these outlying members as well. They had a couple going into sight, which Kayak has dealt with quite adeptly as well. So we are down to just a few left for the side of Penta at that 90-second mark. And this is the problem that Sloth, I spoke about him last week. Sloth is like a fusion, I think I said, of Oscar from Granite Gaming and Joe from Na'Vi. And he has these rounds where he pops off and the rest of them he's very, very quiet. But he's always going to be out on the roam. He'll always be out of doorways and windows, giving you trouble as Joe would. And here he's found Cactus on that butt quite early. So that vertical destruction from below should be very limited in this round.
They really needed that buck from below as well. Now Kayak knows he's quite safe, but decides to swing into Ravan's line of sight instead. Head taken cleanly off. And now, if you're Ravan and you're on the frag bite, you know that you could do a bit of damage now you've done your job. Looks like Alive will be the one to open up extra angles. And oh, they really want to challenge the Jaeger down here. No need, enemy. He doesn't have a C4. The only opportunity that Sloth would have to have damage would be either from the construction hatch, which is open, or from a flank up of those main stairs, which you could easily watch with a drone. And well, now we're getting down to the 30-second mark. Can they get this wall open and get the plant off?
Oh,
shots are flying everywhere. It's just an Elder spree, and somehow, with the wall opened up, Gorgona could stand in the middle of Cash and just let it fly.
He holds down the outplay button, Jesse, holds down that left mouse key and just sprays through the breach. Thank you, Sloth. You literally took the sound effects out of my mouth. Out it goes brrr, all day long. Two-peak the breach. He brings down both and then swings around for the third, looking towards the north doorway. And these are the kind of fights that need to be won by Penta. If he's swinging you out like that, someone's got to be swinging at the same time to go for a kill from an alternative doorway. But Gorgona just all too ready for that one. 6-2. Match point. Kavana on defense. Something tells me exactly which way this map is going, Jess. And guess what? It's starting to sound a bit like Kavana.
This is an awful map to start off on as well if you're Penta. Because let's say, okay, Clubhouse is their absolute worst map by far. I actually think, given their ban phases, they consider Consulate to be one of their worst. But anyway, each to their own. And so let's say that this is their worst map out of the three that we could possibly go to today. You don't want it to be your first. Because imagine the mentality, imagine the tilt, imagine the emotional mess you might be in after this. Imagine if you're, let me bring up one of the players now. Imagine if you're Alive and you are literally the Jaeger player for your team and you drop a 1 and 8. You cannot walk out of this match and completely reset yourself. You can have a great mentality as a player, but there's no way you walk out of this map and go, all right, boys, yeah, made a mistake, no problems. All right, next map, easy clap. No way.
What I am slightly confused about is during the regular season as well, it was Cactus and Enemy who are playing these more supportive operators. Blaz is still on the Ashes we've always seen, but Ravan was normally on things like the Zofia. So there are a couple of changes in terms of what the team's bringing along here. Maybe they thought, look, if Clubhouse really isn't our forte, let's mix things up a bit, see what else we can change, what we can do that's different. Short answer, boys, is it really hasn't worked out. So I'm hoping there's some changes coming into map 2 if this round does go the way of Kavana. But either way, as we keep on saying, it started out super strong for the British side so far. Let's see how this round plays out, though. Nothing really notable in terms of changes. You've got Sloth jumping away from playing on that Jaeger, going onto the Vigil and handing duties over to Gorgona. I touched on these two being the primary entry of Sloth and the secondary entry of Gorgona. I think both so far are currently racing for top of the kill board. And hey, Kayak not having the cleanest game, but Blaz, he started to send it up in this round, pushing his way down through dirt. What else can he find on his push through? This can be super hard to get through if you're in a spot where there's still a smoke alive, for example, which there isn't, or there's someone sat watching this doorway. So that's what he's got to be careful of.
It's good that he kept the trigger discipline then, didn't shoot the goo mine. He's going to shoot it now, and other bullets crossed from box 3 will have shrouded that sound. They'll get another drone in to hot drone him in, or live drone, depending on your terminology, and it's going to be yellow pinging a couple of them. Trouble is, I think there's even more than a couple of them aiming down towards dirt after that. Really good and swift entry from Blaz. He crouch walks in, he sees one. Sure, he's able to capitalize on it. Oh no, there's too many angles. Ravan's behind though, and oh, double kill for him. And now Kavana somehow on the back foot, and suddenly in half a match, or half a round, it's a Penta round. That was rather
very... Given how things have played out for Kavana so far, to just drone a player straight in through dirt and be like, hey, I guess we got this, and a Thermite's following to collect a double kill as well. Uncharacteristic is probably how I'd describe it. Or not so much uncharacteristic for Penta, but uncharacteristic for how teams often approach this site. You're not really looking towards Church Wall, getting Kitchen open, looking towards the Stock Hatch, pushing someone down blue. Penta to throw that out the window and say, no, dirt that's where we're going. That's our primary entry point, and they make it work. Fair play to them. Still 3 rounds in a row to win here if they want to force it through to overtime. Going back into Gym and Bedroom here for Kavana, where they won a couple of rounds back.
I did say in the first half that I thought Penta was overthinking their opponents. That round, they didn't overthink at all. Blaz said, excuse me, can I have a drone? Yeah, no problems. Dirt's open. Yeah, that's where I'm going. Complete decimation of dirt to begin with onto the smoke, and then Crouch walking into sight. He went aggressive to start off with and then used stealth to sort of shroud the fact that he was entering, and the Ravan said, no problems, I got your back in every way, shape and form. One of your duo entries could have your back, and for whatever reason it was the frag bite to do it, but I mean, whatever works. And Kavana says, okay, that's all right, boys. We still have 3 rounds of a buffer against Penta. Let's go back up to Gym. We've got the mirror to play with. We've got the Clash to play with again. And, well, things are still looking in Kavana's way, even though Penta had a pretty good round just then. You can't be pulling out those pocket strats every round and getting away with it.
And here they brought along the sledge. They 6-picked it in place of the Buck. In the last round, we saw them play Buck. The round before, Buck. It's been Buck all the way through. So here I'm just thinking it's down to those frags more than anything else. If you want to try and clear out the Clash player, for example, or catch out the mirror, she's holding behind a shield. There's some work you can do both from below and also on the hatches above or through the breach. So we'll see how they intend to use it. Kicking things off, though, they're going straight towards this extended hold, and Sloth, wasting no time, wants to try and contest onto the player holding just outside of the window. But I think he's a little too wise and up to this one, that if he stares at a hole for too long, eventually someone is going to shoot back.
Yeah, Sloth wants to pad those stats even more for these playoffs. He's been doing damn well so far, and he sits quite high in the playoffs ratings. In fact, if I go to the playoffs, I've got 28 tabs open, but if I go to the playoffs tabs and I go to the leaderboards,
look, this is going to be a bit broken because of his one map, okay?
and that's what we have to say. The only few other players that ranked above him was actually Ravan, which was quite a one-sided match, let's say. Fonkers, Deepak, and then Sloth in a 1.36. So he's had a pretty good rating so far in playoffs, and I think he's looking to extend himself even beyond that of Ravan.
Always going to help when you have more kills in one map than pretty much most of the players would have got in the entirety of CL. Go figure. Let's see if he can convert anything else on this one. It is 11 kills so far on this map, and look how cheeky he's being, just watching up towards the rooftop. No one yet stepping out across it, but all it takes is someone to take a few steps back, and it could be the Thermite here as he steps across a little bit that might step into the line of sight. Absolutely not. For now, they'll keep themselves safe, but he is just waiting. Look at him. Now they must know. There they go. There they do. Absolutely do. Good stuff.
They need to get rid of this mirror now, and the problem with that is I'm not entirely sure they have what they need. Where's Alive right now? Is he able to get any of those X-Kairos onto that particular mirror? That's what they need. He has 2 left to go, and he'll surely be able to work with it now that they've been able to stop anyone from peeking onto it. A couple of those X-Kairos will go off, and the C4 will destroy them. And that's probably a wise use of it, because if Gorgona is going to use everything in his power to get rid of it, then what are you doing? Blaz, he repels up at the right time and drops over as he tries to shoot it off. And when I say give your life for the mirror, I didn't mean that literally.
In the C4 I can understand, but a whole operator maybe a little bit less so. Over the top, I'd say, in trying to get rid of that. There's always going to be that angle being watched by Penta, and you know they were committing at least 3 players out towards that side of the map. They take their just desserts and bring down one of the players. But look at that Sloth with a massive flank coming up main stairs. Brings down 2 outside, and like that, their presence through the breach is eviscerated. They still have 2 out there. They collect the diffuser and almost get themselves tagged down by Sloth once again. But he's in such a power position. Anarchic gets another onto Alive, who is no longer just that. Sloth finds a triple kill in the round. Could it be a 4th to close things out for them? It won't, as Cactus brings one back, but he has got 10 seconds to work some magic right here. And my God, I hope he's a magician. Tries to push forward, looks towards the site, but Kayak steps up big. Kavana taking map number 1.
A word, or rather a phrase that not many would have expected you to say, but it is Clubhouse, and maybe we could put a little bit of a benefit of the doubt on the side of Penta and say, This is just not their map, and it's a best of 3, so they're lucky it's a best of 3 because that map was very decisively in the hands of Kavana. Sloth will walk away the MVP, very expected after his last best of 3, and he'll drop a 14k for the trouble. Whilst Ravan and Cactus, they step up for Penta. Blaz stepping up in the second half, but not enough to bring them that map victory that they need. Now, they have to win the next 2 maps if they want to put themselves in contention for those relegation spots.
Whew, I mean, that was dominance. Nothing short of absolute dominance by the side of Kavana. I'm pretty sure the side of Penta are going to need this break, and it's a good thing because we've got some ads to jump to. Let's go to those now. When we come back, we'll go to the analysts before getting into map number 2. See you in a few.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the analyst station. Fluke and Hap are on the desk. First of all, let's be honest, UK Massive starting to become a thing. It threatens all of our existence. Fluke, Kavana did it, and that's just map 1.
Did it well. I think that's the thing about all of the confidence that we saw from their play. It could have even been locked off earlier if an Arkic, had been able to clutch a moment from round 2. Penta just seemed a pace and a step behind. You're having Gorgona absolutely pop off, which is a player who's been a little bit quiet, but consistently kind of building, always top 3 of the team. You see him swinging that Ald around. You see a team that is here and striking a Penta, and I don't think they've been struck like this yet.
Hap, what was the problem going into this with Penta? Because we were not expecting Clubhouse to be such a one-sided affair, to be honest.
Well, I mean, Fluke kind of said before you don't take a UK team to Clubhouse, so I guess that's been proven right here today. But yeah, Penta, they seemed a little bit asleep, and I said before, they haven't shown us everything yet. Well, they definitely didn't show us this one before because they were absolutely being dominated here by Kavana. And it doesn't spell much good. They need to win these next 2 maps now if they want to be making it to EUL.
Yep.
Because, I mean, they've already been a season in CL, and it's a pretty big org that's supporting them. So surely there is a lot of pressure on these players to make it back. And this map deficit, that will definitely not make it better.
Yeah, unfortunately, 6-3 the scoreline. Oh, sorry, 7-3. I still have, for some reason, the year 2 scorelines in my head. It's 7-3 victory at the end. There's only a couple rounds on defense that Penta was able to collect, which is not great if you look at Clubhouse overall, which is why we're applauding Kavana's performance today on their attacking side. Oregon, though, map 2 is again one of those very much push towards the defense maps, and I'm wondering, does the story apply again for this one, Fluke?
There's got to be a heck of a team talk. Some halftime oranges here for Penta if they want to step up, because we know that they're massively capable of it. We know what they can deliver. That was some of the worst that I think they've played throughout all of this stuff. And for a team where we're kind of always expecting a little bit more, because we know the caliber and we know the quality, as do they and as do a lot of the viewers, that was, as we said, the worst that they've played. They are going to strike back. They're going to strike back hard on their attacks. We can't forget that 3 of their players were the best kills per round players across the entire season. They were the ones, and all on the same team. They couldn't make it work before. I have a feeling we're about to see Penta step up a level.
I'm just quickly checking because
Go ahead.
You normally play 1 or 2 games, right? 1 or 2 maps that you do not like in a best of 3, especially one because you can ban one out. So I'm quickly trying to find out how their Clubhouse ratio is. In the first game I'm finding is a 6-6 against Fox on the French league, which was of course a team that disbanded shortly after. And if I'm quickly checking through, I cannot really find any major Clubhouse map statistics. So I must have to say, like, I don't think they were ready for this map, and they had the choice to ban out, and probably didn't expect Gavana to instantly push it to Clubhouse, or willing to take a bet with this one.
Obviously, if Kavana win Oregon now, then it's all over Penta Sports. It just ends in a 2-0. When Penta came in, they completely demolished Heretics, right? 7-0 on Oregon. That's really the latest that we have of them in the playoffs. Looking, though, at map number 1, and looking at Penta's play on Oregon earlier in the playoffs bracket, what do we expect for Penta to go with? Because their attacking side was not too shabby. Playing against Heretics, still ended up with 3 attacking rounds. Any operators that can take away to really make Kovana's life a bit more difficult on this? Usually, again, a very defensive-sided map.
It's tough because Kavana, they hit their standards. They hit their basic kind of plays. I mean, it becomes an argument of who can adapt better. And I think if they start to look at potentially pulling things out like, you know, Jaeger or Wamai, some of the standard mainstays, rather than go for map-specific bans, they might be able to see a little bit more, because what Penta have is a very good aggressive creativity. They can push on the fly and adapt on the fly. Kavana like to have a plan and a plot and go with it, sure. They have players that can pop off, as we've just seen on the map before, but when the wheels are turning and going the way that they've prepped, they're at their best. So
I just want to put out there, though, before you continue, Kovana is starting off on defense.
Yeah.
Yeah. That doesn't bode well for Penta, but they have played Oregon quite a bit, so I'm quite confident in their abilities in playing this map, and I just completely checked everything, and I only see one time they play Clubhouse, so I think we have to also put it up like that. They bend it most of the time when they could. They really don't like that map. It was a sacrifice they had to make in this best of 3, and well, Kavana took the best out of it, puts them on a good lag here, but again, Penta, they never really played that map. So I'm going to have to say Oregon must look a lot better from them. And if it doesn't in these first couple of rounds, then they're in big trouble.
Luke, I cut you off. I'm very sorry. If you'd like to continue on with your point.
I've just got a lot of energy. I've got a lot of excitement. Maybe
yeah, it's good.
You know, maybe it's from Kavana stepping up, because that was, again, if I'm going to talk about Penta not playing the best that they've played, that's some of the best that we've seen Kavana play. And even then, you know, it was, compared to the Villa game we had before from Sloth, a steady Sloth game. It wasn't full caliber, full guns blazing, but to be fair, when he was, it was a very tight, tough game against Windstrike. Whereas that was a little bit more calm. I'm curious to see when we get an elongated game, which I think we might have on Oregon here. I have a feeling Penta are about to step their game up, as I said. I think we might see a longer exchange from Sloth there.
I hope we go to a map 3 on Villa. It's going to be the most technical map within this series, and I genuinely want to see it. But it all has to pass through Oregon. Yet again, another defensive-sided map. Penta on Clubhouse could not pull anything off against Kovana. Only 2 defensive rounds when they started on their defensive side and early on. So, bit unfortunate. Oregon, how does this work? Kovana starting off first on the defense. Volkhap, thank you so much here on the Babe Station, the analyst desk. Let's, however, toss it over, though, to our casters. Jess and Des, please take us away from map 2, Oregon.
No one's ever going to understand just how big that smile on Fluke's face what that really said to us behind the scenes. Either way, map number 2 coming right up. Oregon, a map that Penta have beaten some big names on. BDS, Vitality. In fact, against BDS in the final of the French League, it was the only map they beat BDS on. It is definitely one of their more solid ones, but Kavana, they're hardly a shrinking violet on this map as well. They've had it banned away a couple of times, they've banned it themselves a couple of times, and they beat the 4-5 on it. So this could be a big surprise to Penta when Kavana come out here and really come swinging in exactly the same way they did on Clubhouse. Jess, let's get into it and get into these operator bans.
I am extraordinarily excited that we get to see Oregon as the second map. I actually thought coming into it, it would be Penta's map and they may have also won Clubhouse. So I thought, oh no, we won't even get to see a third map. Kavana, you know, they'll be on the back foot. But now Penta's on the back foot. They need to put their all into this map. You said, rightfully so. They've already beaten some massive teams on this map. This is technically their turf. And this used to be their turf in the old iteration of Oregon as well. So this has been their go-to map for a very, very, very long time. Maybe new players coming in and out and whatnot. But for the most part, I expect Penta to walk away with this unless they've let themselves get a little tilted, and then things might change up.
Interesting to see the Monty ban coming away.
Question mark.
I'm also thinking question mark a little bit, given Kavana didn't play this last time on this map. I don't know. Maybe they're just aware with it being one of their stronger maps. It's where they feel a little bit nervous and they just need to take it away. They just can't deal with the Monty. Not that Kavana necessarily were going to play it, but it's taken away regardless. Thatcher and Valkyrie. Valkyrie, again, we've spoken about so much, not a surprise at all. And the Melusi ban, once again, is going to be brought to the floor.
I'm going through all of their bans on Oregon, and not that I can see in my statistics has Penta ever banned Montagne on this map. So I could have turned around and said, hey, it's a comfort ban. But I'm not seeing it anywhere. Don't know what that is. Not sure what's going on. I like a bit of flavor to add.
Yeah, Blaz throwing in the stay focused guys, and they're like, guys, don't worry, we are totally focused. We're comfortable. We're one map up, and you're not. And you got to think again about the pressure that now sits over Penta. End of last season, Challenger League Season 11. They came up against Sisu, the team in 10th place. All they had to do was win those 2 matches, and they were through, and everyone on paper had them down as winning, and they choked. They threw. The team known as August, now known as Team Secret, made it into EUL in their place. It was absolute heartbreak for them. That last day of Challenger League Season 11 will still stand to me as one of the best play days of Siege I've ever had. It had so much drama going on one day. And maybe it gets beaten today if we see both of the UK teams win. I don't know. Let's see how map number 2 breaks down, though. Gorgona bringing out the Frost. That one I'm always excited to see, given it now. She now, of course, has the ITA.
I've not seen a Frost mat really work just yet in either Tier 1 or Tier 2, which is a little bit of a shame. And mind you, I haven't watched some of the games in other regions, NA and LATAM, for example, so maybe there's been a couple that have popped off there that I'm not aware of. But for the most part, in the games that we've been involved in, Frost really hasn't been a high-impact operator. How she has been high-impact, however, is 2 different areas. One, she's got the ITA. Huge for that site manipulation, that destruction, everything that you would expect the ITA to be used for, because it's a really horrible killing machine. So don't use it that way unless you're Sabos. Then maybe we'll give you a pass. And then, of course, her gun, her primary weapon, not the Super 90, but it has some of the highest damage in all of the defense, and it has a 1.5 as well. So I think it's an absolute killing machine, and why not?
I remember saying and joking about it last week for Gorgona. He plays a lot of Bucks, so why not go for the full DLC operators there together? Go for both the Frost and the Buck together collectively. I even asked him, why are a lot of teams starting to run it? And he said, quite simply, I just really like the gun. Like, that's why he plays a lot of Buck at the minute. He goes towards that. The same can be said for the Frost, as you just mentioned. Really decent gun. The traps a little bit less so. Like, very rarely will you see teams at this level deal with them. They're normally placed in front of windows where there are repel opportunities. I mean, no matter what gun you've got, it ain't going to stop you getting tapped on the head by Blaz on attack. Great start to the round.
Did he even see? He would have seen a mere pixel of that man's head, and he put him to damn sleep, and now we won't even see how he utilizes that weapon. He's going to be put to the dreamland very quickly. I wonder what they had used the smoke before on the bedroom door, and I believe that was because they thought someone was playing bedroom, and as a result they weren't going to be able to open the wall. It does get opened up top and bottom, makes the wall soft, as we spoke about on Clubhouse, and now Penta, they've been able to get through a lot of what was hindering them to begin with very quickly. And they also got Attic, but they got Attic in a reverse way. Rather than usually going from the big tower over, they've been able to get it from trophy side. But Sloth, he's keeping that momentum running from last map.
Oh, he is indeed, and hopefully it stays throughout the whole thing, and it isn't just a one-round wonder here in round number 1. Down to 75 seconds left in the round of 4 versus 4. For both teams, it's not looking too shady right now. Kavana, the ones being on defense, she'll always give them that small advantage the lower that clock tends to run. I always speak about that 6th man advantage. As that clock hits 0, the pressure is on the attackers. They cannot afford to make a single mistake in their execute. Otherwise, that clock hits 0 and the round is over. So it's a delay game here for Kavana. There's no need to go too crazy. I'm pretty sure Anarchic still has a smoke or 2 remaining if they want to. And these long angles are still being held by the side of Kavana at this point. Akate's only got 1 smoke counter left. Thank you very much. But there is spot where Blaz, look at him, trying to get cheeky through pick here to catch out the one playing at the very back of bedroom. Almost gets sprayed down on his push through. He's going to storm his way straight in. And here we go, the push from Penta. They look towards White, but Sloth swings out and finds another. Can he find where this player is going for the plant? Yes, he will. Connects onto the head. It might be a 1 round, but it's a triple kill for him. Grizzly in a 1 versus 1. All he's got to do is sit and wait. Let him peek onto you. Let him push into you and go for the kill. But Rivan's going to find the head first. Unfortunate for Grizzly and unfortunate for Cabana. Sloth with a 3k, still not enough. And once Penta hit that go switch, they go on to find the round. Good start to this map for them.
That was Grizzly on the castle, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Look, at the moment he changed his ADS from crouch height to mid crouch stand height, I knew he would lose it. I knew Rivan would peak at a crouch height. He was aiming at crouch height as well. Headshot was impending. And as a result, Grizzly had to correct his aim. And I mean, Rivan had already connected the headshot at that point. So he might have been able to win had he been aiming correct head height, which happened to be crouch height. But you never know. Is someone going to swing standing? Are they going to swing at a crouch level? You can't really swing at a crouch level. So in that moment, Rivan, I mean, he had that 1v1. He took the gunfight appropriately. He had the right weapon for it as well. And, well, there you go. Penta to get their first attacking round on the board. And that bodes a lot better for them in this particular matchup, as we did expect, as we did sort of predict going into Oregon.
Here's one for you that we tend to see Cabana do a lot. They ban away the Thatcher. If the other team does not ban away the Kaid, Kayak will always default across the playing on it. It was his most played operator in the regular season of Challenger League. It's just a kind of go-to setup they'll play behind here. So I'm keen to see how much time they can waste. But with the Maverick on the side for Penta, I'm also looking at it and thinking, is it really going to be that impactful for them? Maybe for the more walls rather than the hatches. Absolutely. It really depends where he's going to commit to placing down these Electro Claws. Time will tell. But Cabana on the downstairs site here will be extending in towards L at the same time. We'll see how long they can hold this one out before they get a bit of a headache being caused by the side of Penta.
Just looking at Penta's attacking composition as well, this is their most utilized attacking composition by far on Oregon. They almost always bring the Ash, the Zofia, the Maverick, the Nomad, and the Ace. Continuously, no matter what. So there's been a few iterations of it where maybe they'll bring a Fuse one time, or another time when Thatcher's not banned, they'll bring a Thatcher. But other than that, this is the composition they're used to. Rivan says, get ready, I'm going to hit the shield. And no, there's a magnet there to deal with it. That is a grenade wasted. And wow, both of those concussions will get eaten up there, I believe. I'm not entirely sure if he'd only used one and that magnet drew it back and knocked the shield back, or if he used two. And he did only use one, so it was the magnet that pushed that shield back there. And Grizzly's going to be pretty damn happy with himself because that was a Sloth setup through and through.
Yeah, those magnets had a couple thrown out as well, so they've wasted, like you say, quite a bit of utility. And he's now back outside again, just saying, do you really want to come and push us here? Well, we're going to know about it when you do eventually set up for that. And Rivan's having to hang around here. He's probably the best tool they've got in dealing with this clash. If they can't get rid of the clash, the trouble that he could cause in the late round could be unfathomable. We'll see how it steps up and if they can deal with him in the next 30 seconds or so, but otherwise it's Sloth still holding inside of Boiler. So Penta, we know where the focus is. It's going to be this electric drop, get control of Boiler, and then look to go for your push inside of the site. And here we go, making sure they're clearing out this wall towards the north side. Something we've seen a lot of teams do against teams like BDS to make sure that Shiko can't play in this spot. But sadly, no one's playing there. They've already pulled their way back to playing behind Pillar rather than trying to be aggressive.
I think the Pillar player knows that Blaz is nearby, and how many damn magnets does Sloth has? I mean, they could surely be droning this out. I think this is a little bit of a misread into the situation here by Penta. They're not making sure that they're droning out some of this key utility. And Blaz is using entire Ash charges for Bar, but that's okay because he needs the zooming in. And un-ADS means Gorgona will take full advantage of a sprinting Ash. And as we get under the 60-second mark here, Penta clearly want to make the entry, but they've lost one of the really big hitters there. They're going to have to get rid of Grizzly here. Surely, some way he doesn't 180 them, but yes, he does. And Rivan will fall to his arch nemesis. And oh no, this should not be happening this way.
A 3v3 Gorgona finds a second on that Jaeger playing hyper aggressive as well. You got Grizzly just sat daring him here to try and push forwards. Goes for the 180 again. This is disgusting, man. You've got two shields to play behind here and you haven't quite won the second gunfight yet, but you're also not too far away. Tries to step out for the little pixel peek. Can't quite find it. Where's the head going to appear from? Steps up and wins the fight. It's like trying to dance around a bush as you don't know which side they're going to pop out from, but sadly, that's 2 kills for Grizzly on this clash. He's got a slither of HP remaining and try as Cactus might. Gorgona is going to collect the third. An interesting defense and quite an aggressive one from Cabana. Very rarely do you expect to find a Jaeger playing right in front of the drop in Electric, but hey, he makes it work, and they will collect round number 2.
I cannot believe that not only did he collect Ravan by doing a 180 or rather a 360 shield removal, but he also managed to play behind a shield as a shield with the SPSMG9 and take out yet another player. I think that just goes to show that, I mean, usually we see Kayak on the Clash, and there we go. Kayak will take the Clash this time. Whether he 6 picks off or not is not really relevant, but I think the biggest thing is that Kavana know how to just make a team's life miserable on attack. They know how to stall them out for as long as possible. They know how to use the operator once their initial purpose has been wasted. And, okay, you're in a 1vx situation. Okay, no problems. We know how to use the SPSMG9, just like Kali, and we'll make it work. And now they'll go upstairs. This time they won't have the oppressive operator. But what really made it oppressive for Penta, I think, was all of those magnets, let's be honest.
I mean, you saw they lost a couple of bits of utility right at the start in construction. They had a frag grenade coming through, the impacts coming out of the Sophia. They had the breaching charge coming down tower stairs. There was just so much being caught out, really well placed by the side of Kavana, maybe not so well drawn by the side of Penta. By the way, that round is now in the past. We head ourselves back upstairs, and this time round, we're going to see that Kaid sticking true. See that Wamai and the Jaeger coming out once again. Sloth has gone back to on the Jaeger. Grizzly this time round is playing on the Wamai. So there are a couple of changes being made, the flexing of these operators between both of the team, well, between these members of Kavana. We'll see if they can have a bit more success on the top floor this time round. Now they don't have the castle with them.
Just looking at the setup that they're trying to employ here, and it doesn't look like it's going to be too much of an extended hold. Sloth, as expected, won't be on site, but for the most part, it looks like they just want to turtle up and try and hold Penta off for as long as possible. Whether Sloth can have any of that impact is yet to be seen. And just looking at some of the rotates around, this is all really default, I'm going to be honest. Nothing here sticks out to me. I don't really think they're even going to extend out into Trophy. And my thought process this time is that instead of them being able to open up that attic wall from inside Trophy rather than the other way around, they'll be looking to hold that a little bit tighter than they have before.
The impression I get so far is that when Kavana are given quite a bit of space is where you tend to see them succeed. Look at last round, once Blaz managed to clear out the barbed wire on tower stairs, ran down and just killed Sloth for free. Look back in round number 1, when they pulled the go trigger about 20 seconds left on this site, they just charged forward and found 2 or 3 kills for themselves very quickly. And yes, it came down to a 1v1, but it was still pretty close regardless. And it seems to be when you cause a bit of chaos for Kavana, that's when they look a little bit shaky. So the more pace we see coming out of Penta, the better this is going to work out for them, I feel.
They've actually utilized every single Selma on that wall, I believe, and as a result, they won't be able to get that attic wall open. Do I think this is a bit of a mistake? Heck, yes. Putting a Maverick on that wall over towards attic is not the play. You have full line of sight from over towards bunks, over towards top white. You wouldn't do it. No one would risk that kind of play. So now there's multiple Kavana players who are able to sit in attic. Is there a player going to be pressuring them? I don't see one over towards Big Tower, so there's no possibility. And now Penta will be one-dimensionally pushing. This is probably the weakest attack we've seen from them thus far.
Ooh. Grizzly's just dropped down through the hatch inside of attic as well, and might be now starting to think about sniffing up towards Armory stairs. There is a drone. Does Alive know? Maybe he heard him. I'm not too sure. He does have the idea, but Kayak upstairs is going to find one. He does, and that's now going to force him to back away, being sprayed out through the soft wall. But shall not find himself going down. So good attempt by Grizzly, but also great cover coming out of Alive. Cover that was needed, because with 60 seconds left in the round, there is not a single drone left on the field for Penta.
Oh no, there must be a drone in small tower giving Sloth's position away. I saw a yellow ping for a split second, and now Enemy is trying to watch it. He's trying to watch double window and the small tower. That's a lot for one man to do. As you get into the 30-second mark, if Sloth doesn't do this soon, he has wasted a heck of a lot of time, which is very important.
When does he hit the go button is the big question here. The more that time runs down again, the more pressure that sits on the side of Penta, the more they've got to make something happen. Enemy now is starting to look towards big window. He's got the call coming out, no doubt. This is going to happen. Swings out and will find the kill at the same time. Enemy did swing round in time, but can't quite hit the shots. Ravan's going to find another, and now Sloth needs to get back to side pretty rapido. But Gorgona steps up big on the Maestro. Finds one, finds a second. Can he find the next? Wrong spot, buddy. He's around to your right-hand side, but there we go. Sloth, as I mentioned, swinging back round to join his team. Gets the closing kill. Great round by Kavana.
That should just not have been allowed to happen in any way, shape or form, especially with the fact that Enemy knew he was there. I saw when Sloth had been trying to decide which window that there was a yellow ping there from Penta. I'm not sure who had applied that. There was a drone somewhere. But for the most part, I thought to myself, God, either you deal with it early or you accept your fate and you just commit to double window early and quick so that Sloth can't have any impact. Sloth gets to have impact twice in that round, and as a result, you're just getting walked all over. I did think the one-dimensional a push from Penta was their weakness. Whether or not that was their true weakness there, I'm not sure. We were focused on double window for quite a while. But now they're going to get rid of that Maverick. This is the right play. They always have this composition, and they almost always won't use the Maverick unless they see fit. And they've not really used it yet. So I think it's a bit of a waste of an operator so far.
Let's not forget in that last map, they had the ace banned away against them by Kavana. Here, if being available, we have seen Cactus run it every single round so far. It's no change here coming into round number 4. And Kavana, dare I say, uncharacteristically, air quotes, have even dropped the Kaid here, sorry, away from Kayak playing on that. He's now playing on the Wamai instead. As Grizzly is back onto that clash with the smoke and the Goyo being brought along by Gorgona. So again, even more utility and denial being thrown up in Penta's face here with an attempt to try and run that clock down as close to 0 as they can to force some mistakes out of Penta and enable plays like we saw in the last round with Sloth jumping out a small tower window.
Very interesting to me. The only impacts they have are in the hands of Grizzlies. And in order for him to be able to use it, he needs to unshield himself, which puts himself in a heck of a lot of danger as well. So I don't know if he's going to hide behind Cabinet first, deploy both of those impacts and shield. Yes, he will. And then there's no real other operators that have impacts, I don't believe, on any of the other side of Kavana. So they won't be able to help him out keeping this wall closed. A bit interesting that they've only put 2 impacts on this lineup. Everyone knows you should always try and, delay that power position for as long as possible.
Rightio, we'll see how much time they can waste. You always speak, as you said, about this shower hole and how much time you can waste with the impacts. We'll see if they can be a thing here. I'm more concerned about the fact that with Blaz here, we've already done a couple of rounds where he's just swung very aggressively and found these critical kills. And with the great drone inside of sight, they have all the info in the world to know what's going on. There comes impact number 1. They connect onto the exothermic. And guess what, boys? You don't have too many of those. In fact, the next one is going to get committed in towards the dining wall. That should get opened up relatively soon, as now that the impacts have been expunged, they will be able to get open showers at the same time. And there comes that initial swing from Blaz, either being contested immediately by the Clash.
Blaz is trying to flash the Clash, and I know a little bit of a rhyme zone here, and only thing that will do is just blind him momentarily. He doesn't have to do much else, and he can just sit there quite safely. Problem is, you're at the halfway mark. You don't really have everything you need to deal with it. Where's Ravan at the moment? Wow. I'm not sure, and Blaz goes down, so there's the rest of his flashes gone. Ravan is the only one who can really deal with Clash right now, and they haven't been successful with the Clash so far, so I want to see them commit to it, and instead they're going to deal with the shield. This seems like a very one-dimensional 1v1 kind of play. It's not how you want to be pushing.
Sloth inside of Shower's going to find one, almost collects onto Alive as well. Kayak twice now has pushed aggressively away from the shield up the corridor. The first time he found a kill because Alive was on a drone. He was not watching the window to the south and managed to connect onto it all too easy. The enemy just being zapped to what little life he has got left inside him. Unfortunately, Grizzly can't go too aggressive here. If he does, he could get shot down from the tower stairs. Going to try and rotate his way around instead and see what he can collect. But this is a 2 versus 3 for the side of Penta. Make it a 3 versus 3. His enemy will be successfully recovered. That Smokey giving all the cover they could ever possibly want. Back on his feet now. They're surely in a spot where they can start thinking, this is our time to make something happen. Enemy, though, is at great risk of being zapped out, so he's going to have to push quite aggressively here. Going to vault himself inside of Showers. Look round to the Kayak, who I believe is still holding at the end of Shower corridor. He's ready and waiting. Surely, you almost see the angle. Not quite spotting out the player. And we'll be able to walk away alive for a couple more seconds. Now, Kayak's going to see, go for the spray, connect nothing. 10 seconds on the clock. Penta need to push now. No more mistakes allowed. It's got to happen absolutely right now. Alive being zapped out, going in for the plant. That Cactus being sprayed down from afar. And this should be all too easy for Grizzly to come in, pop off the headshot. And that'll be another round coming up for Kavana. Time wasted. Tick in the box.
Unfortunate there for Penta. They had everything they needed. Double hard breach, walls open quite early. They just couldn't work out how to deal with the Clash. And I don't want to say that teams should necessarily always be able to deal with the Clash. Sometimes you can deal with all the other players and kind of leave it as you would leave a Monty on attack, for example, and just say, okay, it's there. Try not to look at it. Try and deal with the other players, and we'll deal with it at the end if we have to. They're just not dealing with it at all. So it feels like Kavana are just completely pulling apart any attack strategies Penta has by throwing one oppressive operator in the mix, and then Penta goes, geez, we can't deal with it. we're not using our concussions towards him, and they're not almost doing anything towards him, and they're keeping the same lineup no matter what. This time, no Thermite, they'll go back to the Maverick, and the only thing they've got to deal with it is Ravan, really. You can't really say that Alive is a counter with the air jabs because you're not going to commit that to a clash. But if they get desperate, they're going to have to because they don't have Capitao, they haven't brought anything else to mix things up, and this has been their huge weakness.
All about the time waste. Keep on touching on it. It's worked wonders for them so far. And Kavana, play so far today has been electric, as is their operator selection. Once more, the Kaid and the Clash coming back to the fore. And on the downstairs, what we need to see really change for the other side here. I mean, to give it to Penta, they did a pretty good job of getting control of tower stairs. A pretty good job of clearing out the wall inside of electric at the same time. So they had the right things going for them. They just wasted a hell of a lot of utility in the process because of what was going on with the Wamai. Grizzly going for the same strategy once again. Why fix what ain't broken?
Oh, this is just a horrible bit of Groundhog Day for Penta. They're going, yeah, I've seen this before, and this time I'll know how to deal with it, surely, some way, somehow. You can see that Ravan, you could tell that he's telling his teammates, I have what we need, I have the tools we need to deal with this operator, but we need to coordinate ourselves to make it worthwhile. You've only got 2 concussions, you've got a heck of a lot of magnets around Grizzly to protect him. This is a highly fortified position that Grizzly is playing, and he has an entire shield in front of his face too. So there's a lot of things Penta has to deal with here. It looks like top floor is their play to begin with, and now they'll need enemy on the Maverick to get rid of this hatch. Grizzly is right up holding Blaz off from being able to get the back stairs, and now he's rotating back to blue. It seems like he just can read into this situation so well, Des.
The calls going back and forth between the players as well, no doubt exemplary in saying, look, we need to have someone here, rotate over here, look to give us some information there, because let's not forget as well, the Clash is, for the most part, a drone for the defenders. You've got a wonderful shield in front of your face. You can't be killed and shot through. There are worlds in which with the Zofia, for example, or a unlucky frag grenade, you can kill off the Clash, but most of the time, when there aren't those operators around, you're in a pretty safe spot and don't need to have too much to worry about. I like that he's playing here, because last time was when Blaz came charging down these stairs and killed Sloth. That is making sure he's in a really good power position from here to be able to contest inside of Electric when someone comes to the drop in. Getting this wall up to the north again, which will mean Drizzly won't be as safe pushing through here. He's going to have to stare at that wall every time that he walks past. And I think they managed to spray it off the wall actually as well, so that still won't get opened up.
A little vault hole does get opened up, and enemy he manages to catch Sloth somehow, some way. No more magnets available. They've all been cooked out, and Penta finally have worked out. You've got to cook those pieces of utility first if you want to deal with them. No air jabs in Alive's hand, so he can't help out here with the Clash. And instead, they're just kind of using it as a little bit of nuisance. Can Alive run in and melee him? There's someone right behind him on a shield that they haven't dealt with as well, and they're going to have to use even more of those projectiles to deal with some of those flashes, or rather those magnets and ADSs, and oh no, this is all very messy.
Oh, Gorgona goes hyper-aggressive again onto Electric Jaw, but shut down. It's a 4 versus 2 for Penta, 30 seconds to play with. It's a lot of time, and it's down to Anarchic and Grizzly here. They can feed information back and forth to one another, but I'm concerned if they've got the firepower here to stack up against these members of Penta who are going to try and cause some trouble. Another smoke comes out, so look at the time being wasted. Anarchic's looking to find what angle he can, but needs to be so wary of these players out to his right-hand side. He's a one-man army at this point. Will find one for himself. 12 seconds to go. Who's going to push and contest? There is no one outside in construction, but this plant is going down, and sadly with no smokes left, he has no method of which to deny. Penta will find their second round on the attack.
Another really good push there from Penta. My worry is that they didn't really have that pinch pressure. Blaz on the back stairs and then someone trying to push in from blue. Ravan did initially make it look like he'd do that with Blaz, and then he had to rotate away, get some drones out. So you could tell that Penta had a plan in place. They wanted to get that hatch open, and they did, and enemy eventually rotated up there to get it open. Alive had some of those flanks on lockdown, and so things were looking pretty good for Penta, and getting some of those opening kills really helped out. We missed how Ravan got the Clash, but probably didn't matter with that kind of number deficit that you've got. You've got to look 100 different ways. That's really difficult to work with. They're going to try it again, this time without the Clash. This time they'll probably put a mirror on elbow and have a shield there as well. That double reinforcement of that particular area means that Penta, if they don't work with all of these magnets and ADSs, they will not have enough utility to deal with that.
I was going to say I'm really curious where the second one goes, but I think Gorgona is already answering that question for me. Looks like it might go on Freezer unless he double reinforces it. No, he will not. So I'm pretty sure on that wall we're going to see a mirror coming through. Either one, as you say, we'll likely see looking out towards Elbow, or that single wall in the top left corner of Supply could also be the one. Given, in fact, all of that has been shotgunned out, which team did this? There was a team that did this where they had a mirror window on this wall when it was soft and just kept standing up and spraying over it, and I really, for the life of me, can't remember who it was.
I can't either, but I do remember some kind of setup there. I've actually seen it a few times, so I'm not entirely sure who did that. But for the most part, it doesn't always work. And when it does work, it's one of those Hail Mary kind of, I'm in a really hectic position here. And a soft wall there isn't often the play. That's interesting. He'll put a hard mirror there, and that's purely for line of sight. My understanding is that that will feed yellow pings to the Pillars player and pretty much nothing else. And it also means that if they do Selma it, that they're going to have a bit of trouble trying to get in and getting that kind of line of sight there. They'll still have a line of sight back onto them. But for the most part, it's for intel.
Grizzly's a player on this map that I remember playing Goyo an awful lot, actually. And whenever I've seen him roam, normally he roams up Big Tower and is always late retreating back to the side, gets himself caught out sometimes, or very narrowly retains his life, and it's always something I've been critical of. But here, he's playing out towards Freezer instead, rather than playing more aggressively in towards Big Tower. I say that, and he's now looking to cause a bit of chaos, running up and down, it seems. So maybe he is going to be one of these late round impacts coming out of a Goyo. It's not really the operator you think of when you think of a roam player, but that C4 has been pre-placed somewhere. Where has that been used? Either way, it is down and deployed. I'm keen to know when the call comes through. We'll see, no doubt, what kill comes out of it, but that is going to be set up somewhere.
Yeah, he already opened up that attic rotate. I actually thought he might open up the hatch with it, but instead he made a rotate above. So now they're all being very clearly communicating with each other that they don't have an air jab to waste in that. Grizzly does make an impact, and that's onto the Maverick. That is huge. I would have said huge if they had kept playing the Kaid, but they don't continue the Kaid on this particular setup, and as a result, taking out the Maverick doesn't really mean the whole world. They've still got a few Selmas to work with here. And they're going to deploy that on the hatch to open it up. He was midway through his Maverick, so of course he got caught out, no gun in hand. And they'll still have one more Selma to be able to open up the wall. The critical part is you cannot let Sloth shoot it off. The smoke will not stop the bullets, and it's actually already being used on blue, I think.
Well, they're in a spot here where you've had such limited options left that there's no one to help you get the north side of Electric open, no one to help you get rid of the mirror windows. There's just a lot playing against you here without enough of those hard destructions left alive. With the Maverick gone, the grenades also disappear. Very critical element for helping burn through utility. Cactus is going to rotate upstairs and find Grizzly as he tries to cause some trouble. Anarchic strikes big and finds one, but apparently Blaz has no idea where he's looking, no idea what time of day it is. Gorgona tells him it's 12 o'clock and you are dead at midday. Goodbye, he says. 3 versus 2 for Kavana. Cactus and Ravana got it all to do here. If they can find themselves 3 rounds on the attack, this would be wonderful. But 4 and 2, no doubt, is what Kavana are looking for. Cactus finds another, and that is North control in their favor. They don't have control over the mirror window, but equally, I don't think any players from Kavana are playing close enough here to give them any trouble, given the angles that have been opened up through Electric. Another smoke rings out. We're down to 15 seconds. Anarchic being sprayed out knows now that one is in Electric, one looking to push him off to his right-hand side. Both have now rotated out towards Electric, and this execute has got to be timely. Kayak springs up and finds one. Can he come round for the next? Finishes off the last. All too easy for Kavana in the ending stages of that round. But Penta have come pretty close to taking 3 attacking rounds there. Fair to say, Oregon looks much better than what it did back on Clubhouse.
You're saying it looks much better, but unfortunately it's not enough. You are asking to be a team to get propelled up either against Rogue or take that auto relegation spot from Chaos. What we're seeing here today is not good enough for that. Is it good enough in Kavana's eyes and what they're putting out? Probably. But they're also going up against a team that is leaving a lot to be desired, which is an absolute shame. Penta had their season, their group stages, and they just absolutely decimated most of these teams. They did have a little bit of, trouble against Kavana on Cafe, and fair enough, Kavana stood up that day, and they tried to put a lot against what Penta was throwing at them. But for me, in this particular matchup, I'm not seeing the Penta I saw in the group stages. Simple things like both mirrors are staying up in that round. Smokes are being able to be kept right up until the last 20 seconds. I mean, those kinds of things is something, I get it. You lost your Maverick early. That's a bit of a suck up. That's what happens. But you got to deal with them better. You have to be able to throw back at your opponents what they're throwing at you. And Penta aren't doing that. And now they're on defense. They have to win all of these rounds, or rather most of them, if they have any chance of bringing it to a third map.
Downstairs we start. And thinking about that third map, Villa's the one that awaits. Whenever I hear Villa, like, I don't really care which team it is. I always say that map name with a little bit of trepidation in my voice, because I'm just like, you just don't know which way it's going to go half the time. It's one of those maps that's so massive that Romans can have an absolute field day, but well-coordinated teams can absolutely dominate on it at the same time. I really struggle to call which way Villa will go if we get there, assuming Kavana can't close this out in 3 rounds here in the second half. And let's not forget, as always, there's that prospect of overtime to consider too.
Looks like Cactus wants to have a big impact here on this starting round. I thought Grizzly hit that shot, but he did not, and Cactus gets away unscathed. And that's 30 seconds into the round, and they're already seeing that Penta is wanting to throw a lot of aggressiveness back at them. Blaz has not had the best first half, and as someone who usually hits big, then I think he's kind of feeling the pinch. So he's been put on flex roll here for this particular site. We'll see whether or not that pays off for him. Grizzly's going to have to take a little bit of HP to get those halves of the hatches that he'd need to open it up with the Maverick Torch. And for the most part, things are a little quiet other than those first gunshots being propelled out by Cactus. And they'll look to work these hatches, look to get some of these walls open. This makes me think, Des, is this going to be a full freezer and front play? For the most part, we haven't seen this work a lot.
I mean, Freezer was where I think Kavana had an inkling Penta were going to push from in the last round of the first half, when they had a mirror window set up down there, and I was like, okay, there's a lot going on down here. They're expecting a Tate to go through Freezer and Laundry. Historically, when I think about it, like, most of those attacks don't work out. You can see why most teams tend to capitalize on taking control of Bunker, getting inside a Boiler, and then going for a push from there. Because for so many trying to push down through Laundry, one, you're walking through a single double doorway and the hatch offers you no assistance. Trying to get through Freezer, you can't really protect your hard breach on the wall if you're trying to get through Freezer wall, because more often than not, there is a player behind a shield playing at the top side of Freezer. It's just really hard to push your way through. So no surprises at all. Kavana are putting their focus on the north side towards this hatch. Ravan to prick up Sloth nice and early. And that was a right run up L as well. Looking out in towards construction, freest kill he'll ever collect.
Yet again, another opportunity of swing or be swung. He ascertained that Sloth was trying to cook some of those magnets, and Gorgona was on the drone instead of holding a crossfire with him. Was that the wrong decision? No, not necessarily. They were trying to gain intel. You never expect someone to get off their shield and push so aggressively far up. Looked like Ravan had enough of this round. That was a beautifully cooked grenade, and this is the entry that Kavana wanted. 30 seconds left, but it may as well be a minute because they're making good time.
One in Freezer as well, but the angle is Cactus for the win. He finds one, Blaz another, and like that, rather than being a 4 versus 3, it's a 3 versus 2 for Penta. Gorgona and Kayak have got a lot of work to do if they want to try and make this plant work. They are inside a sight, and Kayak is going to think about it. He's going to try and commit this plant down right now, but sadly, he won't be able to stick it. Cactus collects another kill, and Gorgona, try as he might, bring it down alive, will be finished off by Cactus, who has a 3k in that round. Good start for Penta on their defense.
Oh, my heart dropped a little bit when I realized the plant was going off right in the corner instead of on the doorway. I thought to myself, that can be seen from Freezer. That absolutely can be seen from Freezer. And even if you've got that elbow presence, unless they take a deep angle, you can't see that angle that Cactus had over towards the default plant. So you have to think, where can I be seen from if I take this plant right now? I could be seen from Freezer and a cross angle. Okay, I need to replace myself. That possibly could have gone a different way had that plan have gone off in a different position. And that's why we say Siege sometimes is a game of mere centimeters, mere millimeters.
One of those old sayings that I used to say an awful lot. I think every single Nordic Championship broadcast, and I swear to God, Snorreleif must have got sick and tired of it towards the end. Always saying it's one of those games where you can literally play the strategy perfect, but if you don't hit the shots, you're going to lose the round. It's as simple as that. The strategy side of things is more the influence on whether or not those fights are favorable. Is the clock on your side? Are you blind at the time you push? Are you severely hindered when you go for those gunfights? But ultimately, it is still an FPS game. You need to be able to click on heads at the right moment. Either way, Kavana at 4 and 3. Penta on the defense, mind you, probably in a more commanding position, you would argue. Another round, they bring things all square at 4 apiece with still a few more defensive rounds to go. Nothing really worth crying about there too much if you're Penta. But for Kavana, I had a chat to the boys between these two maps, and they were like, mate, we're absolutely fine now. We're in really high spirits. It's not a problem. We think they're on the ropes. Penta are showing signs of recovery, and that gives me something to worry about. The best thing is, it's not Blaz, the player that we'd normally shout about being on the recovery. It's the other two players that we alluded to earlier on. It's Cactus, it's Ravan. 9 and 8 kills apiece so far. They are doing absolute work for Penta.
Well, I kind of coined here in my notes that Kavana was the dark horse going into this matchup, and rightfully so. Penta should be walking away with this quite easily, quite clearly, if predictions or statistics have anything to say to it. But predictions and statistics don't mean a load of anything, and I was going to say a very bad word that only Hap says on broadcast, but they don't mean anything if you can't perform on game day. Penta have come into this matchup. In first map, it looked like they were just overthinking. In this second map here, they're just getting taken advantage of in a few of those gunfights. And I think that's one of those areas, and of course, misuse of their utility on attack has led them to lose round after round. So they are bringing it back, but after an entry kill like that onto Blaz, I'm thinking Kavana, their momentum, it's not hindered them whatsoever.
Economy is also making use of the Kaid here. It's not just restricted to Kavana to be their tool that they use that no one else chooses to copy. Should offer them a good chunk of denial, because you think about the fact that you have one impact that impacts the play behind, but also the Kaid Electro Claws. That's a lot to work for you. We're going to drop this one out at the same time that we're going to see an attempt come through, and this wall will be kept closed, at least for now. But since Sloth has got this downstairs set up, Enemy is going to struggle, I think, to make anything happen, and this wall should be opened up for free and easy. Wardrobe will be opened up about 90 seconds into the round. Good start for Kavana on the attack.
They'll make the wall soft by doing that trick we spoke about before. C4 rains out from Enemy but won't collect anyone, and Sloth, he'll lose a bit of a tick of HP, but I don't think that is a detriment to him whatsoever. And finally, he'll start to rain out some of those flash grenades so that he can get rid of some of those magnets. But as you get down to the 60-second mark, are Kavana in a more commanding position than Penta are right now? Probably not. It looks like they do want to get that out of control, so it's a bit of a pinch push on the side. Is there a rotate still in bedroom? Yes, there is. So for Penta right now, this can look good for them if they can win some of their gunfights. And Ravan says, I can't do that, Jess. I'm going to give them the entry anyway.
They find themselves yet another kill. 5 versus 3, 35 seconds to go. Always keeping a very close eye on that clock. You know what I'm like? Kind of stickler for time. Sometimes it depends on which day of the week it is. Grenade comes singing through, connecting onto Cactus, takes him down about half HP, but not enough to finish him off. And they're going to try and challenge here against the Alder. It's not really a gun you want to come up in a firefight against, especially when it's often swinging at full speed. But look how close the angle is here. Both sides holding it down, yet no one yet being finished off. A couple of bullets could be enough to put Cactus in the dirt here as Enemy almost gets finished off, and there will be a trade coming through. 4 versus 2, and a plant is finally going down. Alive is put in the dirt. Cactus all by himself has got a lot of work to do here. To just swing onto the window, we'll find one, but the Diffuser is down. What a flick onto the head of Anarchic there as he peeks his way through Pig in a spot where he could potentially keep this one going, but I think he wants to get his last man up here to turn it into a 2 versus 2. It's not a bad shout with 30 seconds left on the clock, but that leaves them with about 20 seconds to get both kills and stick the defuse here. Kayak's going to peek around the corner, needs to be so wary. Round he comes, but they're ready to collect those final couple of kills out. Kavana holding the aggressive spots are going to find round number 8 and put them at 5 rounds here in Oregon.
Even if you pick your teammate up, Kavana are way too ready for you there. I said they needed to get the frags and stop them from that impending push for the default plant. A little bit of my worry comes down to the fact that there was also no underneath pressure. When the Ash came in and dealt with that Kaid from below on the wall of Closet, I thought to myself, okay, no one's challenging below, that's fine. You don't want to lose your life early, no problems. There was also no C4 presence underneath from Penta. A lot of their one-dimensionalness that we're seeing has translated from attack over to defense, which is not what you want to see. I would have expected maybe some vertical holes or some opportunity for them to play the site in a more three-dimensional fashion, but it just left them into gunfights, and Kavana are just walking all over them in the mechanical department.
That was our fear back on Club. We were like, okay, when are you boys going to wake up? When is something going to start happening? And even now, it's only Cactus and Ravan that are making things happen to date. And Alive playing on the Jaeger's worth touching on as well. Blaz, the player that you normally see playing on that Ash Jaeger role, the more aggressive roamer here, Alive. He's the one trying to make it happen. Not really done so far. So I'm curious to know what the decision making is behind that. When you've got a Maestro on site who can also click heads for free, why not look to play behind that at the same time? It does mean that for Kavana, at the very least, they are in a commanding spot. They are 2 rounds away from being one of those teams to go to the finals in December and have a spot either at auto promotion against the winner of our next matchup, or they face against Rogue for that 9th place position. And I know everyone's kind of looking at Rogue and saying, man, they went 0-9 in stage 2. They're the freest win ever. I'm convinced that with the break they've got coming up, you do not want to be one of these Challenger League teams that has to face up against Rogue in December. Something tells me they're going to come out all gate swinging. They'll be ready for 2021 even, sorry. 2020 clearly is not in my mind at the minute. It's been a write-off, except for some of these teams and how they've been having things going for them so far. But this is big. This is huge. Penta, a team that have been denied almost twice now. And Kavana as the dark horses that came through the open qualifiers are about to snatch that spot away from them.
Good read into the situation there, but no damage dealt. And I thought that might actually catch whoever was playing at the top of white there. Oh, enemy, you got your revenge there. But Grizzly's going to collect Kayak as well. It's a bit of a team kill we hadn't seen yet, but Kavana collects themselves. And somehow, in under 1 minute, the plant begins and it will be stopped.
Oh my god, and Arctic finds a second though. Even with the team kill coming through and that scrappy start to this execute, Kavana have brought things back to a 2 versus 2. Cactus once again playing on this Maestro. You need to be fearful of him. We've seen what Enemy can do in a couple of rounds so far on this map. Has it been hyper consistent? No, but it has been enough to get some rounds over the board. They do not want to go down to match point here, and Kavana with limited intel, this is the chance for Penta to strike. With it being 1 minute 45, mind you, Jess, there is still so much time left in this round that really, Kavana can rethink their entire approach to this site if they want to.
Well, they have no drones, as you said, so I really don't think without the intel they're going to be in a positive position here. If they hit shots, sure, and Penta have been missing theirs, that's all this is going to come down to as they make their entry.
C4 comes singing out, not even going to try and shoot it. Gorgona just turns tail and runs. Quite literally the definition of a fight or flight reflex. In this case, it's going to be flight for the side of Kavana as they run away from this round. Penta will bring things a little bit closer, bringing us up to 5 and 4.
Slowly creeping their way back, and this is what I want from Penta. I am begging Penta, please just propel yourselves onto match point, get yourselves this map win so we can throw you all onto Villa and we can really see who's the better team. Because when you get to the third map, you get to the deciding map, that shows who is the better team overall, holistically, and it's meant to. Best of 3, best of 5s, that's what you're meant to be able to do. You might have a really weak map like Clubhouse, but then you get onto other maps and you really show your strength. I think Hap said it on the desk, and maybe Fluke, she said it as well, but they said that they hadn't really seen anything from Penta yet. That was their sort of preface for this matchup. I'll tell you what, I'm not seeing much from Penta at the moment. We're not seeing the Penta we saw in the group stages, and if that was the better Penta then, and we're not seeing it now, what has changed between then and now? Is it the pressure? Did they try and re-strat? Did they try and re-roll some players? Whatever it's been, or is it just Kavana are just literally the better team here today because they've been walking away with way more rounds than Penta has?
I think from all the series that you and I have ever watched over the years, Jess, the one thing that you can always, well, can never write off is the potential swing for momentum mid-series. In fact, I'm even dragged back to Six Invitational earlier this year.
Oh, yeah.
All dying for the day we get back to a LAN. Wonderful example in the finals of SSG and NIP just completely swinging back the other way mid-series. You could almost see it happen in Clubhouse in the middle of that match, just how the momentum suddenly clicked, and it was SSG in control from there. These things can happen. If this game ends up going to Penta, it could very well be that the momentum swing is then in full effect and Penta are the ones to take it away. But for Kavana, again, one more round guarantees you at least overtime, and putting yourself with that little safety net of knowing, look, even if the 2 rounds have to go against us, we're in a spot to play overtime, that could be massive for them.
Well, Sloth is on the Ash this time, and he's going to give him the opportunity to make some very quick entries if he wants to, just as we'd see Blaz do on the Ash as well. Unfortunately, Blaz, again, we've got to say that he hasn't really had the best matchup. Do you think this is what's limited Penta a little bit? Because usually we'll see Blaz step up and do big, and we've not really seen the big Blaz we're used to.
Yeah, it's been quiet, absolutely. I mean, looking across the team as well, Cactus and Ravana are the ones stepping up. Most of the season, as I mentioned, it's been Alive, it's been Ravana, it's been Blaz, this trio of terror that have been running through CL and downing fools no matter where they may stand. I mean, in this game, it's been a bit of a different story. Alive has been very, very quiet. Blaz, equally very quiet. But this is the wonderful thing about this modern day of Siege is that every single player in the team should be able to step up. And speaking of Alive, he's going to pick up the one big X factor that Kavana have had so far. It's going to be Sloth going down to start out the round.
Yeah, great pick on the Sloth there. We've seen him have a lot of really big hits when he was on Clubhouse. He's playing the Zofia for the most half on attack, and he made entries look damn easy. This time Alive says, no, we've worked you out. We know what you like to do. We know you like to jump on and off a drone and work out our position in pre-fire, and well, we know exactly how to pre-fire back. Now that you've got a numbers advantage and you know kind of where the push is coming from, you can ascertain the fact that they've opened up Freezer Hatch. You can work out that it should be predominantly a Freezer push with maybe some mainstairs presence as well. I don't particularly like this push. I think it's hyper one-dimensional and relies solely on mechanical skill. But when you're Kavana, you've been winning a lot of those gunfights, you can kind of risk it.
It always makes me super uncomfortable. I mentioned it earlier on that you struggle to get any pressure inside a Freezer because the player, which is exactly where Cactus is playing now, will just hold that longer angle, contest you no matter where you may try and push, and otherwise it's a double doorway to try and get your way through. Grizzly gets the long shot though, as Cactus isn't here to be able to swing onto it after finding a kill previously. It's a 4 versus 3, very little intel available for the side of Kavana, so I think I'm with you here, Jess. This is all going to come down to mechanical skill. They're trying to push their way around, but how do you whiff shots like that one, Grizzly? Cactus should be dead to rights, but instead he holds firm. Blaz to collect the final 2 kills, and Penta will draw things square in round 10. We are at 5 apiece. And did anyone say overtime? I think I just heard that on the way.
It's either overtime or a map win. This next round will really solidify in my mind which team has the momentum in their side. If you're Kavana, that particular push I don't think meshed with Penta's particular setup. It relied on a lot of 1v1 gunfights that didn't necessarily need to be taken. And as a result, Penta really just pulled that apart. And we're finally getting those snippets of greatness from Penta here now. Is it too late? Nah, never too late. As long as you're not on, overtime, match point, things are never too late. They're in the clear for now. They win the next 2 rounds, boom. We are flown into Villa. We are given an opportunity to see which team is going to make it to the grand finals. And you and I were talking before this matchup. These semi-finals are not only important for every single player in the lobby right now, their coaches, their support staff, their organizations, and everyone beyond, but it's important because no matter which position you sit at, first or second, you have an opportunity to make tier 1. You're either going to be propelled in there without any fight whatsoever, or you can go up against a weakened rogue and say, yeah, we have a real big shot here of being tier 1 players and then spending an entire year in EUL. That's the new layout. That's the new format. That's a huge step up from tier 2, let's be honest. That's like the big boys area, and skin share as well. Hello?
Yeah, the real big sad part, I guess, is that, of course, if you don't make it, you're waiting until next year to play in CL for your second shot too. So it will be a good time to go back and prep and train and get yourself up to a level and a standard where you feel you can come back and win next year. Again, this is Penta's second swing of the bat. For Kavana, it's a bit of a different story, given they are, once again, the dark horses coming in. Let's see how this side sets up. Small tower going to be where Kavana start off their assault. Very common to take the above control, open up the wall from above so you can threaten inside of dining. Otherwise, it's a very atypical shower hold coming out of Penta here with that Maestro plane present. Those impacts on side, good and ready to go.
Yeah, you don't want to be Penta and push it to a 3rd time lucky. You want to do it now. You've had such a good group season. Make sure that you do it in the playoffs as well. I like this particular hold, and how many impacts do they have to their name? Can our beautiful observer just flash that up for me? 1, 2, 3, 4, way better than Kavana had in their shower hold. Can they hold off this wall for as long as possible? They've actually decided to put an entire rotate into dining. Kavana reinforced that off. I'm not sure what the thought process is by reinforcing it off, because you do still need a line of sight onto that entry from small tower, and they will ash that hole open, but I don't think it's particularly going to do much. And wow, this is a beautiful drawing. I didn't know Grizzly was such an artist.
Well, I guess in his mind, it's like, well, if this is the only wall I need to get open, then I can take my sweet time with it at the top first, down the right, down the left a little bit, or the bottom, but it does give you this lovely big square. The same effect as what you'd have if you were looking to get this open with something like a thermite. And without a reinforcement to commit to this single wall, that's a mirror wall gone. So for now, they're not even bothering to look to what... Okay, they've got away with it. Is it the vertical control coming through into shower? I think it might actually be here. Yes, it is. They must not have had the top one reinforced or been mindful of the fact that a small part of it at the top would have been open in which you can spray through. Some teams do reinforce just the left one here and think that's enough, but you've got to be so mindful of those vertical angles, and clearly contested, they lose almost everything. Sloth finds his second of the round, and this is all going Kavana's way. They're in a spot to move up to match point right here, and clearly this is not the site for Penta. All control coming through with just 2 members left alive. Showers is on their slide. Sloth is going to end up smoking around and trying to push aggressively, but no peek coming out from the side of Cactus. He's just sat down and waiting behind the shield for that ever so important moment to come through when Sloth will finally appear in. Drones coming out as well. They know where one is. Surely know the second is inside a kitchen, and this should be easy for Kavana. They've got the information they need. They can make the play happen. Smokes are coming out, and now comes execution time. Coyote going for the plant, and can Alive creep in here and cause some damage? Going to step forward and 5-1, but someone's on the door. Kavana brings it down, and they are knocking on the door of that shot at EUL. Penta, you need to win this round to go through to overtime, else Kavana will progress to the EU finals in December.
You asked about what happened in showers, and it's a little trick that I'd recently seen. I don't know if I saw it on Reddit or Twitter. It doesn't really matter what medium, but it's where you open up a bit of vertical in small tower, lay down with Maverick, and blowtorch the top corner of the reinforcement so that no one can hide behind locker. It's really, really smart. I would love to credit whoever posted it. And if you're watching right now and you know exactly who it is, pop their name in chat. I don't have their name readily available, but whoever threw that up, that was a brilliant adaptation to one of the biggest power positions that has existed on the site since its reiteration, and to deal with it in that way, shape, or form is just easy. It's as easy as pie. You open up the top corner, boom. All of a sudden, no one can sit in that power position. It was a really good read. Kavana know this map. It's quite clear.
Oh, that makes it tough, because this is the map that Penta chose, let's not forget. They wanted to come here. And they're in a spot where they're about to lose 2-0. The first one, understandably, not your map and also not a good map for you. This one, a map where you'd expect to be a little bit stronger. They're being held hostage here by Kavana for that match point. And now it depends on what happens in this final round. Do we see overtime, or do we see that sweet, sweet 2-0 come through for Kavana and the heartbreak that ensues for the side of Penta?
Penta has such a phenomenal win rate on this map that if you were to pick a map and feel confident that you should beat your opponent, it is this one. And so if you don't win it, it would not be unbeknownst, or rather inappropriate of me to say that you were the worst team that day. Fair and square, you lost on your best map, you lost on your worst map, you lost in a best of 3, you lost in an overtime format. There is nothing else you can do other than admit defeat in that scenario, I think.
I am mildly curious as well that we've gone to kitchen and meeting here, rather than going back to Kid Storms, where we've seen Penta win twice. They lost once, but they've gone back to it again. In fact, no, sorry, they won it once. They more won the attack on it earlier on. My notes clearly not very well coloured. As it sets up, they chose to go to kitchen and meeting. This is going to be a bit of a new ground for both teams. We haven't seen it played in this entire matchup so far. It's been kitchen and dining, otherwise been the basement or the second floor. So I'm keen to see, one, what the approach is for Kavana, and also what Penta bring to the party, given they have both Alive on the Kaid and the castle coming along. There's clearly a lot of denial setup coming in here, with Cactus also joining on the mute.
Oh, well, there we go. Bit of an entry. An unexpected entry there, and Alive is down as well. Will that Ash Charge connect? No, it won't. As a result, he'll stay in a DBNO state. Sloth, he seems edgy, he seems twitchy, he wants in, he wants to confirm that kill, but he is aware that someone is playing over in bunks. Kavana, they clearly want this win, and is there a rotate there? Yes, there is, but Sloth doesn't care.
Oh, Sloth doesn't care. He's going where he pleases here. He's ready at the back. Cactus tries to challenge, but Sloth hits the crucial shots. 5 versus 2. It all comes down to Ravan and Enemy. We have sung Ravan's praises all season long on the work that he has done, but this is the time when you are needed most, and you have got the operator to do it. Playing on the Jaeger, holding out downstairs. They know that they're playing around on the top floor right now. He even sees the gun, but doesn't see the man holding it. Won't be able to connect the shots. And with that sledgehammer swinging into the floor, he knows it's time to back away and hold tight for just a little longer. 60 seconds remain here. 5 versus 2. It's a 5 versus 1. Is this it? Is the death bell ringing for Penta right here? It's a 1 versus 5. Ace or bust. It's all to come for himself. Anaki's holding close and he sees him. It's a flawless round. Kavana are going to make it to the EU finals as they bring down Penta in a matchup that no one would have expected. The 4th place Group B team will bring down their rivals and proceed to those finals.
Second time was not the charm for Penta, and, well, whether or not they choose to stay together after this and make it a 3rd time lucky come 2021 is yet to be seen, but that's where their journey ends, and unfortunately, no matter how hard Cactus tried that map, it couldn't propel them into a 3rd map, but guess what? It propels the UK Massive straight into the finals, and that's a 7-5 and a 2-0 for Kavana. And well, I can safely say that it was not where my predictions went whatsoever. Not sure if you threw a little bit of a vote over to your UK Massive, but that was not what I expected. Of course you did.
I called out the doubters on Twitter earlier. Hap, I'm halfway towards beating you here, so keep that one in mind. We'll see how the next desk goes. But wow, what a performance from Kavana, surprising everyone. Again, they played wonderfully in their last series with a very dominant 2-0 against Winstrike. And now they've only gone on to do the same against Penta. Will anyone stop them? Will the team that plays in the next series be able to beat them at the EU finals? We'll find out a little bit later on. But for now, let's go to our analysts and get their thoughts on this matchup.
Thanks so much, guys. Yes, the UK Massive team has done it. One of potentially two tonight to make it through. We'll remind everybody that Na'Vi went through the same thing when they made it to Pro League and EU League. And of course, a year ago, we crowned Na'Vi champions in Tokonami, Japan. Who knows, man? Maybe in the future, come next year, we'll see one of the UK teams in that position. Fluke, I know you gotta be a teensy bit happy and proud of the squad. Gotta say, that was pretty impressive.
I am. Obviously, as I said, they're a team from our National League. They're a team that I've casted over 3 seasons now. So I've got a lot of love and a lot of hope for them. I do feel bad for Penta. I think everybody does at this point. They just couldn't find purchase. They couldn't find the solidity that we've seen from them so far. And it's a team that is capable of so much. And on their on days throughout this season, could have very easily butted heads in Tier 1 and in the EUL. And they just, for the second time, haven't been able to make it mark on the day. You gotta feel for Penta. And I, as Jess said, I'm wondering what the future is for that roster and for those players. But they are all so immensely talented that it's just a matter of when still, unfortunately, lads.
What happened in Oregon, Hap? Because starting off, Penta was not doing too badly.
No, and throughout the matchup, it didn't look too badly. Like, they had a decent split. They managed to get some good rounds in. But during the last quarter of that matchup, really, it was Kavana that stood up. They stood up to the mug, they stood up to the test, and they were able to shut them down time and time again. Just able to find and penetrate that defense that Penta was putting up and throwing up. And it didn't matter what was being brought. Everything was being shut down straight away. And exactly, Penta were the team, were, according to many, the favorites, and with the way that the bracket works, are now eliminated of making EUL, whilst Kavana is the ones that will have to do it now. They managed to get through. They'll be going up against the winner of the next matchup, of course, but they definitely look really strong here today. Like, Matt, like, they did super well. They can be really proud of themselves.
Number 4 team in their group barely made it here. Huge today for the team, and of course, now
also open qualifier.
They weren't just there, and sorry, nobody knows what's going on, by the way. But yes,
I think we should just toss it over to him.
Yeah,
I am so excited for this interview.
Let's go to
what
interview.
I can hear in my
Let's
comms.
go. Hello, hello. And who is this?
This is my beautiful boy Aaron, and my coach, if you may.
I mean, he definitely looks way more mechanically gifted than you are, I have to say, Mr. Officer. Getting too old, I gotta say. One day, your son will be making it through. Hello. What's up, Aaron? That's a beautiful boy. Beautiful family.
Sleep, yeah? Sorry for that.
Don't worry about it.
He was really excited, so I wanted to show him to the world. I'm extremely proud of him, obviously. But I actually I'm so sorry to disturb you, but
don't worry. It's wonderful.
A duo interviewer, so I have Sloth with me today, so I hope that's fine.
Hello, Sloth, who somehow looks like a monkey today. First of all, Mr. Officer, congratulations, massive congratulations to you and the team. We talked on day 1 of Challenger League and all the way through number 4 team to where you are today. Huge props. But I want to start at the map ban phase because we talked about Clubhouse, such a strong map for Kavana. Do you think you kind of baited Penta into this map? Are you preparing for it?
Well, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. It's okay.
Come to mama.
روح لعند الماما ما تحتاج. Go ahead.
Sorry, what was the question again? Clubhouse, yeah?
Clubhouse, yes. Were you baiting Penta into this map? What was the preparation for the ban phase?
Well, to be honest, like this entire week, we went into we had a great meeting, and instead of obviously we did prepare against Penta. It's not like we didn't watch anything. We have a amazing analyst called Davil. Go check him out on Twitter, by the way. But when that is said, we mostly looked at ourselves because we understood one thing. Okay, Penta, being the team that they are, obviously on paper they have so much more experience than us, and we are humble to meet them today, right? They're good friends of ours as well, and we have a really good relationship with the whole organization and the staff. So when we went through our map pool, if you may, or theirs map pool, we just looked at, listen, what is the most likely outcome of what have been given in information? But we're surely just going to focus on ourselves, because let's be honest, everything can happen. And obviously them being that professional, they will also practice something against us, I reckon, at least. And that given, I just said, listen, we have control over one thing. We have control of ourselves, nobody else. We cannot know for sure what they're going to do, but we know for sure what we can do. So we just went for our most picks, depending on how we felt, and yeah, it went our way today. So
how did you feel going into Clubhouse? Was this a morale boost for the teams? Did the players feel good that they were going to Clubhouse, prepared for it? How is the overall vibe in it? Because as you're saying, morale is very important in this. Your preparation ties into all of that too.
Definitely. When we saw that we were able to play Clubhouse, it was we were happy. We were really happy. Our defenses lately has been a little bit shaky, so we weren't too sure, but we knew for a fact that our attacks are So yeah,
this is the reason why you went for attack on the map, even though a lot of teams would just not do that first, right?
Yeah, and the fact that we knew our attacks are just going to be we know we can produce there, but on the defense we weren't too sure. But it was a good map for us to start with, definitely.
Still, despite that, you had a decent running on Oregon, right? You went for the map. It's what a lot of people call, the most 50-50 map of all. Penta have a good track record on it. Obviously, they played very well against Heretics on it. How is the preparation going into this? What are some of the operators that you wanted to remove away from Penta's library, if you will, or maybe to enable yourself?
Well, it went in our way, definitely. We got a little bit surprised of their Monty ban. I don't know if that is something. Yeah, I don't know if that is something they just really don't like to play against or whatever, but we didn't even prepare for that at all. So that surprised us, but at the end of the day, they secured something that maybe they have been struggling against, and it didn't affect us at all. Funny thing though, going to Oregon, and this is I'm not giving anything away. All teams goes ups and downs, right? And our defense on Oregon, I don't know if I can even use the word in Twitch, but I'll just say it's been horrible. Yeah.
No,
horrible.
You can say that. Okay, I thought you were gonna say something that Avai should be saying, but no,
I was about to.
Yeah,
I limit myself. Yeah.
Good. You're learning quickly.
It's been really horrible in any shape and term. So.
What was so surprising to see is that how effective you were at having the Clash out there, to have Shields as well playing around her, because it looked like something Penta was struggling with quite a bit. Shields in general really make situations difficult for teams, right?
I think me and Grizzly, we actually talked about this a couple of times in practice, and we said that, listen, if we get in a situation where we get the first map, we already know the pressure is a hell of a lot on them. So there's some teams can, become a little bit oh, no, we need to secure the last map kind of thing. And then I think you limit yourself because you have to find the right balance, right? And I think for us, we low-key did that, bringing the Clash, because we played it aggressively on the points where it's normally a good point to take off that map, especially in basement, right? But I think we balanced it pretty all right. And I think everything we basically low-key planned went in our way today. And I know for sure, obviously right after the match, I could hear my boys, screaming from their hearts. And I know my boys are so hungry. Like, I'm so proud I could almost cry. Maybe it's because I'm a boomer, but it is what it is. I'm so proud of my boys. Like, it's what a story, man. What a story.
You definitely should be, and this is the perfect moment. What do you have to say to all the Kavana fans out there? Because, you know, you're in top 2, not in EU League yet, but pretty close there.
Well, first and foremost, we just have to thank everyone. Like, we have, especially the last week, we've gotten so much support. People are like DMing us left and right. We see you in Twitch chat and everything. So mucho love. Oh, believe me, it helps. And also we got super support from the professional scene. Like, people are boosting us up, and you know, we always like to be the, you know, the underdogs, and that has just motivated us. We had talks and talks with our fans out there, and we listen to you, right? And just don't give up. You don't know how much it means to us. So thank you so much from everyone. Everyone, even our organization is like hyped right now. So it's like, yeah, we really thank you.
All right.
We really thank you. And to our organization, as always, like, I don't even have words. Like, the amount of support I had never seen before, and this is not me just kissing ass. It's actually true. Like, it's huge, and yeah. And I low-key did it last time, but now I can say it to you in your face. And also a little applause to you guys standing behind the scenes here, doing an amazing job. Like, the content that you provide, the analytics that you are providing to everyone day by day, week by week. People don't know how much work that actually is. So keep up the good work for you guys as well. So
Thanks so much, Mr. Officer. All of that info is on HAP. That's how I would like to go. But thank you again, Habibi, and congratulations on your victory today. We will see you very soon for the grand final. Maybe, perhaps, we'll be facing off against M&M, against Gamma. Final thing, do you care who you play against?
Absolutely not.
UK Massive grand final?
Well, that would have been a banger, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
But for us, like, we're in a zone right now. It doesn't matter who we meet. It's if we lose because of us, nobody else. So that's about it.
Already made it pretty far for your first run, Mr. Officer. Thank you so much. Thank you to the monkey, to the sloth, and to beautiful Aaron. Good night, and we can't wait to see you next time. Bye-bye. Congrats again.
You too, bro.
That's so cute. Here we are.
Amazing.
Look, here. Look at the energy. It's so innocent. It's so beautiful.
Mm-hmm. Just like me, so innocent.
I mean, Fluke, let's be honest. Hap is the most innocent of all of us.
Happy as baby. That is true. Cannot argue that.
I would love one day we'll have like a photo up with Hap like holding him up like it's on the Pride Rock or something like that. Anyways, that is it.
Eat me out.
Yes, that is it for one of our 2 matches this evening. 2-0 victory for Kavana Gaming against Pentasport. We still have, though, 1 more to go. UK fights again, this time against the Dutch in M&M versus Gamma Gaming. Winner goes to the grand final of EU Challenger League for this wonderful season. We'll see you in just a bit. Welcome back to the ladies and gentlemen. This is like welcome back immediately without even saying who they are. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the desk. Des and Hap are on here. Des, I know. UK Massive repping it again. Let's go real quick. Our lobby's almost ready. And it's M&M versus Gamma. We already have Kovana waiting for us there. Very quickly, we're going to flash that bracket just to show it all for people watching at home, if that is okay. And again, a big matchup between UK team and the Dutch M&M beating Machko 2-1 and Gamma going through Homeless 2-1 on their own in the quarterfinals. Though, M&M, what's the story so far in the prep for today? That's
Yeah, they finished up a Group B after being only one of 3 teams to go lossless in all of Challenger League. That tells you the sort of caliber that we're talking about here. Drew with Kovana, Drew with Penta. They are one of the top teams. I thought their game against Machko was a little bit shaky, but admittedly, Keenan and Ted gave them a hell of a lot to deal with in that series. Nathan, the standout player for M&M most of this series, got spawn killed more often than not, so it was a real rough game for him. But I think today you're going to see a team step up and do really well. Given that Gamma are a more strategical team, I think M&M are going to be in their absolute comfort zone. I think this will be another 2-0, to be honest.
Gamma Gaming on the other side. Hap, I know you're burning from the inside.
Can I just raise something first? Hap's prediction in the last series was that Penta would win. They got 2-0.
I'm sorry, didn't you have 45% throughout the entire season? I was still
Don't
like
trust a word this man has got to say. My predictions,
Hap, look,
they matter when they count. That's the word I was
exactly.
looking for.
Hap, you can predict all you want in the regular season. What matters is who makes it and is the winner at the end. And so far,
I'm just throwing off all the people that are using my predictions as bets.
I'm not going to cite anybody in this in this current point. Though, Hap, what is to say about Gamma? Because they actually were present completely in the server before M&M even. This is a completely new
It's a change. It's probably because they get whipped so often in Benelux, because if you get late, you instantly lose prize money. But they, the story that hovers around them is you really got a Windows, right? Where they were in a 1v3 post-plant situation on match point with a Monty on the diffuser. But then Crying TK'd the Monty and it all went south from there. They ran it back on Clubhouse and they were doomed to another season here in Challenger League. And then Crying, the next one, got poached by Chaos, really. They're going over there, so a new lineup right now with Astro and Panix. Makes it a less of a frag-heavy team and more of a strategical one, as Des said. So it's always, wondering how they will show up here today.
All right, let's see which maps you're going to be playing on. Very quickly, our lobby is ready, so we're going to toss it ASAP. So quick words on the maps we've got. And it's M&M going for Cafe Dostoevsky first, Gamma picking Consulate, and our decider will be on Theme Park. Maybe we'll get a map 3 today. Who knows? Now, very quickly, Cafe Dostoevsky, how would this go as an M&M pick, Des?
I'm looking across the whole series and just thinking, damn, this is actually pretty nuts. Like, Cafe is one of those maps that, given how we've seen a bit of flip-flopping from a number of teams, there's a lot of ex-crazy members here on M&M, and I think they were one of the best teams on Cafe back in the last Challenger League season. This could be a really good map for them, actually. I'm very optimistic.
I think you forgot the 7-1 that
Gamma look, got. We write off single results, okay? It's okay. We forget the single results.
It was on Wednesday. That wasn't too good. So they said themselves, I don't know what Cafe is, and it definitely showed in that matchup. So let's hope that they managed to learn in these last couple of days, because otherwise this first map not looking pretty.
Yeah, let's see how it goes. Des, Hap, thank you so much for your detailed analysis and information, even the little time we got. Let's toss it over, though, to our casters. Why don't we? Geo and Fluke. Some may call them a name that I will not say myself. It'll be up to them to say it out there. All yours for a second matchup today. Who makes it to the grand final of AUCL?
Hey, what's up? No idea what Milo's just talking about.
No, I was just thinking. I'm not sure what he's referencing.
Nothing that recalls the mind from the charity tournament we did over the weekend, but with the big energy that we're going to take into this game, I'm very excited to see the strength of the bones and the calcium that is presented before us. Geo, M&M versus Gamma Gaming. Now, the pair of us do hail from the region of Britannia, so we have familiarities with M&M, but what are you looking to take out of this game?
Hopefully someone's going to win at some point, and we'll figure out. I honestly, you and Des have really been on the, the UK massive train. And yes, I am also a UKer, but I'm far less biased than either of you are. I think that there's great stories to be had either way. With M&M, you have the whole story of they kind of are the underdogs compared to their forefathers in Na'Vi, who formerly represented the M&M banner, and they haven't fully been able to make it quite as far as they have just yet. But with Gamma, who's so now narrowly missed out on their opportunity to make it to EUL back in Challenger League Season 11, this is their opportunity for the Anime Redemption arc. So both of these teams have so much that they can pick up and take forward where they've previously dropped it in the past.
Well, there's a lot of comments already about our man Sternab inside the game chat. Obviously,
well, of course.
He's a meme machine. And obviously, when you're looking at Gamma and you're looking at a team that's led by him, how has he nearly got 10k on Twitter? Ask Dat Sternab, get your Twitter out. He'll get this. He'll get this in 3 minutes. But for now, what we have here is a Zofia ban on Cafe, and that is going to be something that really can limit the attackers. Obviously, you're looking at off the beaten path. You're looking at when things have gone wrong for these teams, and MNM playing these bans like Zofia is something that has really shook their opponents sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, a Zofia ban is definitely one that you don't always expect to come out, especially as she's just so integral to the current meta, where you need to be clearing out a lot of utility before you have the opportunity to move on forward. And I am really interested to see how that's going to affect MNM as they do start on the attack, given that it was their own ban. But when we look back to their kind of weakest map that they had against Matchco earlier in the quarterfinals, it was the attack on Clubhouse where they supremely struggled.
Now then, Gamma, you are the only remaining hope, obviously, for your group after the rest of them kind of got pushed aside by the powers of Group B, but you still have the potential of finding your way all the way through to the top. Every opponent in front of you is just another day at the office, and this time it's starting on Cafe Dostoevsky. Now, MNM, as I said before, you limited yourself with a Zofia takeaway. You're expecting a lot of shields and a lot of potential. Obviously, Goyo is on the board, and he does get quite a big extension in play for some teams across the top floor. But hey, who's that? Oh, wow, it's Leonsky on a Frost.
We've seen a decent amount of Frost of late.
Especially
and
from them.
It's always good to see someone get caught out in a Frost map. But, you know, people like the weapon. They like the fact that she can bring a shield and she can be incredibly useful in this kind of current meta that has been evolving. So it's definitely nice to see some of that, a bit of spice coming along. Meanwhile, on the side of MNM, they also had a 6-pick for themselves. They switched off of the IQ, not going to be looking out for the cameras that could be brought by Deepak particularly, but instead opting for the Kali.
Nath, telling them to get off Frost, and well, I guess they're just trying to offer them some support, and that's a very good thing to draw attention to their easy. They are currently having a little bit of an opening there across the bakery wall. It's not reinforced as of yet, not opened as of yet, just a single mute jammer is all that is holding that bastion down. Still getting their reinforcements quite late onto that door. Is Panic's going to put the other one onto Smakery? Yes, he is. A little bit late in the game, and if that was caught by a Kali pre-firing through a door, that could have been a bit problematic, but they do get it done in time. Deepak on the roam on the second story is looking to try and get some mobility and control here. Valkyrie, a powerful operator, a C4 kind of wasted there. Not sure what the intel led to that decision was, but unfortunately, it was a little bit out of date.
Yeah, quite early. I guess just hoping that someone was going down towards the garage, but regardless, there isn't. And in the meantime, MNM are going to be thoroughly droning out that middle floor. They know that there's going to be the roamers there, and that was something that I think they struggled somewhat with when going up against Matchco. You'd find that they would do a drone. They'd find maybe one, maybe two roamers, but not necessarily act on that information to quite the extent that they should. And you can see where Fonkers is currently positioned. He's looking like he's getting ready to do that, and it's actually going to be Astro, the first to fall, but that is another one of those roamers in the Jaeger that you want to be looking for.
Usus, a player who hasn't really been able to have the biggest showing, but has so much potential. We've seen them do bits in the UK season and a lot of UK teams, and here they kind of stepped up and stepped in after Blur disappeared. Deepak swings onto a doorway, but nobody truly suffers. However, this pinch and this concern, well, without a C4, it's a very tough fight to take. Drones 2, everything is steadily closing down around the man inside the library. They're looking for his toes. They can't quite get the angle, and he's buying time, sure, but at this point, well, there it is. It was only a matter of time before he got locked down from the pinch pressure on the opposite side.
Yeah, I was thinking at that point he might actually have the opportunity to reload, given that so much time was being wasted, but he was utterly caught between those crossfires, and that was a nice maneuver from MNM to just ensure that he was gotten rid of, and they didn't waste any time or resources in doing so. But Fonkers being the next one to fall, that's pretty bad casualty there for MNM, as he was the player who got that monumental ace in the quarterfinals, and now Panics is going to be panicking, but he gets the first kill. Can he secure a second?
Swinging the fight around pillars. There's a C4 thrown, blown and missed as it catches on the chandelier in the sky, and unfortunately the light is out now, pinched from behind. Yonka is able to put some damage back in. One of those core of the X-Crazy roster that was spoken about on the desk, and one of those ones that's been a gun firing for this team and on this cafe for a very long period of time. 20 seconds though, you've still got some Banshees and a lot of walls left to go through, and Leonski causing some concern here with the potential catch of this swing in this entrance. There's the miss, there's the blow on the hatch, there's a Vaish inside the site as well. Suddenly Usus is the only one left, tries to swing to get some control and anything back in. Can't see the man that's dug around the back of the kitchenware, and well, now with the plant going down, the calls are there, and there's the kill. The first round started not well for Gamma, but definitely round up into a more delicious meal of this kitchen.
I think it's certainly interesting because MNM are a team that aren't necessarily known for their objective play, and yet they knew in that round that they would have to go for the plant. The reason being they committed so much time and resources to clearing out those members of Gamma who were in the upper floors that they knew that by the time that they had to enter into the site, there wasn't a ton of time left. That meant that they hadn't had the opportunity to clear out VIP. They had to drop in and go for the plant because the chances of them going in for all the kills and making it work for themselves probably wasn't super likely. And so that's what they did. They dropped down from the fireplace hatch. They got rid of the Banshee. They knew that there was that player still there in VIP. He caught them out. You've got to try and go in for the plant, especially when it's just users alone at the end. It didn't work out. It was a gamble to invest so much in clearing out above. And while it looked like it was going well and it was methodical, it wasn't a gamble that paid off in the end.
Now, for one last time, I'm just going to quickly mention the bans again, and I think this is something that we've always got to take into consideration there, and how it's going to play into the MNM attack, because Wamai is a familiar ban on the defense. It's not the most out there decision for a team to remove here, and everybody's kind of used to playing it. So Gamma have a little bit more, I would say, on their potential use of utility on their defense. And as put before, they're a very good strategy team. They're a very good utility team, apart from a certain hold that they did the other day on this very site, on this very map, that we're not going to talk about. It was talked about enough, and SternUp took the blame down in kitchen, but hey, obviously they've developed something else there, and they decided to try and run it as the first thing. They realized they should probably put a couple more hard walls down, and surprise, it worked.
Unprecedented ideas.
Unbelievable scenes. And now we're looking at, obviously, a top floor push. We're looking at a place where Zafir is very common to try and get control of Pixel, to try and obviously put some damage down towards that entire angle hold. You've obviously got a mess of barbed wires, and Melusi is probably going to be a consistent on the board right now too. So I guess I'm curious to see how they divvy up their explosives, because the hefty lances in the hands of Naif could also be caught very well. We've seen multiple shields caught from those before.
Yeah, this is also kind of interesting because a lot of teams these days will open up either the washroom wall and have a shield behind it, or at the very least the backstore wall and have a shield behind that as well. They've left one of the backstore walls soft, I believe, but they haven't actually opened them up, which means they won't have those direct lines of sight into Piano, which is where MNM are kind of wandering around. Okay, they actually haven't left it, they just reinforced it on the other side. So it's all completely closed. You do have the line of sight through where you can see the through into the default plant spot, as you can see just there. They've left that open. But Avaish is already backing off of the Pixel spot as the shield goes down. And that means that that control in this part of the map over towards Piano has been utterly brought away from Gamma.
A little bit of a slow and steady. Deepek's underneath and has the potential for a pretty big C4. They don't have the angle hole open on the door of Cigars. They can't try and loop and catch anybody that's inside there. But if the floor here gets a little bit spicy, the hatch is there to alleviate some potential pressure. And I guess they're concerned about a clear here. But MNM, they're slow and steady on the top floor. They're making sure that they have their eyes and angles and ideas done from that side first. And Naif could suffer if the call comes out on the intel from the camera. You can see Deepek is being quite aware of the games being played above him. And I'm not sure if Usus is going to start attempting to slam some holes down and get the cover there, or they're just going to play the floor as lava and not get close.
Well, they're going to be trying to open up those walls into the backstore, and Deepak's going to move into pillars instead of using the C4 just yet. They should be able to get these open, as they did use the Kali Lance to ensure that there was nothing present on the walls, and once again, that's pushed Gamma back somewhat. Leonski still present in the washroom, and Panix has retreated into Freezer, but MNM still hold on very much to Piano, knowing that those air jabs are protecting them.
Wow.
Ooh, nice nade.
By Panix. Taken out of the equation, deep in the center, and couldn't even blink before being taken over. Here comes the utility push as they smoke off all of the possible angles. There's still worries of C4 underneath, and there it is. Yonka goes down, but Nath battles back. Inside the hole already open, 2 kills rewarded from the Ace Selma hole before. Now, though, the big firefight across the long desk only gets one of the 2, and the other one's got the diffuser, unfortunately, so we're in a post-plant situation for the first time today. Goodbye, Nath, as he's tucked away and put in the back pocket of that close quarters firefight. Leonski decides to find one more, locking him off with the SMG. This is the concern, though. Funkas on the top floor cover, has the skylight, has the ability to try and apply the pressure here. It isn't the hardest in the world to catch. They're aware of it, and there it goes. Deepak is able to lean across the top, and there, 2 rounds in a row for Gamma.
Making it look very clean there, just perfectly ready and poised to spring out in the post-plant scenario. You had, oh man, who was it who was on the mute? Was it Panix? It was somebody who was just dancing around in the backstore, just ready as the attackers moved into bar, despite the fact that you have the smokes to try and obscure the plant and help yourselves out. It was Leonski, okay.
Panix went off first.
I am, notoriously bad at immediately forgetting who was playing which operator.
I'm notoriously bad at cooking. That's just a general
thing. Are we just going to list everything that we're notoriously bad at?
I put up a photo of my
I don't think we
shopping
have time.
the other day, and my diet was very critically insulted by...
Was it like a student diet?
Oh, entirely. It is not a healthy lifestyle.
You're like 28.
Yeah, it's not a healthy lifestyle I lead. But hey, I'm still here for now. And you know what isn't here for now? MNM being able to hold that post plant. Funkas. Hey, let's highlight a player who was unbelievable on the previous play day, was really showing up, and for a lot of people, for a lot of viewers and for a lot of fans, it was kind of the first time that we started to see Funkas be truly bonkers. He has those little bonkers moments. He has big clutches. The man seemingly pulls them out of thin air. Hey, what's the saying? Oh yeah, if you want to win, get a fin, and he lives by that, usually. But recently, he hasn't quite been able to find his way truly into this roster. An MNM roster that was once upon a time the groundlings and the foundlings of a man who went on to decimate with Team Secret. And, well, it was the first Flavor Country trip we took the other day, and we started to see it really come together. And that included, as you said before, big ace clutches. And I guess, for me, I'm curious to see if we start to see the potential of another Bonkers day, because if he can build upon that momentum, if they can take this, they can then look at having such a high-power player just gunning.
I mean, it was great. It was so much fun to watch. And the other thing was that Matchco specifically were ensuring that they were targeting Nath, who also does a pretty good job at fragging, even when he's playing on a support role. So when you're losing one of those key fraggers, falling back on someone like Funkas, who you know can always pick up. What is happening here? Okay, Astro goes in for the 2K. Make that a 3K? Did he get it? Oh, he managed to in the end, but he should not have been allowed that.
That is just a very big misplay there. You look at what's been taken out. Obviously, it's 3 operators. Obviously, it's your hard destruction, and also your frag grenades, and also your Ash as well, without a Zafir on the board, and they're still suffering on that staircase. And it's just a complete misdrone and misplay. The kit is down at the top of the stairs. 2, they are completely in bits, MNM here. And if anything, it gives me a little bit of an impression of the game that we just had. One team has come into this full guns blazing, full pace. And so far, unfortunately, it doesn't look like it's MNM.
Now the 2 remaining players that we have here are those 2 that we were talking about at the start of the round. You can rely on them to gun, but when it's just them against a full squad of Gamma, how much is that going to be able to help them? They're just going to have to move on forward at some point, and there's still so much utility standing. That's another concern that you have to be aware of. Things look hard here for MNM.
The flashes start to pop over the shield. They're trying to push, but they also misplay their utility there and suffer at their own hands. Baited and blown by the smoke and the shield and all the guns underneath, put Nath at a sliver of health, and this round is just steadily becoming more and more of a write-off Okay, not the best use of utility, but with how well it's been going so far and how misplayed it's been in the hands of MNM, well, you don't really have to have it locked off so solidly. They're concerned as they try and creep around Zulu and look to see if they can find anybody else playing on the white stairs and catch them being a little bit too arrogant, and there goes Panics, the first off the board. Sure, but it's in a round where you have 25 seconds and, oh, so much left to do. Fonkers finds one more against Deepek, who swings wide, but with Leonski locking down Nath on the second story, it's all down to the Finn.
All on his own with about 10 seconds remaining. He's just got to try and peek round into the site, but he can sense the gunfire, he can hear it, he can feel it. And Avish ensures that Fonkers is put into the ground to finally finish what was a really quite difficult round for MNM.
Hopefully it's a wake-up call, is all I'll say from that kind of point of view. If you're looking at this as an MNM fan, you know what they're capable of. Also, if you're looking at this as an MNM fan, what happened on Monday, or what happened on the last play day, Wednesday, they started their worst. Their clubhouse was some of the worst clubhouse they've ever played. It was their first game of the night. They only really picked up when they had a little bit of a kind of moment to breathe at the end of the map, and then from then on they started to become more and more of the team we know, but it started off horribly. And the thing is, Gamma is a team, they know how to punish that. They know how to close down on that. And if they keep pushing and keep applying pressure, it's going to take more than a heck of a break and a moment and a team talk from the captain to pull you back into that game. Did they just destroy that mute jammer?
I did not see. I was looking at my notes.
Ah. Yes, they did.
Oh, apparently they did.
Thank you, voice in my head. Yeah, not a... I mean, utility's been a little bit slippy, I think, is a little bit of Butterfingers.
I would be nervous. I would have Butterfingers if I knew that I was getting to the point where I'm facing off to go into the grand finals, face against, we know who the opponent are going to be now. It's going to be Kovana. And this could be your chance to get into EUL for the next year. The next year, this is your chance. I would be nervous too. Out goes the C4 from Deepek. It narrowly misses Nath. Once again, not going to work, but the black eye still stands.
Well, there's the camera popped and pinged, and Deepek. I think one of the things that we saw last time we were here was the man was under intense pressure, and a C4 would have been good to have in the pocket, but unfortunately he's gone for the double swing, and neither has been truly rewarded as it otherwise could have been. But hey, better round than last time. MNM, you're not all dead. Yeah, you've been able to get some control into the building, and Astro hasn't been able to kill you. The drones push him further down, he falls back and isn't able to swing round and try and get a little bit of a Hail Mary towards anybody's. Every door seemingly open forces him all the way down. Nowhere was safe for Jaeger, but at the same time they weren't able to catch him. And that's going to cause problems, especially if Deepek can strike a bit unaware. Oh no. There's another drone, there's another drone. That's a lot of drones just gone.
I was thinking the same thing. I was like, okay, yeah, these players from Gamma are being spotted out, but look how many drones they've taken down in the process. There is only 5 remaining, whether out on the board or in the pockets of the players of MNM, but the point is they have lost a considerable number of them. We are not yet quite at halfway into the round. Now, yeah, Gamma have all moved back towards the site, and that might give them some more prowess and strength in the later stages of the round that MNM know that they struggled with before, given the presence of the player in VIP, who is Leonski on the Frost. And this time MNM won't have the chance to coordinate these ambushes and attacks to the roamers who are upstairs because there aren't any anymore.
Yeah, Gamma played that very well. They sure have been able to waste a little bit more time previously, but they lost their lives. Here, when we saw the actual collapse come from MNM last time, it just fell to 2 bodies that were split apart, unable to lock it off. There was too much work still left to do for MNM to get these angles. Leonski was buried where he was, and Avish, I believe, was the one that was dug inside the site as well. So it's just kind of steadying away at this point, and they're leaving themselves with a very short space, a very little window of time to properly implement and close. Okay, we are in that meta. It's a late play meta. It's a late game meta with the amount of utility you got to burn through right now, but not being able to catch the guns of Gamma, who are so talented when they need to swing when the pressure's on, leads to things like this, a quick trade and a quick double. is what falls either side, and we find ourselves with Leonski still locked inside VIP. He's waiting for another approach and approach around the corner, but Nath is otherwise caught by a Frost Mat. Oh no, outskilled is what is put in the chat at this point, but there's Leonski to shut down Fonkers. They finally swing in and get a little bit of control, but now it is only Dats left. The two dropped where the Frost Mat was over the short wall. Dats nowhere to go. And at this point, it's just waiting.
Oh, it happened. I love it so much. But yeah, I mean, MNM, they put in so much stock into opening up the vertical angles so that they could try and apply pressure. But in the end, what they ended up doing was just, once again, using the smokes, jumping down the hatch. They got shot down as the trades came back and forth. You know, they DBNO'd Astro. That's great. But yeah, it wasn't enough to finish anything off. Leonski was still standing in the same position that he was untouched last time. And then, of course, with the Frost Mat as well, it definitely adds a thorn into an already very aching side. Deepak was ready and present on the other side of the map over in Small Bake, so they had presence all around the site, did Gamma, ready to just swarm in as MNM made their approach, because they hadn't been able to apply any particularly successful or effective pressure from those holes that they'd opened up above.
Getting unfortunate flashbacks as an MNM kind of viewer right now to how they were playing before. Inability to lock down that site control and just keep a handle on the game. Gamma, they're firing very well. They're really putting themselves into this so far. They've been able to keep a bit of a cool, calm control. Obviously, Avaish and Leonski are currently flying away in terms of putting bodies down, but at the same time, you've got to look at how their game is being played. Their utility isn't truly being pushed and pressed and tested all the way to the limits. They seemingly always have a little bit extra in their back pocket. It's tough to go up against what they're throwing down right now. The mix of barbed wires and banshees is enough to make anybody scream as much as the aforementioned gadget does. But here in this situation with them still playing with C4s and windows and trying to catch the approaches, Gamma, they're in their element.
Yeah, you can tell that Deepak's just aching to run out. He's not going to do it because he can't see anyone, but he's so ready. He's such a pugnacious player, particularly in this series so far, and we're only 4 rounds in. But you can tell that he's bloodthirsty and he's ready to go for it. Now, last time they came to this side, MNM were pretty much given piano control for free. Gamma were very happy to relinquish that space, but they swarmed in a post plant. And if you remember correctly, it was Fonkers who was last remaining on the skylight, and he got completely shot down. So I'm interested to see how this is going to go. The hatch is open in piano, which means Deepak could use that for the C4, especially given that they haven't opened up anything in any holes in the floor for him to shoot up through. But Avaish has not yet moved back. The shield's still standing while the ADS gets burned out.
Yeah, and it even kind of came down to the wire there, and there's still one ticking away, and we've actually seen them try and reposition. There's the final burn, and there's Avaish pulling away from Pixel. Again, the cost of this utility right now for the attacks without Zofia it's pretty high. They got to make sure things count. 2 drones moving either side across the site, dug in on a corner, but they can just pop that through the wall. It gives you a bit of an idea of where they are, but you generally kind of knew that they were around that space too. Still steadily trying to accrue as much info as possible, and Deepak still causing problems underneath. They haven't been able to get the wall unelectrified as they did before, and I'm curious to see if they try and huck a grenade. Panix has opted for a slightly different position. Doesn't want to get caught out in a very close corner as before. There's the pop, there's the ace charges, and there's the force of Leonski further away. It's actually going to just hold the close angle, maybe go for a pretty bold swing here, and to be honest, the surprise plays have been working very well.
Well, now that Nath has droned him out, they're very aware of where he is, and he's going to go prone instead. Still, once again, trying to play aggressively, just in a position that maybe MNM don't expect. But there's the gunfire. They know the angle, and Leonski, he's quickly downed.
Well, Deepak is still underneath with a C4, and Nath has no seeming idea. Just takes a bit of a swing in a moment, and, well, doesn't even need it. Avaish is able to drop it from deep. The angle he has on the top right corner of your screen is, well, slightly hidden by some explosions and some smoke canisters. All across the board, we find ourselves now moving through a very touchy atmosphere. There is a body still above and a C4 shot out, but you don't need it when you just shoot the man himself. And there's the planter too! And another one is fed to Panix, and Avaish shuts off the last with a round where yet again MNM just cannot truly close down Gamma's utility hold.
Oh, I saw them go in for the plant in the less than orthodox position, and I was thinking, this is very out in the open. Yeah, you have smokes, but all it takes is for one player to push on up. And as Gamma have been playing so far, they don't look scared to do that. And evidently, we've seen what happens. MNM just get caught out the second that they are given that opportunity. And now we're on the last round of this half, and MNM are still yet to put any rounds on the board. You know, let's say, just hypothetically, that this does go to a 7-0, this would technically be the second map in a row that Gamma Gaming have done that on, because their Coastline map, which was their last one that they played on in their quarterfinal game, they also 7-0'd on that. So this is just so far a streak of dominance.
It'd also be the second time we've seen a terrible opening map for MNM across these final playoff games as well. Obviously, MNM ended up being top of the board in terms of their group, but it didn't do much for Winstrike before. And it seems like the slightly lower ranked teams are having a bit of an uprising right now on the days where the play matters the most. Gamma currently potentially eyeing up a perfect split, a perfect defensive half right now, putting themselves only one round away from truly locking off Cafe. And at this point, I would be surprised if we start to see MNM get a true handle on this.
I mean, yeah, you never know. The half can bring about good fortune. MNM, we kind of know at this point, feels significantly stronger on the defense. It's about whether you have the mental fortitude to come back from that, especially knowing how much relies upon this game. The weight of that is also going to be on your shoulders, weighing down your collarbones very much. And that's going to be felt quite a bit. It's palpable and tangible for MNM right now. Wow, I'm turning into you with all these adjectives. So, you know, sometimes casting with you feels like casting with Dr. Seuss, but, you know, regardless, MNM finally jumped in, and it doesn't look like this time they're going to be caught out by a roaming Astro.
Well, now it's just a matter of them all inside the building, but where can you go as you start to drone again? A game that you've been doing pretty steadily and stoically, but you haven't really been able to grow from it. Hey, at least you weren't caught out by a fleeing Astro this time with a quick, cheeky triple kill, but even then, you need this round, because OK 5-1 is still a very tough situation on your defense, but it gives you a buffer. It gives you a breath and a little bit of extra in your tank to take. Otherwise, you're doing the entire dive submerged, and that is in no way easy for any team, regardless of how good you are on your defenses. Deepek is the first to fall, Usus with his third opening kill so far throughout this round, but throughout this half. But obviously, as we've seen on the round counter, it hasn't really led to the best success.
Now we know that 3 of the players from Gamma are still upstairs, but Leonski jumping down through the hatch basically signifies what I was going to say is this is where you might start to see the rotate, particularly as MNM move forth into Cocktail, where they'll be wanting to open up the floor somewhat more to be applying the pressure, but right now no one is actually present in reading. We've got Astro all the way downstairs. Looks like Gamma are just setting up to make MNM's life as difficult as possible in ways that potentially they won't expect. There's a drone that'll catch Leonski out, and he's going to have to move.
Throws the C4 and hopes, but another Hail Mary unfortunately leads nowhere. They're still free to pull themselves back, though. No immediate strike back against what they're actually trying to attack here, as Panix is the one that's able to rotate round. Dats is in a position to cover this cohesion between the corridor and the 2 sites so far, with Jonker and Usus just creeping their way all the way through. Panix has to make a move, and I'm not 100% sure what info Dats is waiting for right now, but with Jonker able to try and start sticking the diffuser, it's taken some long arm and some cover. It doesn't quite catch it as Jonker gets the plant down. Second time we find ourselves truly in a decent close plant without them instantly dying here, and look at this, more bodies being put down by MNM. The trade comes through. Leonski pushes up the corridor and is able to lock off one more, going for a huge rotate around the red stairs towards the white, but potentially going to stop off on the second story and make sure that these angles are covered. Avaish underneath trying to find Fonkers, but this is Fonkers' favorite position. Second story on a post plant. Leonski is really the only possibility of striking back. There's one easily fed. Will the call be there in time? It is. And Fonkers gets a double. Now just one more to watch and wait for as the pings come through, but only a couple of seconds left. MNM, congratulations, you've taken 1 round on your attacks. You have a lot of work left to do.
definitely good for MNM that they finally managed to put something on the board, but I can't help but feel like some of that in that last round was down to Gamma. You know, the fact that Leonski, he went straight in, knowing that Funkers was still upstairs. Oh, it wasn't Leonski, sorry. Because he was going around on the rotate, but despite the fact that Funkers was already upstairs, you said this is his favorite position. You know there's going to be someone watching that plant spot ready should someone go in for the disable. And when they started going around for the wide rotate at the end, I was thinking, okay, they've got a lot of time left, you know, like 30 seconds. They're going to be going on the rotate, clear out those on the attacking team who are above to ensure that there's no one to deny. They have the personnel who can do it, but they didn't wait and coordinate that to be in time, and it meant that MNM had the opportunity to take those kills for themselves at a moment where the rest of Gamma weren't there to either set up crossfires or a refrag potential or anything like that that could have been used to their advantage, and instead Gamma let it slip through their fingers. But you know, they still have 5 rounds, they have 4 rounds on top of MNM. It's not like they're going to be losing much sleep over it, I don't suspect.
Now, if I'm gonna cite previously stated things, it's about the removal of Zafir and how that's obviously pushed and costed itself into the defense, the heavy utility game and the heavy structural and tactical game that Cafe Dostoevsky offers. It's Gamma's turn to try and step up to the plate and the mantle, for this is what this ban was all about, was forcing them to play a slightly more uncomfortable game on their attack, which is already an uncomfortable game on this map, especially against MNM. So, okay, it's a very tough uphill, especially with the pace and panache we've seen played by Gamma so far today, and I'm curious to see if we come down to just full-on aggro gunfire here. Astro's concerned about the possibility of a throw out and a jump out here, but with Dats on the roam and the cameras still all out and waiting, well, no catch as of yet.
Yeah, it's deep. Third highest rated player in all of Challenger League, who'll probably be feeling the lack of the Zafir, as she is his most played attacker in Challenger League, or at least here in the Challenger League playoffs. And so instead, he's going to be on Jackal. That will provide Gamma some more information about the location of the players on MNM, and add that to the IQ that you have. It should actually give Gamma quite an opportunity for some cerebral play, some high IQs out here. But whether or not that will make up for the lack of the Zafir still remains to be seen. It's definitely going to be hard going against the Clash. I think you mentioned that when you can't use the lifeline to, you know, get rid of the shield, or at least force her out the way, that could give Nathan Funkers here a lot more of an advantage.
Well, Deepek's going to try and pop up, and Clash is already being pushed further back. The cover of Funkers is there on Pixel. They have it as a bit of a roaming possibility of destruction. The swing-in comes from the Jackal, and that's obviously going to be fed to the waiting, pouncing Jaeger behind, but the concern is obviously the pinch. Panix is on white. We can see Astro inside Cigar too, so they're just going to have to pull back. Panix could move and try and catch somebody here, but with Dats being a little bit creative, this could be a huge strike. If they swing now, that's 1 and then potentially 2 on Funkers if timed well. Well, Funkers unfortunately pushes first, takes care of Astro, and that's obviously the Ash gone. That is your explosive charges gone, and it still seems like they're not fully aware. And there's the strike. Bout caught and turned, but isn't caught well enough. Panix gets 1. They're concerned about the jump out from the opposite sides. That was finally a kill locked off, and Clash now paying full heed and attention towards those windows.
Well, it's great that Panix managed to get the kill, because it was definitely a spur-of-the-moment decision. It definitely felt like, or at least one that he'd been waiting on, and knew that there was only such a small moment or window of opportunity. And you can see that MNM are moving further back, as Nath is not too far from Jonker, who will be losing some of that protection as the ADSs get burned out. In comes a nade, but it's far enough away that he won't be hurt too much, but you can tell that Gamma know exactly his location as he gets pinged out.
Swing and a rotate round. Lisa success there. The C4 kills Nath. Not 100% sure what happened there, and neither is Nath, as they're just looking at this moment. Maybe you just wanted to mess up your IGL stats, users. But either way, MNM, they take a round with the lock-off that they desperately needed. That's another. They've doubled their tally so far, and, well, that's still, unfortunately, the distance they are between losing this map too. We cannot forget how close Gamma are, and it's only really looking at offsites that we're going to start to potentially see big problems. Bar is, for a lot of teams and a lot of causes, a good place to go, where everybody knows your name, and everybody especially knows Goyo's name. A very familiar face who, as I said earlier on, you're probably going to see Carly brought to try and balance back against those shields, because she might be able to pop it. Oh, wait, what's that? Hey, Valkyrie.
Yeah, Goyo, he's a regular here at Cafe Dostoevsky, but not today. Apparently, changed his mind. It's because of Lockdown 2.0, I suspect. He doesn't want to go out.
He's quarantining.
Yeah.
He wants to go back to lands and mages, you know?
I was going to say the same thing. Like, he really wants to... He wants to go to lands next year, so he's being a stand-up citizen. Me too. Well, anyway, the point is he's not going to be here. He was an operator that we did see get utilized by Gamma when they were on the defense, if you remember that fun old half. Well, Eminem remember that fun old half. And actually, interestingly, Dats hasn't brought the C4 like we saw Deepak doing when he was playing Valkyrie. He's brought the shield instead. That means there's going to be 2 on the side of Eminem. We'll see where they get placed, I guess. I mean, most likely one of them is going to be on the pixel angle, but where the second one goes, I guess we'll find out.
To be honest, I kind of understand it with the Zephyr ban. I think it plays really, really well into the possibility of causing problems and destruction with those shields. I think we are in a game and a meta at the minute where the shields are trouble. And that's why it is the constant picking and the pairing of Zephyr and Ashe is generally to deal with the shield meta. The big problem that is someone who is a very good gunner can just swing out and pop out of any of those angles at any time. It's like mirror kind of science, where you see her, and seeing the mirror window is enough of a deterrent for a lot of teams, because you've either got to cost a drone to go around there and cost the intel, or you just got to try and hope, swing and catch them first before they catch you.
Yeah, I mean, I like what we're seeing Funkers do here with the shield in Freezer and having the wall open. I like to call it like a budget mirror window. Because, you know, you have the protection, you can see, but I guess you don't have enough protection. Leonsky says no, and I was going to say how the presence of that shield means it'd be harder for Gamma to take Piano for free, but maybe not so. Jonker is retaliating, but even so, that's a lot of the Overwatch that you would want in that part of the map being straight up removed.
Wow, a minute 45 and a very early kill and pick there. Jonker's at least able to shut down Panics too. That's obviously now the Hibana and the IQ gone, so the Valcams are going to be even more problematic than they were before. But hey, there's Yonker, Maestro, Alda, gone off the board. Big, big gun. We've seen have huge potential already for a lot of these teams across a lot of these maps, but also Cafe Dostoevsky, the top floor, where it can just brrr all the way across the top and make sure that no one really truly gets entry or purchase here, as they are desperately trying to dig their claws in and find their way through. Vaish swings towards the door, but all of them stacked up in a line where the trench is those shields down the middle.
There's still time. They've still got time to play with. Users is just looking for his opportunity, but he knows if he's too overzealous, he could get caught out here. He doesn't want to overstep his bounds. There goes the frag grenade, but is it going to harm him? Not enough to bring him down, as he only loses a tiny bit of HP, but he's still squished there into the corner of the washroom. That's not too far away, so that he could be there for any kind of refrag potential.
The worry now is this frag grenade bounces around. If it's cooked properly, it could catch users, but it isn't quite dug in, and Deepak is going to have to pull himself away. An unfortunate moment where it could have been a free kill, but Astro is looking for free real estate, doesn't quite find it. Nath locks it down, is able to do bits when he's not C4'd by his own team. Now, as Vice tries to fill in the gaps, unfortunately, Usus is still in there and gets the double. The man that tried to frag grenade him, well, he's sick of that game, and he's going to put him down from inside the bathroom. M&M find their second round on their defense, third round in a row, and only the 3 rounds that they've taken so far. But for the first time in a very long time, the gap between them and their opponents is less than the success that they've had so far.
Yeah, I mean, could this be the turning of the fates, or the turning of the tables, or the tables of the turning?
Like
as I always like to say. What?
This is the thing that turns on a table. You know what a lazy Susan is, right?
No.
You don't know what a lazy Susan is?
If I did, I would have said.
It's the big disc thing that you get at like restaurants, and it spins on a table.
Yeah, well, we've been through this. I've never worked in retail or service, so I don't know these kinds of little snippets of information.
I mean, it's just general intel. It's just general knowledge. I am never putting you on a pub quiz team.
all that semantic knowledge about what turns on tables.
Do you know who I'd want a pub quiz
say,
to? Jackie and Ace. I bet they would smash a pub quiz.
Well, I'm sorry that I'm not Jackie and Ace. I also
None of us
that.
are, and
I could see that.
Oh, they would.
Next time when next Insomnia.
Yeah, that's it. I need to know what they'd call their team. I would join that in a second.
Probably nothing we could say on broadcast. But you know who is turning on tables, as I originally said? MNM, who have had a decent half so far, despite the fact that we're only 2 rounds in. Gamma don't seem to have looked just yet like they were really that close to taking either of those last 2 rounds.
I think that's it as well, is obviously the big problems that we were going to see were on attack. There was no two ways about it, but Gamma were very good on their defense, and you, I guess, trying to translate how that would work when they went onto their attack with the limitations that were put forward and provided by them. Now we're starting to see some of that shake down, and now I guess we're going to see a kitchen hold, something that hasn't always been the best kind of setup and structure for MNM. They're looking at a potential hit and miss possibility here, and I guess it also buys a lot of time for this roam clear. Vaj peppers some bullets to see if anybody is playing on the top of red, but nobody is home. The drone is dancing around the lip to see if there's anybody that is curiously eyeing towards these hatches. There's always a concern of C4, which is why you try to long arm it as best as possible, but it doesn't seem like that is the game that wants to be played. The pings are fervent towards the possibility of someone being on white corridor. It's Fonkers who stepped up, but they're also aware of somebody playing towards red stairs. Dats and Fonkers are looking for a pinch here, but it's a very uncomfortable angle, and they're really just scratching at air right now.
Yeah, they knew that they could get sandwiched in that position, but luckily they've managed to survive it so far as Fonkers scurries downstairs. I was wondering if Deepek's drone was going to be in pursuit, but instead he's just helping Leonski drone out the very top, ensure that that's all clear. Remember, this is, of course, a kitchen defense, so they're going to be working their way methodically down as MNM have gradually made their way back towards the site. Gamma still have to expend this time to ensure that it's safe, and they're not going to get late flanked.
Panix keeps a long eye round, and you can hear the air jabs just kind of humming away. Dats dug in a little Harry Potter corner, is waiting to see if anybody swings around, but with Fonkers still causing problems in that bar area, it's just steady push. Same thing that we talked about on Gamma's defense here, is they weren't quite being caught. They're buying time and wasting it with their own game, but what I will say is MNM, the angles they're holding are much more aggressive. Oh no!
Oh,
what a situation happened there! Caught the C4! Jesus! Well, that was a moment.
Wow, I mean, that was very close. I was like, what even happened there? But so far, everyone remains standing, and they're probably going to feel the sweat dripping down their backs as they continue on with the rest of the round, 30 seconds of which is all that remains. And Gamma are going to have to continue to push down, or they could find themselves in a situation similar to what MNM did on their attack, but there's a C4 to open things up.
Astro goes down, and you lose, obviously, your Ash charges, but at this point, you're just trying to force your way into the site. Nate burning all the canisters under this hatch, which is their only route in right now, and it's going to cause a bit of a suffering as Uzus is able to get one. Leonski hopped on the cabinet, safe from the smoke, swings around and gets Uzus too, is caught sleeping. Yonka finds one on Deepek. The trades are coming through, takes back over Sinks and Coffee. And I guess drinks are on them as they find themselves now only 1 round behind Gamma.
Very, very close to evening things out. And Gamma Gaming, who back when they were Diffuse Kids in the last Challenger League, saw victory, they tasted it and had it wrenched away from them. And after a very enthralling and enthusiastic and optimistic start to the games today, they're probably starting to reminisce upon that feeling right now as they see what could have been a quick and easy map potentially slip through their fingers. Very close, actually, at the end. Well, was it? I was going to say very close because they nearly got the plant, but obviously there were still members of MNM all around, and it was Yonka to finally clean things up. But a lot of time was spent by Gamma away from the site. You know, that final period of time that you can actually jump down, go in for the plant, deal with those who are still on the site. There wasn't very much of that available to Gamma, and they didn't even have to worry about someone being in VIP because there wasn't anyone there. That was something that was different when the coin was flipped in terms of the halves, and yet Gamma still couldn't make it work.
Still seeing a pretty uncharacteristic quiet game from Nath. Was the top echelon player from this roster and pretty frequently the one that everybody could depend upon. Unfortunately, didn't quite show up in the previous day, but luckily Fonkers, well, had the aforementioned bonkers day and was unbelievable, unstoppable. And I can't even remember what he ended up on the plus, but when Eminem is making memes saying that it's all because of Fonkers and like 2 players and then using the poo emoji for their own players, an org that is always so loving and so giving, memeing on your own... So wholesome. Memeing on your own players like that, well, I guess it speaks truth. And so far, I think we're seeing, unfortunately, a similar continuation for Nath here. Hasn't quite had the big impact, but I guess it becomes the development and the argument of, well, with users being able to step up and start to put an even KD down, Fonkers, two players that have been a bit hit and miss throughout the season. Does he have to be the one that grabs the lapels of Eminem and forces the Molotovs through a little bit more of an extreme circumstance?
Man, Molotovs, is that what the next secondary gadget is in this game?
No, that's what they are. They're marshmallows and Molotovs.
Okay.
Eminem.
Oh, is that what it stands for?
Yeah.
Today I learned. Well, I don't know. Either way, that explains the logo.
What?
No,
the marshmallow on fire. Yeah. It all makes a little bit of sense now. Yes. That is, obviously, they're a roster that's been around the UK scene for a very long time. You always see them at the LANs.
Yeah.
Manchester and Leicester. Usually. I miss LANs.
Yeah, me too, man. Me too. Well, Eminem do as well, and that's why they're trying to call this back in their favor, so that maybe one day they can go to one representing the European League. As this is what this is for. Gamma really struggled before attacking, or so far have on all 3 rounds that have elapsed, but over half the round has been counted down, and they are still continuing on this way. Last time Eminem had a really strong presence up in Cocktail. Now Yonker and Fonkers are still up there, but there are still players downstairs as well. And I think Gamma's timing has been a huge problem for them, and that was very narrowly missed, but Yonker finally finishes it up as Deepak nearly got away with his life.
Yeah, that was like, oh, I'm lucky to survive that, and then just someone else just turns around the corner. It's like, uh-oh. Gets dropped, gets got by the Elder, and now there's only 40 seconds for them to get a hand onto the site itself. But Vice swings around, having a fantastic game, but uses blows up Leonski and takes them out of the equation. Dat suffers a huge amount of damage, but Panics is trying to offer a little bit of support to Akali that's creeping around the stairs. Still has to go and collect the diffuser, but with only 20 seconds, they seem to have opted for just kills, and now with Panics gone too, that's all they can really opt for. Mistimed, had the right idea. Unfortunately, was caught by the cruel mistress of timing.
I feel like I always gasp the most when I see a player like un-ADS when I know that there's someone right there. As an observer, you can see everyone on both sides, and as soon as someone puts their gun away or just looks away for a second and you know that they're gonna get got, those are the moments that always hurt the most. And now, things evened up as far as scoreline goes, and Gamma are suddenly looking at this game and thinking, hold on, what just happened?
Oh, it's going to be a heck of a desk between Hap and Dez. Whatever the result is.
They're going to mud wrestle.
Whoa. With Mila? Okay, maybe. Whatever happens now throughout the rest of this game, obviously... You can cite however many things about Cafe being a heavy defender team. You can cite both of these teams being great tactical defensive teams. For me, I know I've said it a few times, chat, but it's such a big tactical game between these guys. I honestly think Zafir being removed has caused and accosted such a big problem, because look at all the timings of the pushes. No team, when they're able to push, has been, I think, above the 30-second mark. All of it has been very low, which is... generally seen a lot in the meta. It was the kind of, I would say, the toughest and stickiest point of this meta was a consistency of pushes around that time.
I mean, especially with Sans Zafir right now.
Yeah, that's it. We had that at the lowest point, and then people brought Zafir and Ash as a duo every single time, and that added a little bit of pace back. And you look at pace players across these two teams. You look at people like Usus, you look at people like Nath, who can throw themselves in with quite pacey aggression, obviously, across the board, and Gamma, generally all of them have that. I don't know how Sternab keeps them all within the map for most of the time, but you look at the roster, you look at how it's built here, and I think it's taken both teams back, unfortunately, to a slower, stickier, more muddy meta that they haven't really been able to get a proper handle onto these attacks. Again, really late. The only times we really see it thrown through, you look at dropping into kitchen, it's been heavy guarded, still utility everywhere. You look at the times that they've just charged across the top floor, it's always still utility. They've never had true control of the site. And, well, I think this Zofia ban, it was a bold move, knowing they were starting on their attacks. But if it pays off, it was a, it was a Tom Cruise kind of move.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's exactly what I was thinking is, they took the risk. They went on the attack first. They knew that it was going to hurt them, and they shot themselves in the foot, knowing that they would still be able to run faster when it came to it. And it looks like it is paying off so far. It's hurting Gamma more than it hurt MNM, or at least it will be if the scoreline ends up telling that kind of story, which right now Gamma are at a severe risk of things going that way.
Well, Deepak with the buck is looking to try and skeleton key his way through this top hold. There is a couple of bodies that are just adrift so far. Buck can be a bit of a beast here, and I like the adaptation. For the first time, we're seeing this Eastern front. It's not massively and commonly played in terms of the push. It's a little bit uncomfortable. You don't quite have the angles and the comfort you have on the opposite side, where you have a little bit of a buffer. You obviously have the hatch on top of red stairs. You have the ability to swing around Cigar. You have breathing room. Here, it is all or nothing. Wing or swing or be swung, really. And to be honest, I think this is a right adaptation for Gamma. I think if they can pull some of these firefights, they'll take it just by brute force, which goes against the sticky meta and sticky problems.
Oh, they're going to have to be. That's so narrow. Deepak has got just a sliver of health remaining, and Astro taking the position to watch out onto the stairs as he sends in one of the breach charges. But once again, we're finding ourselves in that place where we're narrowing onto the final 30 seconds, and still this final push is yet to be made. Dats is down below. He isn't cleared out. He could still be... Did he bring a shield or did he bring a C4 this time? What is it he's got in? Okay, so there's no C4 that he can be playing down from below, but there's the final kill there onto Deepak. The shotgun manages to get rid of him, and Astro following as well.
Well, now it came down to swing or be swung, but the canisters were there, popping in perfect timing to stop it. There's the last body by the long desk. The bar is closed, at least at this time around. And, well, MNM 5-0 to 6-5. You are really living in UK fashion and EU fashion right now by going for this troublesome reverse sweep. They're opening...
It makes me nervous.
Are you going to say because all chat's open?
No, not because of that. It just makes me nervous how it's like a pendulum, the way the scoreline's going.
Yeah. For me, seeing an all chat open in a UK game is one thing, but also in a Gamma gaming game when it's clutch point.
Yes. I feel the same way.
It happened to Homeless the other day when they were up against them, and I think Ara said you really got to win those, and things went wrong.
I mean, you do really got to win those.
I guess the lessons are going to be learnt right here. Obviously, it's the first map of 3, but this is MNM's map. So Gamma, they've obviously put up a great fight, and it's not over yet. We're obviously talking about this because we've seen a fantastic swing back from MNM. They just have to tie one more Kitchen in, and well, last time we saw Kitchen, again, it was scrappy. Sure, Usus almost catching the approach onto the hatch. Probably not going to be able to play that position again.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen again.
No.
That was an interesting one. But what was also interesting, again, was the fact that it's that same pattern, right? As the Gamma spent a significant amount of time ensuring that both of those top floors had been cleared. They didn't make it work at the end. They had to jump down. They didn't have the same issue that MNM had on their attack, where there was a player present in VIP. There was not, but there was just too much of a presence that was actually in on the site, and Yonka cleared everything up. Now, okay!
So users found a new...
what?
Ash? Halloween's over, Ash. Halloween is over. That's dramatic.
Oh my god, she's been necromanced.
That's like a YouTuber's thumbnail. Well,
yeah,
okay.
Wait, someone screenshot it. Someone's going to want to use that.
Fresh positioning we find ourselves in, and Yuzus, well, it's rewarded you with the perfect boon. A double C4 kill. You have been consistent with C4. Sometimes we see this as a little bit of a problem on this map, especially as C4s aren't quite hitting the mark for a lot of teams. I think that's his 4th C4 kill across this defensive half, and what a time to pop the dub. You look at who's gone, you've lost Panics on the IQ, so those Valk cams, they're going to be much obviously tougher to dig in on the map that is pretty heavily reliant upon this intel. You've also lost Astro on the Ash. That's so much of this possibility of the range of shields, and oh, the worry of maybe that there. They can't quite blow the Ash charge to be able to dig this. They're going to have to cook a grenade if they want to get rid of this claw, which is going to make things much tougher, much trickier. Going to bounce it along the top, and that'll catch it. But obviously, it's a dangerous game and a big waste of such a deadly utility.
Yeah, you still ultimately only got 3 players remaining, and they're once again electrified, so that's another problem. You can't get the X-Kyro straight onto the hatch. And Jonka, he's just below as well, so if they do eventually get the opportunity to make that push, well, good luck to you, because you've got a lot of sharks waiting for you down in the pool below. Finally, they're going to begin to get the hatch open. With just under a minute remaining, Gamma Gaming have just got to hope they can stay alive enough to even attempt to put up this fight as they move below.
Well, they know Pace has to be the master of their own kind of possibilities and chance and hope here as they swing around and make sure that Sync is clear, the place where they want to dig themselves in to get this diffuser down as they did before. But the concern is Coffee as they pepper bullets towards the chassis and see if they can get the man that's hanging around just beside it. The standard hold here is done around the corner. Deepak wants to open up an angle to make sure he can move through smoothly, but he knows with the risk of timing and the mistress that it is going to make them suffer. As soon as he tries to open it with a skeleton key, he's going to get got. Yuzus in the meantime finds his 3rd for the round, but Deepak pushes aggro and at least drops Melusi. With only 10 seconds though, it's kind of a little bit of an exit frag. They push their way into sight, and Leonski finds Nath as well, hops over, but unfortunately the round is hopped over too. Well, it was gonna be tough to come back from a 5-1, so why not thread 7 rounds in a row?
Oh, just absolutely brutal, and M&M showing that they are still very much in this series after what seemed like a difficult beginnings. Gamma would have been counting their blessings the way that things kicked off at the start, but alas, it didn't work out in their favor. But Fluke, this is a best of 3. We've still got more games to go before we know who's going to be making it into the grand final.
And I think that's the thing about it as well. Obviously, that was M&M's map, and they played their game with the bans. They were in a situation as well where Gamma didn't have great times on that map before, but stepped up. Yeah, okay, it was a sweep, but at the same time, they had to build themselves up into that position. We'll take a quick ad break and see what happened. Des are going to talk about, because it's going to be hilarious after these.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the show. And you know what? Let's just put it out there. You got to be molding after losing 5-0 advantages.
You used the wrong quote. You really got a Windows is the quote here, Milos.
What is it? You got to be...
You really got a Windows. You really got a Windows.
No. They did not win anything. Oh my God, I cannot believe it.
You miss it. You miss it.
From
Never mind.
Season 11 when they threw it
over you.
Yeah. Well... I'm getting old, Hap. Okay, you know what?
He wasn't there, Hap. He wasn't there.
What do you mean? I know the joke. I said it 17
joke,
times.
But he just doesn't get it now.
I don't know why you would be saying it today.
I like Milos's line of thinking. I like the words like molding, festering.
You gotta be, man.
All these power words that you can use.
You know all about losing.
Oh, hell I do. Imagine having a 5-0 lead and losing 7-5, by the way.
It's nothing uncommon for this team, to be honest.
Okay, Hap, you're going to lose all support for the Benelux region, but go ahead.
I mean, I'm a big fan of these boys, and I really like them, but they often seem to be choking in, like, positions where they shouldn't choke, and that's when we say you really get a Windows. But hey, it is only map 1. It was Cafe that they lost 7-1 the last time around, so there's some improvement there. Not that it matters, because you're still a map behind, but...
First,
still some
we said it started off 5-0, right? So Hap, can you guide us through what Gamma were doing right on their defense before things went to hell and back?
They were really good at shutting down the after plan of MNM quite quickly, because time and time again they managed to get that plant down, I believe like 3 times in those first 5 rounds, and time again they just managed to respond straight away and shut them down and take the cover up and manage to defuse. Only in the last round they weren't able to shut down the after plan, and sometimes it was with the help of Frost where the diffuser got stuck in the mat when they really needed to plant, and some other times it was just step on the desk with like 2 people, make sure you're going to be able to take the gunfight on the person's skylight whilst the other diffuser. So they did that really well, but then the attacks were like, where did they start? They had no clue where to go from, where to attack from, and they were being shut down wherever they went, really.
Is this defense side of the map did it play for both of these teams in this way?
I mean, normally no. Like, MNM are a team that with the members they've got, I would regard as a decent attacking team. Like, not anything special, but a team that can attack. And yet across the whole map between both of these teams that we've kind of praised for being very strategical in their approach, they only take 1 attacking win each. Well, not each, sorry. There's 1 between both teams. That's a problem. And MNM on the attack, I was really confused in the 1 round when they dropped the smoke inside a bar on the top floor, charging for a plant, and Avice just jumps over one of the smaller bars and kills 2 people. And I was like, where were the drones for this? There's no Mute on side. There's no Mozzie. Like, you must have known he was there. But they don't clear out these crucial members before they were executing. And I was ready to be sat here at, like, a 7-1 loss for MNM and just being like, man, these boys are throwing it away today. It's done. And then it turns out, actually, MNM aren't the greatest throwers in history. Oh, Gamma Hat. It was really unlucky, I guess.
Did they do it on purpose? Look, you know what? I'm just sold on this right now. This is the idea I'm going to keep championing today. MNM lost the first 5 rounds on purpose so they could play this comeback just to insult him.
I mean,
somehow no.
I would always say with Gamma, if you throw it in the first map, then at least you have that out of the way and you can go full force in the next 2. Like,
okay, what's the preparation for next map then? Because we look at the map bands, we can kind of get a clear idea of where these teams are going for. There you go. Consulate is our next map. We played Cafe first. We're gonna go to Theme Park, potentially perhaps as map 3. This is Gamma's pick. What's their feel going into this from your point of view, Hap, having followed Gamma for the past 5 years?
They have to reset, like realize that it was, again, a mistake here, an unfortunate series of events on Cafe, like we've had in the last match they had as well. They lost 7-1 there, and they were able to perfectly turn themselves around and follow it up with a 7-0. So if they're going to be able to make that same mental switch happen, they're going to be able to take a win here. So that's something to keep in mind. They have come from worse losses than this, and they were able to turn it around. So they have that mental fortitude. They just need to show it here today as well, and Deepak needs to wake up.
That's one way of putting it. I think for MNM, like, if you're drinking back into Nationals to go and find out when these boys last played this map, is there really much point? Like, probably not. It's a whole different ball game now they're at this level of play. We did see Gamma win this twice during the group stage against Matchco and Team Fedora, so there's something to going for them there, I think it's fair to say. But I think coming up against MNM, and I know I keep on harking back to the crazy days back when they were, as they were known back in Challenger League Season 11, Consulate was their map. They were one of the best at coordinated assaults coming in towards Yellow Stairs, for example. So I think coming into this, you're going to a map that historically a few of these members are comfortable on. Have they practiced it much lately? We don't know. I don't think this is a particularly weak map for MNM. I think they can take it 2-0 right here.
I wonder what sort of operators then Gamma need to remove. Do you guys know who's starting on which side for this one, by the way? I have not.
Oh, that's a hard call, actually. I haven't checked the map, Ben.
Yeah.
Admin?
What's that?
Can you let us know, admin, who's starting on which side?
Oh, they sent me the link earlier. We can find it. We can dig. We need to find it before they do. Oh.
M&M defense.
Okay.
Gamma attack. There it is. All right, so M&M on defense. We saw how much of an effect defense has had as a start overall in Challenger League. This is something that changes from region to region and in different tiers of play. So I wonder how it's going to play into this. Do you think we'd see like M&M going away from that top floor defense, just going down to lobby, going down to garage, playing server, maybe something to throw, a wrench into Gamma's preparation?
Quite possibly to kick things off, but I think the biggest thing with this map that I'm not so much concerned about, but I'm wary of, is it is a attacker-friendly map. Like Coastline, there's very, very close proximity to the site. You haven't got to worry about getting caught up in fights all around the map for the most part. It is a direct access to site kind of map, unless you're looking at, say, Teller's Archives. I think it's going to remove the craziness that attackers had on Cafe. You are going to see attacking rounds taken here. And from what I recall of seeing Gamma play on this map, I believe against Matchco as the game that I watched back, they play as a very good cohesive unit on attack. You won't see Astro charging ahead and trying to be troublemaker on Ash. They'll always have drones at his feet. They're always looking to pick off these stragglers on the other side. So this is going to come a bit down more to the gun skill, but also down to whether or not M&M can break apart this cohesive unit of Gamma. That's what I'm quite keen to see when Gamma go on attack.
How cohesive can they be? You need Deepak to push you forward. This is something Gamma have championed as the spearhead of their squad for the past few years. How do you wake Big T up?
Gotta make his, gotta give him some hype, Big ET coming up, or Boomon, as he likes to call himself, as he's wearing like a weird hat right now with like his turtleneck.
What has Anthony done to people in the region?
I don't know. I honestly don't know. Anthony's a bad influence on some of these people, so you better stop what he's doing right now, because otherwise, actually, I blame this loss on Easy because he wanted to make a meme about it, and they lost it because of that. So it's not Anthony this time. It's Stefan who did it to you, Benelux. Make sure that you tell him, because he's letting you all down. Twitter. Yeah.
Would like to remind everybody, by the way, that drops are enabled. Of course, the major was scheduled.
Charms.
Exactly. The Dutch Tulip is on. It's all about watching as much as possible. You can find all that information on the UB blog, the Rainbow Six blog. But it was all on for the Brazil finals that we had only a few days ago. And over the weekend, and now we're gonna have it on for EU, basically. So come on in. I see there's 17,000 people that are watching, at least on one part. If you count the total, it's gonna be more. But yeah, not too shabby. Tell everybody to come in and watch, because this is not about us. This is about these teams. This is about EU Challenger League, the rising stars of Europe. These people went through to qualify through the Challenger League and Open qualifiers, or they went through their national tournaments, qualified into national tournaments, won their national tournaments to get to where they are today. They can make it into the top two, and then if they're in the top two and you win the whole thing, then you're immediately in the EU League, and if you're number two, you get to fight to make it through against Rogue. A lot on the line for a lot of these teams. Happy you talked about the amount of money that's also on the line. This is life-changing for teams, for squads as a whole, but also for individuals. And there's definitely some individuals that shined very brightly throughout the CL season that I hope to see very soon playing in EU League in some way, shape, and form. Very quickly before we toss it into the game, because we have a tiny bit more time left before players all reconnect in, highlight players for this series. I mentioned Deepak, but what else? Who else can we talk about here? I'll start with the M&M very quickly, Des.
Well, for me, Users has been really big in that last game. I think for a player that historically has been slightly quieter than players like Nathan or Fonkers in their last best of three, seeing him really pull out the guns was pretty big for them. Really happy to see what he was delivering. This next game could be down to him again. It could be down to someone else. It really depends if it's a buy map thing or if it's a buy series thing. We'll find out, but I'm looking towards those three names in this next match.
Dan?
Vijay has often been considered the second best player in the Benelux, and he really showed up here right now instead of Deepak, so I'm hoping that both of them will be enabled. And otherwise, Panix seems to be doing quite well as well, so I'm hoping that he's going to be able to make a change as well.
All right, that is the perfect moment. All 10 players have just joined. Everything is connected. Our lobby is ready. So why don't we just toss it over to our casters? Map 2, it might just be the last one for this evening. A final one in the semifinals. Who knows? Maybe we'll go to theme park. That's what I'm hoping for. Consulate kicks off. It's UK Massive versus Dutch Boys. M&M versus Gamma Gaming. Onto our casters. Enjoy.
Welcome back. Welcome. As we head towards our second map, as Milos said, this could be the last of the evening. It's down to Gamma to prove that they can fight against the apparently unwielding, unrelenting might of UK Massive.
Just digging it in there, Fleet. Like, just remember that if you go down, it's the British who did it.
I'm just painting a picture. It's my job. Okay. Just painting a scene that currently... Hey, well,
you are the daughter of like 2 artists.
They took out the French. So... A lot of artists, and I cannot draw.
A lot. How many parents do you have?
2.
So when I said you're the daughter of 2 artists,
I can't count very high.
Right. Okay. I see how it is. But yes, we are in our second map, which may end up being the last, depending on the performance of these 2 teams. And to kick things off here in the ban phase, it's going to be Nomad, the first to be going.
Controlling this space is going to be a big problem. It's always the breakdown of obviously Consulate and the aggression that it can offer. Get those bans away from here. Those are the old bans. Unless you're just predicting things, but you're wrong. Thatcher and Nomad are going to be joined. Thank you. I feel bad now. I was like, get away, and they actually did. I'm sorry, production. You guys are great.
Are you talking to production?
Yeah, did you just not see that they flashed up the wrong bands there for a second?
Oh, I did not, in fact, see that.
Glad you're watching.
It's because I'm writing down... I'm always writing so much stuff, especially at the start of the game, so... Regardless, Thatcher and Valkyrie joining in the fray. So far, this is pretty standard for what you may expect to see on Consulate. As you alluded to at the beginning, Nomad, you can control... the spaces very well, particularly on this map where it's very long and narrow, and it's quite hard to evade those air jabs, which may be in avenues that are particularly poignant and important for when you want to be making rotations. Valkyrie, because this is a map notorious for its jump outs and run outs because of the number of windows. So if you can deny the opportunity to use those cameras outside, that's particularly important. Wamai is obviously a really big popular option right now, as is Thatcher. So all in all, nothing too exciting or spicy in the ban phase.
What we do get that might offer a little bit of spice is Vaish bringing Lion, a big fan of hefty DMRs.
A spice.
a spice we get from Vaish. As Hap said, really obviously lit up before, was a player who was the kind of metal that was otherwise falling to bits around Gamma, and here I guess is going to be the driving force behind that too. Hid the E1Ds and decided to play it with a little bit more surprise. Deepak instantly onto the beloved Zofia, who is allowed through into this game, wasting no time in locking that down.
Yeah, he's like, I'm sorry, my darling, I'll never leave you again.
I'm sorry.
Please don't leave me.
It wasn't me, it was you. No, it was someone else.
Blame the British.
It was the British, the danged British, that stopped Zofia, who is my favourite voice line in the whole game.
Oh no, I hate her. What is it? Hello there, voice line,
that's my
or whatever
favorite
it is.
because she sounds like
hate it.
She sounds like Shrek. If you listen to her,
Polish Shrek.
When she shouts, if you ever hear it, if you hear her go hello there, it just sounds like Shrek.
I hate it. I play Zofia so much, and I honestly kind of want to turn off voice lines just because I hate that line so much.
Well,
but regardless,
you could do what a couple of players do, where they put the Japanese voice lines on. You weeb. Now, as we start to see the approach here across the top floor, they're looking to see if they can get the angles down and connect. The concern of Consulate, if you were to write it down in etched blood, is hop-outs, windows, and, well, the aforementioned troubles that these 4 sides can offer. The rectangle is the only map that on the top view is completely encompassed in the lockdown from the observers, and it's one of those things where it leads well into aggressive teams. They love to hop in, hop out, as we've already seen, and Dats is able to put some bodies back in. The second E1D goes off, as do a lot of drones, but there's no quick reaction to it. Nafe is the one that suffers, but again, it's all, as I said, external fights. The windows are the first battlefield, and Vaish starts to take one, and Astro suffers here, or makes Dat suffer even.
Yeah, Dats ran straight into that one. Astro could catch another. He does. That's Useless to go down. And now it's just Yonka remaining. He's going to be experiencing some harm. He gets 1 kill, but it'll be Panics to finish him off. And what didn't even feel like a fully fleshed out round is over in some time. There was a record compared to what we saw on Cafe.
Yeah, I guess if we're going to look at how things broke down before... well, it was very long. It was very long-winded firefights and everything burst down in the final 30 seconds. Here, there was only ever really 2 of the attackers inside the building, full stop, and they won the round with a huge amount of time left. Consulate.
Well, I was just going to be like, you know, once Deepak went down, I was thinking... Okay, so the Sophia's gone down. You might find it harder to take meeting. You know, you might have to rely on the Astra if you're going to use nades from the sled. And then as I was thinking it, they're all dead.
Yeah, Windows. Hey,
like, they're all dead.
Consulate, stay away from the windows. That's the true Halloween horror story.
It's really hard to do that because there are so many.
Yeah, it's a huge map and a huge problem. That's why you always see Valkyrie banned. Obviously, both teams were very good for using Valkyrie before in Cafe, but also it locks down that control. Now, I'm curious to see the extensions that might get played towards the rest of this map. It becomes a great one for roam possibility too. Talented roamers can really run rings around kind of spacious attackers in this play space. The hatches lead and bleed perfectly throughout each other as you fall all the way to the floor. It allows you to be a little bit aggro, a little bit kind of creative, and a little bit loose with how you want to approach your roam game. And if it is kind of structured and suffered by a decent attack, well, sometimes you'll just fall through a hatch and get instantly caught out. It becomes a little bit of a death drop, but is in no way as stylish.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking of hatches, you can tell that M&M are looking to utilize them for themselves here. They've left the meeting hatch open, so there might be someone upstairs looking to play around there. And they also have, there we go, Dats upstairs, but he's going to jump down Spiral. They also have the hatch here in the public bathroom open as well, so that as soon as Usus needs an out, if he gets found in there, he can just head straight back into the side and not be entombed and trapped within his own death. So it's definitely something that becomes very useful, particularly when defending down here in the basement. Gamma so far are being a lot more slow and cautious on their attack than we saw on the last round.
Yeah, they haven't been able to catch everybody as quickly as they did before, but it's the difference between this beastly Bastion on the basement against CEO, which becomes a very aggressive kind of stockholders meeting of who's got stock of blood. Nobody by the 2-minute mark. Now, as we start to see Astro peppering some bullets towards lobby to see if he can catch either the body that is inside the bathroom that is actually, I think, might have just slinked out and got themselves into antechamber. No, they still stayed stuck in there. The pings come out from the E1D as Astro creeps in, tries to get whoever might have been in anti and gets stuck on the table, hops around and tries to pop up and down to catch somebody, but 2 kills fall in the way of Gamma, and that Lion is going to cause so many problems.
Yeah, it feels that way. Nafe is just tentatively looking up through the ceiling, but Astro's nearing in on Usus. If he catches him out before he has the opportunity to rotate down, that's going to leave the defense of M&M significantly weakened down on the site. But it looks like for now, he's going to be left alone as Gamma start to turn their attention all the way downstairs. That could give Usus some opportunity to potentially get some kind of late flank if he's not caught out.
Really clever timing there as they popped the Ash Charge on the back of the wall at the same time as doing the E1D. Sure, Astro took a huge amount of damage, but there was nowhere for the body to go inside the bathroom, and they were very quickly closed down upon. Looking to try and trade back up through the hatch as Nate creeps his way. There's another call, there's another drone, there's another problem, and there's another member of Gamma as they hop over the black car, and now it is just Yonka yet again. The last one standing, but a flawless is all that is standing after that round. Gamma, they ain't messing around.
No, I mean, only so much you can do there if you're MNM and you know that you're significantly weakened and everyone's coming in at you from all sides. And what's nice and encouraging about this is the fact that it was the attack that Gamma struggled on in the last map. And yes, circumstances have changed. This is now Gamma's map. This is where you would expect them to do better. But if MNM have had a track record of not showing up quite as much on their own attacks, then after a weaker defensive half, what expectations do we have for them going into the next? Now, we're still very early in the map, of course, and there's time for things to change, and there's time for our expectations and our ideas and our hopes to be shaped throughout the course of this game. But the point still stands as something that's already on my mind.
Well, back down to the basement is the course, and to be honest, although they were looking at it flawless, I think they have the possibility of more control. The E1D has been exceptional, as has Avice, who has had such a kind of tour de force day so far. And yeah, okay, Gamma, they're a map down, but you look at how much anger and how much pace they're putting into these past 2 rounds, they're going to keep trying to step it up. It's also a problem that you learn, though. Dealing with a Lion comes with a bit of practice positioning. They know that users is probably going to be put under the same pressure they were before, and they know that it's going to be the constant force that they have to shake their way through. And it's a lot easier for teams that are in the know to be able to deal with that when they're on that basement site than when they're on something where there is the competition of those windows that CEO offers and the quick pace and swing possibility of a team like Gamma that is firing on all guns right now. Fonkers is doubling up on the top floor with Yonka not too far away down, and Dats playing by the vending machine, swung to a window, but nobody is watching right now as they still steadily just try and look like they collapse towards admin. Seems to be the potential next step.
I think there's a chance that this could go differently if Fonkers doesn't find himself going down early, because his presence out on the field could be incredibly valuable. He's flirting with the idea of dropping down the hatch, just wants to be sure no one is at the top of Visa stairs just yet as Astro begins to move in. Panic's on the other side of the map too. There's the E1D. It doesn't give away anything, at least not on the top floor, and Fonkers does get stunned out, but he's still holding steady.
Well, they're going for a big rotation now, and that's the thing that we talked about on this map and what it can offer is the ability to move and manipulate play space, head back up and cause problems. Leonski was waiting for the movement down, but Funker says he's not done on the top floor, wants to try and cause more problems and put more pressure. Minute 30 is generally all that's left, and Gamma have only really half shepherded, with Funker still being a bit of a loose cannon. It's going to just cause potential problems later on down the line.
All the players still standing, over half the round down, and it feels like so far every single round here is looking more and more different as Gamma are more methodically pushing their way in. Now, Users is going to be feeling the pressure once again as the wall in Bathroom has been opened, and he's still hanging around, but as the frag and the flash come in, he's actually going to be going for these kills. He gets one, throws out the C4, but he dies for his efforts, and it shouldn't be too hard for Panics to get rezzed.
That's it, more kills, more pulses, and Panics, as you said, is in the position where he can still get picked up. They've now just got to try and capitalize and collapse down on what they've got so far, but they forgot about Fonkers. And you can never forget about Fonkers. He swings around and gets Panics and puts him down. That's the sledge gun and the frag grenades too. They still have the ability to call for more E1D trouble, but Leonski's just going to swing onto Nafe in the meantime, leaving just Yonker alone on the site. Has some pings and some intel, but unfortunately it gets you nowhere as Leonski's already crept in to Fonkers. Creeps around the back stairs and doesn't even catch Avice, who was waiting, watching, and Gamma yet again just lock M&M out of their own sight.
They're putting them in these positions where, you know, what's so difficult about the basement of this site is there's so many different ways in. You have generally players who are going to be pushing onto the breach, players pushing down yellow stairs. If you've taken kitchen control, then you'll have a player in there, maybe in security. You might have one in the back corridor. And the problem is when you're in a position like specifically what Yonka was in there, where he was pushed up towards pipes, is what do? You can either try and look out towards the breach. He knew that there was a player who was over towards yellow stairs. He got caught out from someone who was in kitchen. He can't hold all of those angles himself, which is why it is a risk to hold on in the way that M&M are doing so far. For example, I want to bring up what Users was doing, where he was in the public bathroom. A lot of teams will play it safe, and they will will, you know, I suppose ensnare and allure in the attacking team to opening it up and droning out throughout there. They need to ensure it's clear, but they'll make sure that they're out of there as quick as possible to ensure that they survive that. Users didn't do that. He said, I'm going to go for a kill and I will throw out the C4, and that is incredibly ballsy, and it didn't pay off. And it meant that later on in the round, you put those anchors in a position where they can't look after themselves. They are really in a risky position, and they are just hoping the luck is on their side. And it wasn't, and it hasn't been for the last 3 rounds.
Gonna try and obviously adapt, overcome, and set themselves up for a lobby hold instead. And, well, I guess you said you try and learn the Lion problem. Unfortunately, the claws are still as sharp as they seemingly ever were. So adapt and see if you can, I guess, alter what you do. 2 drones.
Yeah, 2 drones.
Yeah, 1 on either window. A bit of a misplay there on utility, and Fonkers is fed 2 big bits as it keeps himself in stern control here of admin. There is another drone. There is a heavy utility game coming in from Gamma. We've always talked about how they are quite a good, deep, tactile team, and we're seeing it from their drones. They have been consistently getting control of the spaces they want to.
Actually, you know, Gamma are just going in for a different approach here. They've decided to give up on the admin side take. I guess when you lose the drones like that, you just kind of got to accept that that's the way it's going to be. Nath down present in where you see a lot of smokes playing, and that is once again the bathroom. But Gamma are still going to have to deal with the players who are upstairs.
Well, I think that's the worry in the lockdown. Here comes the first pulse of the E1D as they try and burn towards Nath and apply the pressure there. The shield gets popped, but so does a Vaish. No, it was the Maestro cam, actually, that was popped at the back of lobby. They lose their eye in the slight sky as they're able to, I guess, take care of the worry of reverse intel. The concern is the hop outs and the jump outs now. Again, big flat face, big flat problems that come here. You don't have the Nomad to lock it off, and they're not going to bring anything otherwise to have it apart from just keeping a keen eye and a gun on it.
Yeah, I mean, I was actually just thinking, right when you were saying that, Deepak still had the Claymore in pocket. I think what he just did was go and run over to place the Claymore, because he doesn't have it anymore. And you could tell that they had attention facing over towards the Visa door. There's a nice kill from Fonkers onto Astro, but Gamma are just going to push in.
Leonski's dug in. He's trying to get the diffuser down as a bit of surprise. Panics is keeping a very panicked eye across all the backside and is able to catch Dat. Usus goes down too. There's one more. Fonkers caught out by Panics, and they've somehow stuck the plant in. Nath is able to at least get Leonski. It's Deepak and Panics now that are rotating round to get themselves in a bit of support, but there's the catch. Below, Yonka taken out by Panics on the spiral stairs, who's able to almost find his 3rd. Nath shuts it down, looks for the last. It's a 1 versus 1 battle, and Panics does not have to hang around, leaves a little bit of a martyrdom trail there to catch anyone that gets a bit too close, but the hop down has come. There's the pop of the canister. Not sure if that was on the door or not, but the Maestro's gone. Gonna try and stick it. No, hops up and
Panics!
No! 4K for Panics there, who was the anchor, the hold, and sure, his eyes were flickering and flying around as they panically put the diffuser down, but the man was cool as ice when he needed to be.
Panics surfing the seas of momentum that Gamma have laid out so far in this game, something that, as one of the most criticized players in EU, he's probably been looking for that for so long, to be able to have his moment to turn around and say, no, I'm going to show you what I can do. And I have to say, despite the fact that Gamma didn't take the last map, he's still been showing these flashes of brilliance and these really nice Edward Cullen style sparkles in the sun that he could be showing off. And that was definitely a round that exemplified that. So wonderful to see, but not so much for MNM, who now find themselves even further on the back foot, something which they've experienced already in this series so far.
You know, I never watched those films.
What, Twilight? I thought you loved really like bad movies.
I do, but I like bad movies that are
meant to be bad.
Yeah, like B movies.
Yeah, I agree.
There's a whole other thing. Look at that. Look at the play there, and you know, obviously that kill there on Fonkers was pitch perfect. That was the moment of the round, and you saw him not 100% sure where to look just before that kicked in, but the placement, the positioning, and where he needed to be in the pre-fire, it was very, very well done there. And Obviously, we didn't get a full eye on where the drones and the intel were coming from, but it would not surprise me, even, if it was built from the pre-placed drones and the play that Gamma has done before, because so far, we're seeing the Mozzie picked to try and counter what is an exceptional game from Gamma, which is their drone game, which is their intel game. And here, even with the Mozzie, they're still continually getting themselves in with the eyes and angles and ideas that they need to formulate these plants and plays. It was a rush, it was a Hail Mary, but it was in a way calculated. They knew the pocket of space they had, and they took it perfectly.
Really nice to see this from Gamma, who obviously will have been feeling the sting of the loss of the first map, knowing that for so long it was going in their favor, and knowing everything that's riding on this game. Now they want to be careful to avoid the pests, but Astro doesn't quite manage it. They've been losing a lot of drones to pests. You have to give credit to MNM for that at the very least.
But I think they just burnt it. They were like, getting our drone in is more important, so let's just throw one through, get an eye, and get an idea from that point onwards. And
still tried to jump over it.
It gave it a go, but at that point, I think you're just looking at, okay, well, kind of acceptable losses. And here's they pop a flash. The first one, unfortunately, falls through the hatch, so they wouldn't get anybody that's inside. There's the E1D, and there is an unfortunate, well, worry of an ash canister that gets caught in a window frame that didn't really exist.
Yeah, I was like, just chilling in the sky like Ash earlier.
Yeah.
That's a nice opening of the reinforced wall that you have in connector. That gives a line of sight through into meeting, but already it's going to be that's the first to go down, and constant backwards and forwards here, leaving it in a 3 versus 2.
Now then, hiding in the smoke, but the diffuser isn't. Leonski dropped, and this is the best position that we've seen MNM in for a very long time. The cooked frag grenade goes a little bit short, unfortunately, and there's still E1D on the board, but that was the last one. Now they have a minute to play just on the intel that they've already got. Nathan User slightly separated the UK roster with the 2 UK defenders still on the board in a situation of trying to get a little bit of control back into their hands. Panics, the man of the moment of the last round, is still on the board too. Yes, he doesn't usually pop off in the same level, but at the same time, we know what he's capable of on the previous round. Unfortunately, the idea of the pre-played grenade there didn't quite lead to success.
Naif just trying to be cautious here. He drops down. He knows that he could catch out Panics, who is just further up the yellow stairs than him, and won't be able to catch him out through those holes. But now he knows where his enemy is, and he catches him out himself. That leaves just one player. It's Usus remaining on MNM. You said this was the best position that MNM looked like they were in, and Gamma still took it away from them.
It was well played, I think, from Gamma, but also these little moments, these little trades, they're not going the same way.
Look at chat.
Yep. There. They know the 5-0. This is Gamma. Is they're already memeing on their failures in this series. This very important series that can dictate their jobs, their lives, and their careers for the next year. But you got a meme, you know?
Yeah, I mean, this is what happens when you have Benelux team come up against a UK team. What do you expect the communications to be like?
Sternab driven.
I don't want to think about what that could entail.
Or is Sterny NA now? I don't know if he's
Wait, is Sterny NA now?
Yeah, well, I don't know if he's been kicked out of the UK Massive again. It's a constant back and forth of whether he's ours or whether he's left us for an A.
It's like when two parents decide they don't want the kid.
Wow. No, because NA love him.
They're just trying to par him off.
No, NA love a cheeky bit of Sternab. We all love a cheeky bit of Sternab. And MNM, well, you probably want to have a cheeky bit of a chance at pulling some rounds here. It's not gone well, it's fair to say. Gamma, they have a good Consulate game, and you know what? They also have a good defensive half on Consulate too. It's not just their build and love of Avaish with that line, which, as I said, is a pretty consistent key towards their pushes, and something where it's been just a well-timed problem. Often you'll see teams bring a Lion, and they don't run it too often, and they'll kind of mistime their pushes. Here, it is a perfect 3-2-1, let's boogie. And, well, they're boogieing.
Now, you have to remember that Gamma, while they could take Consulate here, they're doing pretty well. It's their map. The last map is Theme Park, and Theme Park is a map that MNM beat Matchco on. Now, you could argue that that means that Gamma have all the more information on the way that MNM played, but it is still something that they have to bear in mind, that it is a map that MNM have done decently on in the past. But we've still got to figure out if we're going to get there first, or are MNM going to come through and take a straight sweep of 7 rounds, just like they did back on Cafe? Well, Gamma begin to enter into the building as Deepak is the first to swing through into admin. No members of MNM nearby. Ooh, a near miss for Fonkers.
And he's able to loop away. And to be honest, if a player's been able to have some striking moments with possibilities of more, Fonkers, again, he's started to show up a little bit. Sure, the numbers don't really lead too much into that theory, but look at the positions he's getting himself into. He seems to be active. And when the roster's otherwise suffering a lot, well, passive is the problem. Panics. Removed very early, no frag grenades to go. And oh no, a sledge as well. Just looking out the window, that's another potential screenshot of that corpse.
Yeah, if you need some good YouTube thumbnails, this series has been the one for you. And I have
kneeling on the windowsill as well.
He was kind of praying for Gamma. Oh. I have to say that it's nice that Yusuf got that kill, given how much he's struggled in this position on this site so far. He's definitely felt the pressure, and the previous C4 he went for didn't work out in his favor, but it will be a Vaish to turn things around, as Dats is the next to fall.
Vaish is having such a good day and is refusing to let Gamma start to slip through onto this firefight against MNM. 7-2, but again, you've got to look at how he's playing this, how he's pulsing and pushing his team's actual momentum into this game. Now then, as they look towards the lower half of the spiral stairs, there's also a body pushing antechamber as they swing in. Astro aims a little bit high, a little bit low, a little bit mid, and a little bit, oh no! Astro finds Yusuf, but Yusuf finds a Vaish over the shoulder. There is Nafe, and there is another trade. Everything is happening, but it still leaves Deepak in a 2 versus 1. Hey, better than a 3 versus 1, but you've got 10 seconds. And you just got to dig your way through, but Jonka's not even going to let you start. Yonka!
Oh no, it's starting. It's beginning!
5-1. I need to sit down.
Yeah, me too. I think everyone needs to sit down so far, but MNM taking it at a 5-1 at the half. We've seen this before.
Yeah, it's okay. Let's just paint the idea that
let's Bob Ross this.
Last time round on Cafe, that was an exceptional circumstance. I think it's fair to say, because what we've seen different here is Gamma were 5-1 up on their defense on Cafe, which is a little bit more to be expected. Here they're 5-1 up on their attack. Sure, Consulate can lead better to your attacks than Cafe, there's no doubt about that, but it doesn't usually lead you to a 5-1 difference. A 3-3 is generally a very common split. I still think they've got the potential to lock this off. Okay, it's still 5-1. It'd be a hilarious meme if everything goes wrong, and photos before horrible events in R6 would be well happy with this. But
R6 events.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just having a look, because the thing is, it's not even just about the fact that Gamma were super strong at their defense on Cafe and their attack wasn't as weak, and now their attack's been great. It's that MNM really struggle on their attack. It is very specifically that has been an issue for MNM, not just here against Gamma. It just has been. It has been a problem. And that's where the concern comes in for me, because yeah, we can meme about the 5-1 thing. These are different halves. And now MNM are supposedly moving on to the half that they are weaker on. And, just having a look at Gamma's defensive stats, in Challenger League, so far, which obviously isn't the biggest pool of statistics, but in Challenger League so far, the worst differential that they have defending any site on Consulate is meeting CEO, which they have won 2 and they have lost 2. That is the actually no, archives tell us where they've lost 1 and they've won 0, but I think we can discount that one. But the point is they look pretty decent on the defense here. They've won more defenses than they have attacks. or then they've lost defenses, sorry. And I think when we think about M&M's struggles that they've had on attack, that's where I get a bit worried for them.
I think my fear is also built around the concern of the timid nature of the attacks of M&M, because if you look at the defenses that are frequently put down by Gamma, a lot of it is often driven by traps. You'll have Kapkan plays, you'll have Frost plays especially, and it's this lockdown idea where when push comes to shove, well, shove makes you stumble and fall into a Kapkan trap or a Frost trap. It's something that can really punish what is usually, as I said, a timid approach. I also want to just pay reference and dividends to the lack of drone game that seemed to be a bit of a problem. Sure, it's not the be-all and end-all and make-all of any team. M&M suffered in the last map. Their drones were frequently costed and removed very early on from their pushes. The worry and the trouble here is what we've highlighted and what we've seen is a very good information game from Gamma, a very consistent information game too, and this is an intel-driven game. This is a game where if you have the ideas of where people are, you usually win. So if those things all keep hitting the pace that we've seen Gamma hit them on so far, it's again down to M&M. I've got to heftily step up on the second half.
The other thing is obviously Consulate's one of those maps where just because of the nature of kind of the geography of the map, you have to commit to entering into the building. You can't really afford to pussyfoot in the same way that you can on other maps. Consulate's not really like that. Like once you're in, you've got to commit to that. And so if they have been playing timidly on some of their attacks, like you suggest, and I think that's fair to say, this isn't really a map where you can get away with that. So they're going to, I think, have to be more aggressive and commit to that. And I mean, they have the skill on their side to do that with. Absolutely, they do. But so many of the gunfights that we've seen in this series so far have been trades. You know, it's a backwards and forwards. Every now and then we've seen, you know, one specific person from a team get a bunch of kills in one go. But for the most part, it's been trades. You've got to be the one who comes out on top.
Yeah, and I think that's something that for me again ties into what Gamma does very well, is their control and their pacing of where fights are happening. They seem to have the idea of where they wanted each spark to be ignited, whether it was obviously throughout the bathroom and they had the instant pickup of another body and another body and another body. They always have a second setup, and then in a lot of cases a third setup towards the confrontations that they want to have. And what we see from the roam game often from M&M was a bit of a looser hold. Now, we'll be back in the game in just a second, but as I've said, we're in the worrying situation, M&M fans, now, as you're looking towards your team having to pull back a big thing. I can only imagine what Avish said to say,
yeah,
wait,
wondering.
No one, -1 ratio. All furry talk cancelled.
It's probably because you're casting, Fleet.
Listen, we raised a lot of money. I'll sell myself for a good cause, even if it means I had to dress as a cat.
You never answered the question about where was the tail.
Yes, I did. It was on a belt. Heathens.
Okay, well, whatever you say.
Happy Halloween.
It's Christmas now. We put up our Christmas tree yesterday.
I cannot believe that your housemate put up your Christmas tree already.
Yeah,
That's, you know. Like, the dust
I was
Halloween
out the house.
Hadn't even settled.
Yeah, but we don't really do Halloween in this country.
Crazy.
And like she's from mainland Europe, so like they extra don't do Halloween. But either way,
I mean, technically, neither do we. We use it as an excuse to, usually enjoy drinks, like juices and ribenas.
Like, yeah, I was gonna say apple juice. I actually don't like apple juice. I think it's disgusting. Anyway, the point is we have seen this position before. We've seen the 5-1, but it was on a different half.
Yeah.
Are Gamma Gaming going to be able to hold on to it? Do they have the tenacity this time, or is it once again going to fall through into their own demise? This is where we will find out. We have already found out that Halloween's over. You already know that. You don't need me to tell you, but you do need us to show you this.
Yeah, and I think for me, I would be surprised if this slipped through Gamma's fingers. It was funny, sure, the previous map, if you're in the situation of, things have gone round, a reverse sweep 5-0 to 7-5, it's still a tough loss. But here, if they lose this lead, I think that would speak of bigger problems throughout this map. Because, you know, you're on your defense now in Consular. It's still a hyper-aggressive map, but even if you're able to just lock down a couple of these, well, that's all you need. And a couple is so much more common on your defenses now in this situation. Avish, He's looking to get aggro here on the windows. The concern is this. Yonker is watching and waiting and hoping that they take the bait and fly out and try and kill the Ashe. But that's going to give the idea that, hey, you probably shouldn't do it. You're being watched.
Always a good idea to be aware of when that is something that is happening to you. Now, remember, this is a basement defense right now. They are down in Cafe and Garage, just because there is a lot of this vertical positioning. You don't want to forget about that. We're seeing a Vice rotate back down. And MNM, you know, they're not looking to rush. We said maybe going aggressive could be something that they would look to do. You still have Deepak on the mute, present inside bathroom. I'm wondering if he'll drop down quicker than Usus decided to do, because Dats isn't far away.
Seems like Dats is steadily creeping.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, he's out of there. He's not going to take the time and waste it as we start to hear the aggression and the Selmas pop behind. Otherwise, his life would have been accosted very quickly. They've shut them down using utility, but we saw this as a bit of a problem on Cafe too, is when they weren't able to actually catch them as they fell back on the flanks, it led to just aggressive firefights on the site where yet again Gamma was set up to be able to take advantage of those trades. Looking to see if they can C4 the sledge that hammers steadily away, but he's keeping himself distant between each swing. Usus and Panics find one apiece as the first bodies start to fall around those spiral stairs. Panics has taken up the mantle of keeping it under watch now as he moves around in security, but with Jonker putting pressure onto the main door, it's actually the sledge who finally suffers to a Vice underneath.
Yeah, caught through the own sledge hole that he'd just created. And now MNM looking a bit weakened, but there's 10 seconds remaining. Nath gets a kill, but in classic fashion, it is traded out. Usus, he adds on that Nath has to do it himself. He runs through the smoke, he gets down, and then finally finished by Panics. And once again, an example of MNM's attack looking somewhat lackluster, and something that may need to be picked up if they hope to stay in this game. Well, it will, it's match point.
Yeah, they've really got to do it if they want to step in and not see us on a third map. And as I pointed out before, it was going to be very unlikely on this turn. Not only because Gamma had a good first half and Gamma are now on their defense, but MNM's attacks today generally haven't looked great. Sure, neither did Gamma on the first map, and that's why it led to a success, because they were only able to get the one that turned into the most precious attack win of Cafe. Here, though, it doesn't really beat the same kind of par, because you're looking at a team that's already got through their attacks and done it so well because they lent in with huge aggression, because they lent in with huge pinch and push, and the slow and steady game isn't working against the team that has such a good handle on utility, because slow and steady on a map like this only costs you. And unfortunately, you have to try and find some of that patented UK massive aggression if you want to swing yourself out the windows like Secret and Na'Vi used to do.
I'm really sad that the 6-pick went off of the Frost, because we saw the Frost map kill earlier. That was just so good. It would have been such a wonderful way to finish off this off this map. Yeah, it would have been fun. Well, it would have been funny for us, maybe not so much for MNM, but that's not a problem that they're going to have to deal with. Instead, it will be Alibi that they will have to set their sights on in terms of Leonski. Either way, Gamma on match point here. And as we've alluded to so much at this point, MNM's attack has been looking weak, and Gamma are going to be feeling it through their veins right now. I actually like very aggressive positioning from Panics, who's just getting ready should there be anyone on the CEO window, but there's not going to be, as MNM look like they're setting up for an admin take.
Yeah, they have all the angles and ideas they want. Usus is looking towards the printer and copy entrance there. The soft barricade might mean he feels a little bit confident, but unless you have a lockdown on a Vice who's playing around the Visa stairs, it's going to become quickly problematic. There's Dats opening up that hatch and opening up the angles to make sure they get this big block of control around the Visa stairs, because if you don't have it underneath, well, then you may as well not have it at all. There is the opener, there's the room, and there's the possibility of rotation as the pace is for the first time seen from an MNM attack here. They're getting the groundwork done. They're generally getting inside the map and getting themselves droned step for step ahead so they can make sure that they strike. But Astro is potentially looking and eyeing a rotate around the Visa side. He's steadily pushing towards a connector beneath and might try and strike under MNM, who, well, whether they expect it or not, is going to be the story in the kill feed in the top right sooner rather than later.
Well, speaking about Connector, Nate's not too far away as he's on the meeting window, making no short work of opening up the table with the lifelines. There goes a nade, I believe. But either way, it'll be a Vaish who's downed by Nafe, and suddenly that space is open. Panix isn't far away as he and Leonski is still present in Connector, and Nafe is still outside the window, just droning in. But the point is, you can tell that MNM know the pressure that they are under to ensure this attack works out, and they are not wasting their time working on it.
Well, now they have a bit of clarity, and they have Yonka keeping an eye underneath for Astro, who's still playing towards the bottom of the spiral stairs. Quickly noticed and rotates back round to offer some support along long desk as Leonski wants to try and step up and step into the ground that has otherwise been shaken and pushed away. I believe all the canisters have been popped from Panix as well. Quickly did it to buy some time. Yeah, they're gone, so now it's just down to the guns. Otherwise, a precious 45 seconds that's already been wasted, blown, and put to the air to stop the unstoppable Nafe. 30 seconds, and Deepak is eyeing the possibility of the run out and rotation here. The bullets are popped and pressed, and there's nobody quite on the windows as Yonka goes deep towards the plant spot, but is caught by Leonski, who is just watching and waiting. Deepak gets bonkers too, and there's a man in the smoke, and Panix is caught on the opposite side, but it's a 2 versus 2 with only 15 seconds left. Dats and Usus are the two left. They put it into a 2 versus 1. Usus spotted on the drone. Deepak underneath has an impact, has the ability to open this up as an angle. Concerned about it being watched, throws it towards a default spot, but they're not quite there. They're just around you, but oh no, Usus is the one that locks it down. MNM, they're not over yet, but they are no way over the hill.
Keeping themselves in the game for just one more round, and they can finally let out a sigh of relief knowing that that was too close for comfort at the end. Gamma remain on match point and still have so many opportunities to swing this over into their favor and take it to the map 3. But after seeing what happened back on Cafe Dostoyevsky, where MNM just ran away with the momentum, they're not going to be resting on their laurels and getting too comfortable anytime soon. And you can even tell that by what it is that Gamma potentially gonna bring. Okay, this is interesting. I mean, I was going to say the Oryx, which they've obviously 6-picked off of, but instead they'll be implementing a mirror.
I quite like the extension possibilities of Mirror here. Obviously, you can use her as an angle where if you want to look towards Piano and look towards that side from inside where Leonski can bury, it's pretty great. And usually the standard. It means you've got to be a bit creative with grenades and try and blow them out so the angle isn't something that's so easily and often gifted. We've also seen, obviously it played on the second story too. Sometimes you'll have it looking towards the admin side and have long desk as a bit of a structured hold, but then you open yourself to the curiosities of the big lobby windows, so you can also just kind of stretch and alleviate the pressure and possibility, force more attention and attention towards the second story. Instead of just having it as a box clear and a box roam, it gives you the option to go via connector or go via wherever, as Leonski is probably going to set themselves up with that angle.
It's going to put MNM in a position that they don't want to be in, and again, it's not anything overly complicated, but it just means that they'll have to spend more time elsewhere. And one of the big problems for MNM is how little time they've been left with at the end of a lot of their attacking rounds that we've seen so far today. They have to worry about all these players who are scattered all across the map rather than just some closer to the site. I don't want to say turtle because you don't get that on this site, really. Like a lobby turtle defense. Like, what is that?
It's like two turtles stacked on top of each other.
Right. But Gamma will know very much that this is a weakness of MNM's. They'll be looking to exploit that. We saw Deepak do it in the last round as he ran around on Malusi, heading back downstairs, and his presence downstairs, while it didn't end up paying off, it is something that still could end up working this time around. And MNM are basically going to be like, I don't know, just trying to catch ants in their hands because they know that they need this round.
Do you do that often?
No, actually, my first metaphor was like when you try to catch like kids that are running around hyperactive, but...
okay. Like a kindergarten teacher, they can't quite get the lockdown on Gamma, and it's Deepak with a drop grenade. Impacted as he fell to the floor and was able to take care of Nafe, a big force. The lead-in for the team last time round is shut down first, and it only bodes one of those horrifying death knells as Astro finds the second. Bonkers suffers. They have a big angle all the way. towards the top floor now. They know they're in a fantastic position here, and they know perfectly how to push and exploit it. Yuzus has been able to creep his way into the spiral stairs, but with Vaish finding Dats, he's quickly just seeing his teammates drops Astro. But now that gives the game away of where he is. That's going to just kind of put the attention and push where Deepak is towards the fight here. Yonka is waiting for the rotation up those stairs, and Deepak has opted, no, I'm not going to go just yet. There's 40 seconds. Let's make them sweat a little bit.
Deepak's in absolutely no rush. This is a 2 versus 4 and everything in on it for MNM. They've just decided that they're going to move in. Panix isn't far away and he could throw out the Toxic Babes, but Jonka's just got to go in for the plant anyway, despite this disadvantage they have. Users can't secure the kill onto Panix, and he adds a second one on. And that means that Gamma will very comfortably take Consulate, and this Fluke will be going to a game 3.
We're going to a game 3, and Panix maybe played the best game that he's played in a very, very long time. Obviously had a huge moment before where we last saw him, if I can recall, before the split. He was on about 7-3, ends this split on a 6-2. And I guess if there's a day for your worst players throughout the season to show up, make it today. Make it when you are staring down the eyes and the possibility of going home and watching yet another Pro League Tier 1 season from the sideline. Wow, Gamma, got to go have a bit of a moment, bit of a breather, and look towards the final map.
Yeah, we're now in a position now where this could go either way. We made jokes at the end of the last game, Fluke, about how Dez and Hat would be warring on the desk, but now it's not swinging either one way or the other, and I'm wondering who's going to win out that wrestle.
Well, we'll have to see some commercials first before we find that out. We'll be back with the desk momentarily.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Desichu and Hap, you've both had a map each to talk about one team or the other that you may lean into a bit more or less. But this time, on map 2, heading into Consulate, it's Gamma Gaming that come out on top. What a big victory, Hap, this was. This had Gamma written all over it. They had control the whole time.
It looked like a completely different Gamma compared to what we saw in the previous map in Cafe, where on their attacks they looked absolutely lost. They didn't know what to do, how to approach it, and here they were on Consulate, picking up most of their attacking rounds. I believe it was a 5-1 coming in again, and you saw for a moment of like saying 5-0, not again, because no, last time it was the reverse sweep, but they were able to close it out this time. And that brings us up to map number 3, which will be very hard fought, I'm for sure.
Okay, theme park, right? If there is one map that is out of the metagame, to call it that way, it is this map. Doesn't get played that much, but when it does, always gives us some interesting topics to talk about. Some new call-outs that we learn every now and then, right, Des? So
Split.
There it is, our decider.
Where
so
the F is split?
So I am wondering... I am wondering which team starts on which side on this, because right now the whole story has been, okay, how well can you play on defense? This kind of switched over on Consulate, but theme park usually falls into that system, right?
Yeah, I'm just gutted I'm not casting this to completely make that slip up all over again. But I think coming into it, looking at how it's going to shape up, I believe M&M won the coin flip, we're told. There is just no way in hell they'd choose to start an attack here. They'll be going to defense first, and you'll see Gamma going on the attack first. And given what we just saw on the previous map not too long ago, what do we see coming out of Gamma? Lion picking every single attacking round, and for the defenders, Mute and Mozzie in every single defensive round. And this really throws me back to a certain UK team when Na'Vi played against Tempera. What do? Mute and Mozzie every single round. You just deny the attackers any kind of intel, force them to come for blind gunfights and win off that alone. That should be M&M's game plan here, I think. If they come in trying to take fights around the map like they sort of tried to half on the last map, Gamma with that momentum of the last map are just going to roll them over. So I want to see a more defensive M&M coming out here.
What's with that Zofia there that we saw?
The defect ban for map
yeah.
one was sick. Yeah, I loved it.
How's that going to play? Because in Consulate, it definitely gave Big T, Deepak that is, the ability to just run around. He's very comfortable in the operator, very flexible, could do a lot with Zofia. I'm wondering if this is the target ban you go for again.
I mean,
yeah,
it was definitely more impactful than he was in the first half, but I think we got to give credit to Panix because he has been stepping up, had some huge rounds coming in there, so I think he's definitely the one to praise here for this win. However, the thing is, they have also been tested by a Lion to be coming in, and now you got to choose, do we ban a Lion? Do we ban a Zofia, or are we forced to go for a Heartbreach ban because you are starting on that defense? So you might want to take care of either a Thatcher or a Maverick because the attack themselves.
I'm worried it's theme park.
Yeah, I'm just kind of like, I think with Heartbreach on this map, like, it's not a map like Clubhouse where banning away a couple of Heartbreaches is the way to go for, like, because there's so few things you realistically need to get open with Heartbreach. I almost feel like it's a wasted ban. I think that just absolutely won, and maybe you rely on Gamma to ban that. And then for the side of M&M, you look towards that Lion ban, Zofia ban again, a more targeted ban. Take some wind out of the sails of Gamma here. You've got to strike a blow against something they've been playing very, very well for the last few maps. And although they've only played it in one, that Zofia absolutely jumps to mind as something you need to take away from Deepak. We've seen the number of times that he walks through teams with 2, 3, 4K on that operator. Just put him on something a little less comfortable. I don't think they'll ban the Zofia, but I could see the logic behind it coming into theme as well.
But you come into this map where there's so many attackers that can have big impact, right? Roam game in such a big map. Jackal, Dokebi, you talked about Lion. All of these are going to fit all together, but I'm wondering what's going to be the case for the defenders, because we're seeing a lot of my ban. I think is like a 50% ban rate for the operator whenever is possible.
Mirror ban, surely.
There's a lot that can be on the plate here, and I wonder how you answer on this case as M&M, really to push yourself through with a big advantage early on. What do you think, Ab?
I mean, you're starting out on the defense, so you don't want to hinder your own playstyle too much, but you don't want to give them something they can potentially abuse harder than you. So, for example, if none of your strats contain a mirror, you ban a mirror because the chance is very likely that they will have an opportunity to play it. They will take it because it is still a very powerful operator. Same goes for Maestro, for example. If you're planning on using a mirror yourself, you leave it open. But if you're not planning on using Maestro, you ban out the Maestro because Maestro are also a very powerful operator. So you really got to check here, what do we want to play? And if we don't want to play it, are they likely to pick it up themselves?
So, Des, very quickly, our lobby's ready. Who takes this?
I think M&M can bounce back on this one. Call it a bit of UK massive bias if you really want, but I just think on a map like this, when they can play behind the Mute and the Mozzie, things like that, they're going to have a pretty good day.
Stein?
BDS takes it.
What? Hello? Where's...
Oh, wait, we're here in the UCL, sorry.
Jalabert Cave Cup?
But it really depends. I got to see the first 2-3 rounds to see how their attack will fare on a map like Theme Park. If they manage to pick up two of the first 4 attacks, I think it will be Gamma. Otherwise, it will be going over to M&M.
I see you're sitting on the fence for this one so far. Okay, you know what? Fair enough. Let's toss it over then to our casters. Des, Hap, thank you so much for the detailed info. Our last map of the series goes to Theme Park. Winner of this game is in the grand final for EU Challenger League and has the chance to make it directly into the EU League. Huge game, and it all comes down to this. All on to our casters. Fluke, Gio, all yours.
Welcome back for one final trip into the, I guess, a very touchy place, Theme Park. A dangerous position for any team that's on their attack. And to be honest, we've seen statistics of those be kind of monumental in deciding who's having the better day. MNM versus Gamma. MNM winning the coin flip, get to start on their defense. So Gamma, we got to see more of what you guys put on the previous map.
Yeah, Gamma are going to be resenting that coin at the very least. And I mentioned this earlier, Fluke, is how we've already seen MNM play this map here in playoffs against Matchco, and they won. So even though that can give you some information, it can give you the opportunity to VOD review, it still sets the precedent that you know that this is a team who can make this map work for themselves. And not only that, they're starting things off on the advantageous half. Basically, from the get-go, this looks way more preferable for MNM.
And I think that's the thing as well, is what we've seen as a lack of MNM is, I guess, confidence in a lot of these situations. Sure, you pull yourself back from a 5-1, it signifies a fantastic mental game. There's no two ways about that. You're playing a game and you're playing a late run strategy that you know puts you at risk, and you know it's going to cause problems when you're on your attacks, which is what you're opening on. It's a dangerous game. There's no two ways about that. Yet they showed, obviously, fortitude. They showed the ability to pull back. The last map, Consular, it's a little bit of a write-off. As Des said, there's a reason that we haven't seen it for a while, and it's the reason that Gamma wanted to go there quickly. Theme, though, well, you're leading in your defense. You're leading in with the possibility of setting and stepping yourselves up. They're going standard here so far. Thatcher, Maverick, Kaid, and Wamai. We're in pretty, I guess, set-up territories. They don't want to try and rock the boat. They want to take this as is.
Yeah, it does, of course, mean that Mira is still in. That was one thing that Derry mentioned on the desk. Mira is a pretty useful operator, specifically here on this map, because I suppose you can kind of see the top floor as Theme Park almost as two channels. You often see them being held by Mira windows, for example, at the top of the yellow stairs to prevent any kind of push in through office. And then also you have kind of like down on the south side, if anyone wants to come in through kind of like the initiation control kind of area. And Mira can really be used to control those areas very, very much. And here on a Bunk and Daycare, that's exactly what MNM are looking like they are wanting to do. Now, whether they'll use them on those walls remains to be seen. I suspect there will at least be one on the office wall.
Yeah, and it gives you the eyes, gives you the angles, gives you the ideas. The thing about a Mira and the worry that you face with it is that it's a two-faceted setup, because it forces you to try and grab the intel of what's behind it. It forces you to have to try and push yourself into an uncomfortable position, whether at the cost of a drone, which, as we've already said, is probably the pound for pound most valuable thing in Gamma's setup right now. They are making those work. And if it can be forced to a more uncomfortable position, if they have to drone out Mira windows, if they have to work out if someone's behind there and how they're playing it, well, that might work in the favor of MNM.
And this is one of the things that gets spoken about a lot, particularly on the defensive this side, is breaking into and taking control of office is not only important, but very difficult. And it's part of the reason why Theme Park is known as not being particularly attacker-friendly. Not only do you have the mirror window present there at the top of yellow with the soft wall next to it, that means not only can she shoot through it, but she can also play around the C4s. But that's on the Goyo, secured by a Vulcan shield, playing in... is it called Stash? I never know what this little room is called. I just call it like closet, but it doesn't have any clothes in it.
Closet? It's vault.
Yeah, vault.
I call it vault. I mean, obviously, every team's got different holds for it. But you wouldn't store your clothes in there, would you?
Well, exactly. That's why I was like, as soon as it came to mind, I was like, well, I'm going to sound stupid. But either way, the point is you have to rotate out onto the scaffolding. So even when the Vulcan shield goes and it forces him to relinquish his position, he still has a way out and you can still hold control of the yellow stairs. And that makes it really difficult.
To be honest, if we need to educate people about places and where they are on this map, at some point,
I guess Derry.
We're going to have to show Derry where
Do you know where Split is?
In less stream-friendly words, for For those who don't know, we ran a charity tournament over the weekend. Derry played in it. Dez played in it. Big Dez.
He was in a 1v1.
It was a 1 versus. It didn't start that way.
He was playing Hibana.
There was a lot of comms going on that was calling where he was as they pushed onto Throne, and the final player was in Split, and very famously said, "Where the F is Split?" Screamed it through his team's laughter. It was amazingly hilarious.
It was a great clip.
And then he said, "I've never felt more pressure in my 28 or 27 years of life, or however old Derry is."
Yeah.
Yeah, that was what we were talking about as well.
So if we go to Armory Throne, we can point out where that is. But there's the Vulcan shield that I spoke about before that's gone, and Dats has already taken his place behind the mirror window, which is now being Selma'd into oblivion.
Or is it?
Well.
Okay, very well made mirror window. That one somehow survived by the strange looks of it, unless that's just from
It's like, we spoke about in the quarterfinals, like ordering things off of Amazon versus Wish. This was an Amazon mirror window.
Yeah, it's not very unfortunate moment there, but it's going to allow them to still push that off, because the Warriors now, they cannot hold behind it. They cannot pop up and cause problems around the side of that reinforcement. So it means the top of this staircase is so dangerous. Uses, though, somehow strikes across the yellow stairs and takes care of Leonsky. Blows the C4 and digs in underneath the diffuser, which is above, with Dats locking off Panics and Astro suffering too. The swing comes from Deepak, who's able to put one down, and Avish, the big force for Gamma so far, is still standing, which is always going to be a problem. Yonka, however, is able to actually shut down that problem before it comes a bigger one. There's so many bullets heading towards you. At that point, there's nowhere else to really go. Eminem take the first round.
He was ready to spring, and spring he did. And there you go, those final 2 kills that he secured for himself. And once again, it felt like another round that just didn't last the super long time. It wasn't super quick. It was definitely one where you kind of didn't notice the time ticking away. But the point still stands. It was, again, kind of aggressive, backwards and forwards, as we see between these two teams, and went in the favor of Eminem, as we would expect with them being on the defense, despite the fact that they lost that mirror window, or something happened to the mirror window.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. Maybe it just popped out afterwards. It's one of those things. We see it from the corners of our eye, but it definitely looked like the one-way glass was still in somehow. The approach now comes as they set themselves up to... They're avoiding Throne for now, and Throne used to be the first choice for pretty much every single team. It was the general lead-in because a lot of teams saw it as the strongest site. And at this point, I think what we've seen across the board, not just on theme, but across almost every single map, is first site picks. Because the game at the minute is so utility heavy, because the game at the minute is so utility driven, they're well researched, well prepped, and well placed by attacks. And attackers seemingly have almost more success on what was traditional first sites because they're so much more used to running them. What we see here nowadays as well, not just from Eminem, but it's just a curiosity I'm going to throw out to the wind right now, is teams are opting to avoid what the famous first sites were. We've seen it from both these teams across both of the maps so far as well. They're generally playing themselves slightly away from the standard beaten path, and I guess theme is no different from that, as we still find ourselves tiptoeing around and over Throne, but not quite in as of yet.
Well, I mean, Eminem just really don't like Armory Throne. When I watched back the VOD of the game that they played against Matchco, it's something that Jess brought up in the cast, was that Eminem just haven't liked that site. And until that game that they played against Matchco, if Jess's statistics are correct, they actually hadn't played it in Challenger League. They hadn't been to that site at all. So it is probably one that they will hold off on, and we are probably more likely to see a lab pop up before we see that. I guess you never know. We'll have to see how it goes, but it is definitely something worth noting, the fact that so many teams are avoiding what have historically been the primary sites.
Deepak wants to take control of Dragon Stairs and see if they can lock off any other rotation possibility that is not massively played, to be honest, down here from a lot of teams. Sure, sometimes you'll have a wild card Vigil that likes to be a bit mobile underneath, but with the long spread of this map, and especially this site as well, where you'll see all the way from the vault across the entirety, if we pan down slightly, You can just see it's a line. It's an entire firing line across this second story. They try and crack open the closer walls here as they put pressure down that long central corridor that leads to the heart between both sites right now. But otherwise, it's just it's waiting. It's baiting. It's seeing who can pick up the first kill. And as you can see, Astro's droning the back line of this and seeing if they can spot out where the angles are being held. It's pretty well established.
Yeah, you've also got Panics droning around as well. They're just ensuring that they have full information about that. And in goes the smoke to prevent the mirror window from being able to see. And there's the C4, but it won't catch anyone. Instead, it'll be a Vaish catching Fonkers as the first kill as Deepak sends up the lifeline and Leonski goes in for the plant.
Mira suffers, but is able to escape with their life somehow, but Leonski puts the diffuser down. Post-plant situation, and they've got to try and retake the yellow stairs as it's otherwise been taken over by Zofia. Naif is looking to try and fight up the core corridor, talked about before. They swing towards it, but they can't quite get the angle on Astro on the far side. The pressure comes from Volt, and a great reaction gets rid of users now as a Vaish opens up all the angles possible. The big gun of Kali fires through the many walls and problems here, but with Astro getting a double, Naif finally shuts him off, and Naif pushes all the way up. Yonka is looking towards it, but with Deepak playing underneath, they're waiting for the plant to be occupied. There it is. There they go. Yonka stops and struggles. 4 seconds is your burster and possibility here. They wait, they bait, they play, but unfortunately waited, baited, and played too long. It's just a matter of locking it off for Deepak. And we talked about underneath often not being massively contested by teams. And I guess that's what happens when Gamma reads that.
Well played there by Gamma, and as well to have Deepak down below in a position that, given the frantic nature of what happened towards the end of the round, MNM weren't in any position to go down and deal with him, and even then, you get back to the diffuser, and time is pretty much already run out. You don't have the 7 seconds required that you need. And that means that Gamma, on a map that they should be severely on the back foot on by being on attack, have managed to take their first round within the first 2 rounds of the game. That's actually quite positive, I think, for them. You could find that MNM take the next 4, and that could happen. But focus on the positives. We're on map 3. There's everything to play for. Both of these teams are looking to finally make it into EUL after a long wait and a long period of working exceptionally hard for it, and only one of these 2 teams can make it through into the finals. That's what this is about. So you take the optimism where you can, because they need it.
It's funny how on the top of the bracket it was 2 O's across the board, and here it is 2 1s down in the lower half of this bracket, and they're making sure that they push that all the way to the end. Now opting for Lab and seeing if they can keep control here. The extension over the top with the castles is going to buy them time and buy them pressure. There's the lockdown. It was perfectly played by Deepak. Struck up the stairs, but had the sense to pull back and get themselves into the post-plant situation when they had the confirmation it was going down. Great work and attempted by Naif to push through and take the 2 gunfights from very close corners. If you're pushing a Kali with an SMG, it's a scary prospect.
Well, Naif made it work before.
Did.
So, you never know. But now, as I alluded to before, they have decided to come to Lab rather than going to the more popular Armory and Throne, because they just haven't figured out Split yet. But it looks like Gamma are not wasting any time to hop on in. They're not going to be going for a rush in on the side, which we've seen a number of teams do, and it is a huge risk. And Jonka's going to be feeling the pressure as the maintenance wall begins to be opened.
Leonski is watching very fervently for the pop-up here of Yonka, but no catch as of yet. A Vaish with that massive CSRX is causing so many problems. This is a map where you have a lot of soft walls that work and intermingle and twine all the way throughout the floors, and a lot of players can get caught out from just someone watching these sightlines that are just free to be opened for a lot of teams with Kali. You'll see her just pepper some hefty bullets all the way through and say, right, I'll sit here for a while and I've cut off this rotation, and this rotation, and this rotation. It's a big problem for a lot of teams that like to be a bit mobile, and it puts Yonka in a bit of a tough situation. Drones coming in from barrels behind. Users has a bit of a split cover here, and Funkus is above barrels, so might be able to put some pressure down into oil as they wait for the window to come, but otherwise Bunk isn't under any immediate stress. They're taking the firefight wide, and I'm curious to see as Gamma actually goes for a rotation. Astro's the first off the board. They get the split in, they push in, and they can't quite find it. There it is, the amount of bodies that flooded there across the board they pick up as Funkers is left very isolated from this.
Yeah, he's just going to jump out, and it doesn't work out in his favor. I have to say, my heart actually kind of went out to Users there, who was just desperately looking for an opportunity to reload, and all of a sudden you got 3 guys on top of you, all trying to shoot your brains out, which eventually they succeeded in doing. And now Gamma takes the early lead, and MNM will head back up to their original site.
It was very well measured there by Gamma. They took a perfect read on where everybody was. They decided to wait for the perfect moment to push. They had an idea on the angle that was being held, and then from that point onwards just went, this is where we're going. This is what we're going to be able to do and how we're going to close it down, and they did it perfectly. It was very much step-for-step lockdown, and I think that's one of the things that we saw them grow in confidence on the second map. They started to believe in themselves a little bit more, and well, this is the evidence there. This is them working on that information game that has been exceptional since Consular.
Well, so far, this is the, I can't believe I'm saying this, but the only site that MNM have actually been able to defend here on Theme Park so far. They have once again decided to bring the Mirror. They have once again decided to bring the Goyo. They were... I want to say they were flushed out position relatively quickly before, but the operative word there is relative. That doesn't necessarily mean they were flushed out of position within like the first 30 seconds. It just means it wasn't pushed to the very ends and the very limits. Gamma didn't have any opportunity to come in and make any kind of plant. We know that they're an objective-focused team. They like to rush in for plants where they can. They didn't have any chance to do that before. They were put in such a man disadvantage because of the incredibly aggressive gunfight that ensued at the end of the round. The question is that going to repeat and happen once again this time round, given the success that Gamma have seen on the last 2?
Well, MNM, you got to step up and find some of the aggression, the passion that you had before on this side. It was a pretty well-calculated lockdown, but I guess the lessons have been learned by Gamma, and they've been able to really capitalize upon the destruction that they can put down. Instant approach as they set themselves up for a very different take that they started on last time. It was down beneath, and they locked off, obviously, Dragon Stairs and locked off those rotation possibilities, but then started to suffer as they actually tried to get in. Then it became a very claustrophobic atmosphere here. Nafe is set up very aggressively towards the cafe walkout there, and the explosions pop from the hatch as it gets open above, and that's going to force him back inside the site. But otherwise, well, they're still just weighing up on this eastern front.
You don't want to be risking your life too much, and it's not as if there's really anyone from Gamma around that would have caught Nafe out in that position, but you don't know to what extent he knows that. But as you say, Gamma moving in from the east, still being pretty thorough on the drones, as about half the round has already gone down. Now, as expected, the Mirror is still there. I can't imagine they thought it would be any different. That did get forced out of Vault, not Closet, pretty early and took place on the Mirror window last time. But Gamma, all currently pent up in initiation and waiting. Like they're going to be moving in together, and there's the opening.
Well, and there's the closing, and there's another lockdown. Fonkers swings round, is able to find his first of the round, but Dats is able to lock down another and keep the cover going. Leonski, the pace of these trades is living up to the high expectations of both these teams, and for the first time, we find ourselves in a little bit of dead silence. Users sitting just above, waiting for Panics to arrive. Fonkers pops the drone instantly, and we find ourselves in a bit of a standoff. There is obviously the man disadvantage falling to the favor here of MNM, but they might not know how close they are to having Panics just beneath. The C4 could be monumental here, ripped, torn, and blown over the top, but Fonkers is the swing that actually gets it, and Panics goes down to the C4, potentially. No, it's Fonkers who's thirsty for more. Pushes himself, dug in just around the corner of Deepak, who's stuck in a rotation that he's a little bit too big for. And he's actually just going to pull himself back into the break room. 20 seconds, 2 kills, and Fonkers on a sliver of health. Going to pop around the canister and try to stun one, but they know exactly where he is, and they're watching it. No, you can't get through there. You've already tried. You've already failed. And unfortunately, with only 10 seconds, it looks like you might just stack onto the failure. One pops from one side, but it's the other that locks it, and MNM bring themselves back level.
if only you were small enough to get in through the rotation. I like the fact that Gamma decided to go for something different. They knew how heavily MNM were holding on to Office, and they wanted to avoid that. So they came in down through the more southern side of the top floor of the map, coming in through initiation and waiting, opening up the wall and pushing straight through. But the problem is they reached a stalemate when they got to the point that all of the available kills on both sides had been taken. And then suddenly you have to play a lot more cautiously, a lot more tentatively. We found that Zofia got stuck in break room with no real opportunity to try and take any other angles. And the thing is, there's so many soft walls around there that with more information, players on either side could have taken kills that they didn't. But it's very easy as the observer to turn around and say, well, I know that that player is there. And that makes it very hard to make those decisions, especially when you know a crossfire can be held onto you. And in the end, it led to the demise of that final player of Gamma. And that evens things out once again. But it should, at the very least, make MNM feel confident that despite the fact that they lost their other two maps in the cycle, they know that there is a defense they can hold. The difference is if those are the only two defenses that you can hold, on a map like Theme Park, that's not good enough.
2-2. MNM, you're at least able to pull yourself back close to level, but you've only done it on one site. You've got to try and spread your wings if you want to have a little bit more success now, and otherwise try and look off to get the 4-2 split and keep yourself in line with a standard Theme Park. 3-3, and I think Gamma, with the pace that they've been able to apply, might be sitting pretty on their defensive half, but they want to start to try and apply this pressure very quickly. Users is creeping around the top of Dragon Stairs and waiting for somebody almost instantly, hoping to take them by surprise. As I've said, though, the drone game has been exceptional. The information game is not going to slow down at any moment yet. Still more hatches, still more pop, and still more pressure as he tries to swing to a little bit more safety. Here's the door go on his left shoulder. Here's the drone come through too. Nafe is able to pop it, and it keeps him in a bit of surprise along. Nitro goes, and Astro!
Nice one.
Bang! You are removed.
Not the first time today that we've seen users getting a beautiful C4. If you remember back to Cafe when he got the 2K onto, I believe, New Hatch. So it's certainly something that Gamma shouldn't be unaware of. They did get a kill back in return, though, as Fonkers has been taken off the board, but not quite such spectacular fashion. So there's still a hint of pride that means that MNM take the advantage in that. But as for the man advantage, it's all even, and Gamma still are yet to move in with their 4 players.
Now then, how can you make this work? You've taken care of Fonkers, but you still have work to be done, and you did it very well last time. It started with the push up the yellow stairs, forcing them away from that mirror window, forcing them to an uncomfortable situation as you pushed aggressively towards a vault as well and just dug the diffuser in. The plant was the key, and this time Jonker's going to make sure that they don't fall for it. But look at Gamma. They're going for a big rotation over the top. They've realized without Astro, they don't really have the same ability to get through, potentially, that they wanted to before, so they've opted to go for this, the Cafe take instead. Jonker's rotated, pulled back, and uses his dug inside vault. For now, they have no rush and nowhere else they need to go, so it's the pressure on Jonker that's going to be the start of all this. The Cafe door is opened. They know that they're peering inside.
Yeah, and he's rotating round into Arcade. You've also got Nafe nearby as well, but with these players coming into break room, he too could get caught out from behind. Users holding Office, so there's still players all around, and about 30 seconds remaining. This puts pressure onto Gamma. They're opening up the rotate for themselves, but they're going to come face to face with Nafe's shotgun, but he gets traded straight out as Panics, who remains on fire, or maybe not so much, as he too falls. Users begins to move forward, and now Deepek is just looking to hold down the yellow corridor.
Vice trying and stuck in behind the mirror window, but it's Deepek that gets cut down by the reverse hold that MNM opted for. They read that the push was coming from the opposite side, and Users, well, he was around that area for the whole round. To be fair, opened with a C4 and ended with a double. And what a round for them to be able to pull themselves back in. Now, one more defense is all they've got under their belt, and one more opportunity to put themselves with a decent 2-round buffer. As I said before, though, 3-3 for me still heralds slightly negative possibilities and means they've got to step up massively for their attack, which otherwise today hasn't really hit the mark.
No, I can't say it really has on either side, but MNM has definitely stood out for that it is a significant weakness of theirs. And as you say, because of the nature of the scoreline, we can kind of forgive any of the weaknesses there that Gamma have faced today, because this is still an admirable effort from them on their attacking half so far. Now, I spoke before about how here on Lab, there are kind of a couple of options that you can go for, the riskiest of which is to go in for the push. They didn't opt for that last time. Instead, they came in through maintenance. They opened up the wall into Throne, which I believe is where Yonka was playing on Castle before, and eventually they managed to make it through and they won that round. That was back in round 3. Now, MNM did just right the wrongs of the past as they took an initiation defense, something which they couldn't successfully do in round 2. So the question is, can they do that this time? Can they adapt and improve enough that they can take the Lab defense for themselves as well?
Guess that's the step up now. Gamma have been pretty good in terms of getting the control, and there, even then, their system of trades seemed still pretty continuous, still very fluid, and still very controlled. It was just obviously falling away to the man who got the triple kill in Eustace. And I guess that's one of the things about MNM. You never really know who's going to step up. You never really know who's going to try and fly that flaming marshmallow flag and lead them to a little bit more development of a victory. Late reinforcements go up as they get an idea of where the push is coming from. Yonka and Eustace took a bit of a risk there, and I guess it's rewarded.
I was going to make a comment about how you shouldn't reinforce next to people, but it's not quite as important anymore.
No, it's
reinforcement
fine now.
Pools are a thing. Yeah, it's not so much a big deal. It's an antiquated etiquette. But regardless, it was teamwork. But yeah, it was risk. It wasn't didn't actually turn out to be too bad. And right now, it's eerily quiet as Gamma are still assessing their options, and we near the halfway point. Astro knows he's potentially going to be giving away his location by opening up this window, but for now he's looking safe.
And that's it. Safe is one thing, but it's a little bit of a slower pace here for Gamma. However, that's only a statement because their information game is their drive, and we've seen them play slow and then suddenly go, okay, let's go, and lock down the attack and suddenly pick apart whatever MNM is setting up. So they're still calculating, still running the numbers, running the math, and seeing if they can not run it back as to how it was before. Panix and Astro both pop in, trying to look at different angles and different firefights. Hopping over your friend's active firefight's a dangerous game, but you survive for now. It's Yonka that gets one and Avish gets another. The diffuser's dropped and they're going to have to rotate around and try and recollect under a very dangerous window as he swaps over and swings around towards Nafe, who still has a C4 in pocket 2. Oh no, the diffuser's inside. They went for something very bold, and that's put them in a very tricky situation.
Yeah, look at the position that Fonkers was in, looking directly in through the rotate. So that means that Nafe can still stick in the direction that he is facing as well, over towards where Panix may be. Makes it very hard right now for Gamma to have the opportunity to collect that diffuser, especially as we're under 30 seconds now. Deepek's location will be given away, but it'll be Panix the next one to go down as Nafe the Valkyrie finally gets that kill. Yonka as well. Right now, it looks like it's all going to fall into MNM's favor.
Yeah, and with only 15 seconds, how much can you do? Double A is able to get at least one, but it's instantly battled back, and there's Dats for 2 is the split. Pulling it back from 2-1 down, well, it's a moment that can give them a bit of momentum, and momentum last time led to a storm as they tied so many rounds in a row. Can they replicate the magic that they had on the first map? Or are we about to see a Gamma defense that's more akin to the consulate that was over before you could blink?
That fear of the unknown is certainly going to be weighing on their minds. We've spoken about it so many times, and I almost feel like a broken record, but in a game this important, you have to remember, this is not even just about, oh yeah, one of these teams will get the opportunity to get into EUL. Because remember, both teams that make it into the finals will have that opportunity. Whoever comes first, they will be directly promoted into EUL. Whoever comes second will be playing for the relegation spot that Rogue currently sit in. That means that whoever wins this game automatically will have an opportunity to make it into EUL. But these are two teams with such history, so much history here in Europe, and have fought to make it to tier 1 in the past and fallen at the most important hurdle. They are back here right now. They are at that most important hurdle and only one of them can make it over. This all comes down to this final half on this final map of this final best of 3 here in the semi-finals, because it has been so back and forth.
Let's see who is the one that is able to take the cake, take the celebration, and, well, unfortunately not take a breather, because you've still got a lot of work ahead of you as your eyes are on your opponents that are set before you, already watching very fervently Kavana. Now, Gamma, as I said before, this is your possibility and chance to lock it out and lock it down, and it will have to start with some confidence, because if you can break back M&M's momentum, that's a big blow to a team that often swings around it. Gamma is, to be fair, a momentum-based team too. They can sometimes get themselves in their own heads and get tilted their own decisions, but we've seen some of the players like Panix step up bigger than they've ever been able to before this season, so it bodes a little bit well for them. M&M, your attacks so far have been a little bit slow and steady, and this is apparently a similar path for the course. Droning across Cafe and making sure you have the eyes and ideas in as you enter underneath by the looks of it. Creeping around Drug Lab and potentially going to take over the arcade floor. You swing round, drop the camera, and they don't have eyes in the sky anymore, but with Deepak playing that and keeping more of an acute awareness, well, it's still in no way safe.
They're staying very close together, a lot of these members of M&M. They want to ensure that in these situations, if they are to be caught out, they can always win on the refrag, which is something, we spoke about it earlier, has been of major importance in this matchup particularly. Deepak does manage to get one drone, but he couldn't get the first, not wanting to stand out too much out of position and potentially get caught. Now, we are a decent chunk into the round, and a lot of M&M are still sitting outside. It's making Gamma feel restless, but M&M want to be thorough.
This is the worry, though, of the M&M's attacks that we've seen so far. Things are left a little bit too late, but they're not trying to make it happen again. Panix gets used as Dats as the big firefight on the arcade stairs. Nath gets one more, and a shield's popped inside. Gamma looking a bit lost and a bit restless, but Astro is the one that puts them to space before he's blown that way himself. Ash picked back up on the stairs to keep them in a 3 versus 2 with 50 seconds. So many bodies fell in that very quick window, and Panix is looking to apply more pressure. He's stepping up in a big way, and Leonski's doing the same, takes care of Fonkers inside the approach to the site. Everything is falling around the arcade cabinets, but there's one loose body around the corridor at the top of Yellow Stairs 2. The Selmas pop off from Yonka, opens up the angles towards the site itself. Going to make Cafe a little bit more locked in, but oh no, it's played against the mute jam that's stopping any approach here, and they're going to have to try and force their way in with guns alone. Dat's on the swing, but he's very low health. He knows the pressure has to come. It's the first swing that comes to Yonka, though. They double up and double in as they careen their way towards the final body. The rotation is attempted, but he goes back against it. The C4 to the back of the chassis doesn't catch him. That could have defined the round, but instead it's going to have to be the clutch. Goes in behind, and Ash doesn't hear it. Oh no! M&M, things fall apart, but Panix yet again! You step up, stand in, and make your mark.
That is not the first clutch from Panix that we have seen today, and Fluke, at this point, I am beginning to believe that it is not going to be the last either. This man has showed up in this series, knowing what is riding on it and knowing exactly what he can do, and you know what? I love it. It's fantastic to see. In the moments where it felt like Gamma could have let that one slip, he came in to ensure it did not.
4-3. M&M, and a round slips through, and it's just misplayed moments. Obviously, you wonder what was heard by the ears of the injured Ash at that point, and unfortunately it wasn't enough. As Panix was able to slip around the back, and again, pitch perfect play there from somebody who's really had a bit of a rocky time. If there's a moment to show up, and if there's a moment to win yourself fame and acclaim in the hearts of Benelux, well, this is it right now.
Sorry to interrupt, I just want to address Easy, our wonderful observer. Can you just show us split a second, Easy? I just want to ensure
there it is, Des.
That it's not for the audience. I trust that you know where split is, but just because Derry's on the desk, there we go. Easy showed us right in the middle. It's that nice little blue thin corridor. Some people call it blue. A lot of people
We're
call it
educating
split.
Des.
And Derry learned that this weekend.
Derry learned that. Does Jess know that he showered that? Because I feel like she'd be mad at him for that.
I feel like it's probably better she never finds out.
Yeah, we did a big charity tournament. I was dressed as a cat girl maid. You were dressed as a cow. And we raised a lot of money for
We had
kids'
a great
hospitals.
time.
We had a great time. And Derry played in a comp game of Siege. But for now, there's a more important comp game of Siege going on, you could say, and you will say, because it's true. It's battling for not only, obviously, taking your way to the EU Major and giving yourself still a bit of hope at getting in, but you've got to realize that that's solidifying a career. That's you taking yourself up, forcing and fighting and earning your own promotion towards the successive season and setup. We talked about this at the beginning of the day. What do you get for getting into Pro League? And it's obviously not just the prize pool. It's not just what you take from this tournament, but it's the possibility of the revenue share. It's the possibility of getting your skins in the game, and it's the long time that you have that locked in. It's a long time until you'll get this chance again. This means everything for 10 players that need to dictate their future for the next 12 months, and it comes down to the next 3 or 4 rounds.
We've seen the dreams of teams who could have feasibly qualified be dashed, not just today, but so far throughout the competition. Losing Penta was something that many did not expect to happen, and yet it did, and it's going to happen to one of these teams. And right now it's Gamma who are on the back foot, and they are just waiting for MNM to move on in as the floor above Lab is getting opened. Fonka's going crazy with the Caber, and Panic's down below just looking for his prey. He can't quite catch it, and instead he takes a decent amount of damage.
Now is looking with the impact to still potentially cause some trouble above, but Nath wants to shut this off sooner rather than later. Drops the mute jam, and that's going to allow this drone to roll in, roll up, and potentially roll through. Panics. It's misdroned, though! Turns the wrong way, and Panics, yet again, strikes with a ferocity and a game sense that we have not seen for a long time.
Oh,
now,
it's so cheeky.
It's battled back. Yonka locks it off, but the loss there. You've lost your Ash, you've lost your Zafia, you've lost your IGL team captain, Nath. Oh, it's a tough push now.
Yeah, and 20 seconds remaining as well. There's barely any time for MNM to do anything with, and Fonkas just opens up the soft wall, but in comes the C4. It narrowly misses him, but this is still going to be a tough task.
Well, that's a massive cacophony of death that's happened in Split. They're in a 1 versus 1, but he's gone for the kill and he was too far out. Everything fell on the doorways, and so has the lead that MNM had etched out before 4-4. Gamma have taken their 2 first defenses. They've done better than MNM opened up their defensive half with, and well, it's down to this, the offsite, the tertiary, the tough place to play. And the third round, that if it starts to swing the way of Gamma, you've got a couple of concerns for the momentum of MNM.
Oh man, I mean, I'm feeling energized. I'm like, people can't see, but I'm like pacing. It's evened out. It's so close. It's not even like any of us can definitively look at this right now and say this is the way it is going to go. Yeah, sure, right now on this half, it really looks like it's swinging in Gamma's favor, and I don't know if that momentum is going to shift. Knowing what we know about MNM's performance on the attack and how Gamma have been doing as well, but we also know that this is a map that MNM have really done well on in the past too, and they could still bring it back. They have what it takes. We've seen it from this team, but are they going to show that to us right now? Well, we will eventually find out, but the next site is going to be Initiation Office, and Gamma are going to be doing exactly what MNM did by bringing a mirror, but they've also brought a Rook instead, which isn't something that we saw from MNM.
Now, obviously, when we're talking about offsites and possibilities and where teams like to play, MNM do not like Throne, even though it can be a strong site, and we've just seen a victory fall in the way of Gamma. So this is one where you still expect them to have some lockdown and have some idea of how to push and how to take it. The Mirrors played in a similar way as to before, but instead they've opted for this stronger cafe idea. They assume the push. is going to come from the Cafe side, and they're going to make sure that they've got this angle, this longitude towards the hold. Slightly different approach, but I guess success is built upon adaptation. And we need to see if MNM can adapt to what Gamma is putting down. Pings are consistent, and Fonka's approaches the hatch. Leonski dramatically running underneath it, but isn't caught. Survives and thrives as he digs behind his window by the vault.
Well, here are the air jabs to try and shunt the aggression, that Gamma could start to press onto MNM as they come in, and Usus and Jonka both find themselves inside. I keep saying Jonka, I mean Yonka. I'm very sorry. It's because, you got like players like Junus as well, and you just never know whether to say a J or a Y. It's one of those hard things. But anyway, yes, they've placed the air jabs that's going to stop Gamma from pushing on forward, but they look pretty steadfast in the way that they want to hold this and having a lot of that focus on Office. There's a Vulcan shield, and Vonkus is going to make his way back towards the rest of his team.
Now it's slow and steady. Back again from MNM. They tried to go with a lot of push pace before, but it unfortunately led to a lack of success. Now then, can they replicate that? Yonka 11-4 is a big driving force right now. As we said before, all the players of MNM have habits of stepping up, and Panics, a player who's stepped beyond what he's been able to do before, is almost the first off the board here as he's forced slightly out of the corners of Initiation Room and more dug into an uncomfortable situation on the opposite side of the split. Avaish is taken care of first. All the way from deep, play dangerous games, win dangerous prizes is the lesson learnt. Through a bullet through the skull across 3 rooms, and now it's Astro who needs to step up and see if he can swing against the initiation door, which is the default plant. Default push actually goes opposite, takes care of Usus before returning to the long firefight towards the computers. Takes that too, because why not?
Is he going to be able to get a third as well? Yes, he is. There's Fonkas to be going down, and as he gets flashed out, he's still looking for more. The smokers come out, and he's right next to one of those players, but it is Tebi Astro to fall. Panics as well. That means Yonka can start going in for the plant, and the C4 getting ready from Leonski doesn't quite catch anyone. He goes back in. Nath, he's going down too. MNM just can't quite catch this break. They go in once again, but it's not hard for Deepak to end his life. Complete backwards and forwards there, and the aggression so much from these two teams finally falls the way of Gamma.
It's so frequently down to time, so frequently down to the trade game of Gamma that's been so consistent all throughout the day. Whether they're having success stories or nightmare moments, either way, what they have had is a great congealing of utility, a great idea of ability. The thread that sews each of the players together in the sightlines has seemingly always been one step consistent, one step ahead for a lot of the time of MNM, who haven't quite been able to cut the thread at the right space. Every time they seem to get rid of the head of the Hydra, another 2 appear, and unfortunately they shout in, languages that MNM can't quite comprehend right now.
Well, they're British, so that's probably most, because we don't have very good language education here.
I wanted to... The thing is, I tried to remember the languages spoken on the team, but I'm not quite clever as Milosh. Milosh would have said that cast line in their languages.
In all of them at once.
He would have gone through every single spoken language that Gamma players have.
Milosh, it could be an SVO language or an SOV language, and Milosh would still find a way to do it in both.
At the same time. Like, throat singing.
That's got nothing. It's got nothing to do with what I was.
2 tones at the same time. It's impressive. Shut up! I saw a YouTube video on it. Avaish saw a YouTube video on how to open up little angles and bullet holes towards the cafe approach. Play yourself up the banister and lean in towards what is working so well for you, which is shutting down MNM's momentum. 3 rounds in a row. You make it 4. You put yourself on map point. Sure. They're still only 1 step behind. Sure, you've been in a position where you've been on 5 rounds and things have fallen apart from better seats before. Sure, it's not quite over yet, but rest assured, Gamma fans and players, they are currently swinging heavily and heftily with momentum in their favor. Theme Park and the arcade cabinets were the game they played last time, and M&M are looking to potentially extend a little bit more towards the yellow stairs first as they start their careen and their approach and drug again.
I love your rap. It really got me going. And maybe it'll really get M&M going, and it will. Fonkers securing himself the first kill of the round and bringing down Astro, who caused such a pain for the team in that last one.
Now then, Panics waits for more pressure to start to apply itself. They've been able to do what was, as I said before, seemingly undoable in a lot of situations. Take a life of Gamma and not suffer an intense instant firefight back against them. They've left the diffuser cold for now outside the cafe entrance as they realize they've got to do some body work around the rest of the map. And they don't want to put themselves into an uncomfortable situation because so far it's been hard to gauge who's been popping off. 2 drones swing round and Nafe swings a Vaish, takes him out of the situation. As I said, yellow stairs was where they wanted to apply a bit of pressure before as it went a little bit untested earlier on and everything started to fall and collapse in. The swing comes from Panics, the man who popped off before. Here's the pressure, here's a C4, but here's a mistimed play. A grenade gets Deepek in the meantime, and 5-1. M&M, you needed this more than anything, and Leonski digs himself into a corner behind a train. It's not a tractor hap, it's a train, and it's unfortunately not really having any movement and momentum right now. Leonski swings for a drone, swings for a hope. They're sure where he is, though, and M&M are flawless. Well, that was needed.
Flawless, and once again bringing it back to an even scoreline. We get no closer to figuring out who it is that is going to take this. A really difficult position, I have to say, that Panics found himself in, being droned out on the arcade stairs, yet he couldn't push forward, knowing that there was someone right outside on the balcony. Found himself getting stunned out. Easy to completely ambush him in that scenario. M&M played it a lot more methodically in that they ensured that they were together and that they could collapse in all at once. And I mean, when you get to the end point like that, it's just Leonski behind the... Did Hap call it a tractor?
Yes, he called it a tractor.
Okay. I see. Well,
which is on a different map. Entirely. That's a Hereford call.
Oh yeah, that map that's in the map pool.
The map that everybody loves. Which is maybe why Hap got confused. Maybe he also has just never seen a farm before, but it's definitely a train. And unfortunately, or as Dev would put it, choo-choo, unfortunately it didn't offer the safety and confidence solidity that a long train ride can. It only offered the prospect of death as it pulled into the station. Unfortunately, weren't met at the station by anything other than the UK lads.
Some train rides over that. Wasn't there like a Bong Joon-ho movie about that or something?
SnowRunner, Snowpiercer.
Snowpiercer, is that what it is?
Great.
See, I know some things about films. I've never seen it, but
was that Bong Joon?
Yes.
It was.
Thank you very much for verifying me. Well, either way.
I just wanted to clarify my South Korean cinema.
Okay. As I mentioned, we are back on an even scoreline, and at this point, what maybe looked like a sprint for Gamma on our very first map, or at least the very half of the very first map, is very much going to be feeling like a marathon. These two teams still find themselves at it after all this time. Now, Astro playing very aggressively. He got taken down early in that last round, but he will find himself retreating. And he doesn't want to get caught out, and his skills and prowess can be used elsewhere at a later date.
Now then, as they set themselves up and give over Dragon Stairs, it's a bit of pace, and I want to see what M&M can actually do with it, because so far, as we've said and seen, it's generally been Gamma's defenses to hold, and they've been able to hold themselves quite well. Dats is alone, isolated, and the two bodies of Gamma are trying to strike whilst they know he's weak. He's holding an angle and hoping to pick the first as they pepper their head up, but the pressure comes from the opposite side, and there it is. Astro locks down Dats and the pair of them move through, but there's the pickup and there's again another trade. That's why they move in doubles. And this is the game that we've said they've done so well, so continually and so aggressively across the entire stretch and strayed of this map. The drones still work and Panics is pushed back into the site, but He has done big bits and big work. You've lost your IQ, you've lost stats. Hey, what? This is the same 2 names that were lost the last time they pushed this site.
Knowing the extent to which you should be flirting with the enemy outside of the site and when you should return home for a night in is a really important part of playing a successful roam. And that's something that Panic seems to understand right now as you said, he moved back, placing the goo mines out before it got to that point. But now Leonski has found himself being DBNO'd and finally finished off by users. That evens things out, and Fonkers from above can start to get rid of the wall denial that is preventing his team from moving in.
Steadily opening all the angles that they can and steadily forcing them into a less comfortable situation. They've done their reconnaissance and they're not going to try and just shove their way into sight. With users holding the cross angle, Panics is going for a rotate, but it's Deepak that just swings round and gets the opener. There is a big cost. There's Panics yet again. Right place, right time. Right pepper of bullets there, but it's the swing round on the close man. Not sure how they didn't quite catch that, but they've still got to catch 2 more, and Panics isn't having any of it. Panics and Gamma find themselves the first team to broach the topic of we are taking this. But the study has shown it's not quite over yet.
And now Gamma Gaming are on match point of this entire best of 3. They are 1 round away, and I do not know if that is going to be felt more by them right now than it is by MNM, because Gamma, they don't want to fall. You don't want to fall into the mentality where you assume it's over. You don't want to get into the you really got to win those mentality. But MNM know that it very much could be over for them in 1 round. This is where it gets really exciting. Now, we've just seen this 6-pick come out from Gamma. They're going to be bringing the Clash. We did see this get played all the way back on Cafe Dostoyevsky, but that was back in a land where Zofia was banned, whereas she can be played here. So you will have that available to you as some kind of counter, but this should allow Gamma to hold some kind of extended defense if that's what they decide to do, and make it incredibly hard for MNM to be able to come in. And I'm very intrigued to see how this is going to go for Gamma Gaming, and how this will play out, because I think if they are all together and in a position where they're playing around each other very closely, they could definitely win out a lot of the gunfights that are going to ensue.
Let's see how they adapt to themselves on this play space. As you said and pointed out, it's the first time we're bringing the Clash in this situation. The 6th pick and the bait and play is something that might stem and slow MNM. It works as the mobile mirror, and it works as something where, to be fair, where we've seen MNM work the worst is when they're slowed, when they're not quite sure and not quite confident. They find themselves struggling to even broach the topic of how do we get into the site and how do we get the grasp and the handle on gunners like Gamma. Leonski gives the game away, says, "Oh, hello, it's me, Clash. I wasn't allowed in the Muppet-themed event, which maybe that's a bit of a misstep, but here I am on the biggest stage, so who's really laughing now?"
Sure, well, either way, you can hear those ADSs being burned. MNM wasting no time ensuring of that, but there are the other 2 present in office, and that will help protect the shield behind which Deepak is playing. And you can see the way that they're spread out from north to south, which basically ensures whichever way that MNM decide that they want to push in, it's going to be incredibly difficult. And that's why you have the Clash down where you don't so much have the shields. And there's her feet being pinged out by Dats present on the hatch.
Slow and steady, MNM, as you take your pace. 3 drones fervently working away behind the computers as you try to get the ping and the spot on the bodies that are on the door. There they are. Leonski's not wasting any time. The noticeable change here is there's nobody wide swinging it from deep. Last time we had 2 people take this firefight and the first lost. This time Clash is the door herself. She's saying you gotta get through me if you want to try and mess up those guys over my shoulder. And they do. Fonkers takes them out. The pop on the shield is what blows them out, and that's a big loss. With Panics playing it close to the wire here. Swings over the top. The C4's caught in mid-air. They are not waiting and not wasting any time. The drone is got, and Panics has to crawl to offer some sense of safety here. The Mute is in a lot of danger, isolated. inside the initiation, about to be initiated into hell at this point, but they're popping over the top of the computers and trying to make sure that the work that's done on them is theirs. But no! Funkers with a second grenade and a second confirmation on a kill. Now is the time for the Finn to step up for the win, as he did once before on the day before, but this time, ever more is what they want to push and pressure towards this initiation. Astro, a huge player from before, is the one caught in the middle, and he's waiting for this, but unfortunately waits no more, as Stats is the one that swings around, and Yonka too, blown and pushed towards the limit of Vice, cannot quite find it, hasn't found the medal and the mental on this map, and MNM, it is not over yet!
Desperately pushing into the smoke there, and it wasn't enough, and MNM, who just needed the desperate slivers of tenacity to hold on into overtime, managed to find it from within and push themselves into that position. And my God, Gamma will be feeling that, so close to securing themselves the spot in the finals, and now they have to fight through at least 2 more rounds to make it there. This is getting closer to the wire than I think anyone expected coming into this series, Fluke.
I'm losing my voice.
Yeah, I can imagine.
But you know what? Worth it. Worth it to watch this series go all the way, because with what we've seen from map 1 and map 2, we've seen 2 teams that desperately want this. 2 teams that in their own way deserve not only the possibility of getting there, but to be honest, being there as well. And unfortunately, as is the way in this game, you can only have one winner. Only one team is going to walk away with the chance of getting themselves into that top tier, the top echelon, the chance to butt heads with Kavana and get either the guaranteed journey or have a look at facing Rogue as their possibility of finding their way through. And for me, that is the picture that is both so beautiful to look at but so heartbreaking, is this isn't even the final step for these 2 teams, but you would be fine in understanding and having the impression that it was, because both these teams are putting everything on the line and the wire, and it's still not over yet.
Now, MNM start overtime on attack once again. We've noted that this is their weaker side of things. Ooh, that was incredibly close, and Funkers will be bleeding out, but can probably be picked up by one of his teammates. I would have loved for that to have led to a death, not because I have a bias, but because I am an agent of chaos and think it would have been funny. Regardless, MNM are on their weaker half to start things off here in overtime. However, they've managed to push through to the point that overtime has been instigated. So there's no reason that we should believe that they can't make this happen. However, look at how separate they are. Actually, not quite as separate as I thought. But one of the things in the rounds that has worked for MNM on attack have been when they've played very close together, and they've all very much had one another's backs with very close proximity. If they don't lean into that here, I fear that maybe they won't be able to lean into the attack as a whole and won't be able to take it.
Steady approach, MNM, as you know that you've been able to have some work done very recently, and as said and cited before, both these teams thrive in the energy of momentum that can really carry you through. Funkers, the double kill with grenades and a huge bit of utility, is going to make sure that it gets used and burnt before he finds his life taken by Gamma that already tried to lean into the aggression. Panics, dances on the doorway, drops a drone and looks towards the hatch down below, has the opening here. And if Funkers doesn't play this properly and carefully, might find his trip much quicker, because it takes way less bullets to take care of you when you've already been riddled by them before.
Still got to play it patient. Just about a minute remaining. There's that really annoying hello there sound cue that we spoke about earlier, but Leonski opens things up onto Nave. So hello there, goodbye there, Zofia. You can't say that annoying line anymore. And that's not a good start for MNM, who are looking to hold on so fervently, and Deepak securing a second. There's your Zofia and your Ash. We've seen this before, and it significantly hinders them. Panics could be about to catch a kill for himself, but no! Taken down in his own right. Gamma still holding on to the advantage, though.
Angles of the lockdown right now. It's a 4 versus 2 situation, and the defense has been able to find itself some of the setup that it had before, but there's the pressure, there's Yonka, there's Astro. 2 big players that have met metal a lot, and now it's one more trip to this match point. One more dance around series point, and one more worrying moment for MNM to try to lock themselves in solidly. Had a good swing with a 4-2 split on their defenses before, but that was a long, long time ago.
Look, there is only one site that MNM won the defense on twice, and that is the site that they are heading to right now. Bunk and Take Care. Of all the places they went, Bunk, Initiation, and Lab, they did not touch Throne Room. This is the only one that they consistently won. It makes a lot of sense that they are returning here, knowing full well what is riding on this. Once again, we find ourselves on overtime match point. I suspect that they will be setting up a defense very similar to what we saw before with the mirror window present in Office. They had another one facing into Cafe. You have Dats present in Vault behind the Vulcan shield, and he can move around via the scaffolding to play on that mirror window should he need to. At the very least, we saw that happen in round 1. He wasn't really moved out of Vault until very late in the second time they visited, if I remember correctly. But that could be something that Gamma lean into, knowing full well how it is that MNM are going to set up. But it hasn't failed them so far. So does it really matter?
The extension and possibility and concern here could be played against Vish, a player who hasn't really had an impact on the defenses, and I believe got almost all of their kills, if not all of them, on their attacks before playing the role of Kali, digging something in. And when they've been able to have the meteoric impact that they slew straight into the face in the camp of MNM across map 1 and map 2, regardless of result, they were a big problem. And here, they've been a bit unfortunately lacking in the structure of being able to put that pressure. They might be able to find something else here, some more of a swing into this long, long angle. They're going to open to Kareen and cut this site in half. The drones come towards the Goyo at first, as he's well aware that he is going to be the first tip and push of this pressure. There's the big shots that open the hatches for the angles over on the top. Gamma are great at mid-round and late-round adaptations. They're setting themselves up some options early.
Now, Astro, I think, is going to be a really key player in this. We've seen him get taken down early a couple of times, but in the round where he's been allowed to stand, they have been the ones where we have seen multi-kills come out, and in particularly impactful and important moments. Now, Gamma, if they can overwhelm these players over towards yellow, then this could be it. Users particularly could be a high-value target. And especially his Black Eyes will be, as that's the reason for bringing Panics along on the IQ. Here is things to start off to try and gain control of Office, but Nath is still staying nearby.
Hatch has fallen, the shield is gone, and there goes Vault as Usus goes for a rotation. Last time we saw the pressure pushed around yellow stairs, and that's where things started to capitalize for Gamma. This time they haven't quite got the same lock off, and Avish is looking for the head of Jonker, the big blow and force that's been pretty consistent for MNM across this map. What a time to show up, and what a moment for them to be able to set themselves up. Gamma, they approach with aplomb as they lock themselves off. The drones herald the oncoming hoofs of war and destruction and decimation that the guns of Gamma want to offer, but it's slow and steady for now. They know this first one's important, and it falls to Astro. The trade comes in. Nath instantly shuts it down, but the shield goes. Usus 2 finds Panics in the meantime. That's the IQ and the Ash gone. They still have a huge amount of utility, and they're going to make sure they capitalize on it fast. The chassis is the only thing keeping the man alive, but it takes care of Deepek, who can pick themselves back up. You cannot withstand a C4. Leonsky is able to shut down Nath, and there's another one. The man was dead in the doorway, holding the angle and smoking themselves. It's someone with a flicker of health and someone with only a little bit more as they try and push against Yonker and Usus, 2 big players that have been able to step up so far. Creeping around the back stairs, they might go uncontested here, and they somehow find a frag. It's a 2 versus 1. Yonker has been the force to be reckoned with. The C4 is all in. Hey, this situation, we've seen it once before. It was the other way around. The C4 doesn't quite catch it. It's shot out of the air, but there it is! Yonker! Unbelievable swing! The second time the clutch has gone down behind the train. We are going all the way for the second time.
Absolutely. absolutely no way he just managed to keep them in the game. I honestly thought we were about to see Gamma Gaming push themselves through into the finals, despite the fact that for a decent chunk of that round, it looked like MNM were just gunning them down. They turned it around. It was all on Yonka, and he did it. And now, as far as this game can possibly go into overtime, is where we will be seeing it. And I have no clue what to expect at this point. This is hard for MNM, knowing they have to do this on the attack. But at the same time, they've pushed through hardship in not just this map, but this series completely. They've done the 7-round sweep already. They've had the dominant map. They've done everything. They've pushed through rounds that shouldn't have been theirs. They have to know in themselves that they can do this, otherwise this is over.
I could not tell you the last time a game has got my heart racing this much.
Oh, I know. I was going to say to you, remember back when we were in Paris and you and I were casting the South Asia Grand Finals?
Yep.
Do you remember how great it was because we had aircon and we weren't dying and sweating because of like...
I feel so bad for my neighbors.
Adrenaline heats you up.
Yeah, I feel so bad for my neighbors right now.
I don't care about my neighbors. That's their problem, not mine.
I'll buy them some sweets or something. It's Halloween. 7-7. What a joy, what a pleasure, and what an honor it has been to be able to cast this game. And it's still not over yet, but all those eyes peeled to the screens, it cannot go any further than this round. And at this point, I am joyous to sit back and watch and just see how these 10 players, as I've said before, all of them throughout these series, maybe not this map in particular, but all of them have been able to be a big force in this battle between, I guess, what is the difference of your career, your future, and your goals, where you can go, moves over a C4. Funkas put pace to Deepak and doesn't quite catch them, survives as they head their way into initiation, droning themselves ahead, looking for the first kill through the soft wall, and Panics might be the culprit here as they catch themselves. More peppering, more bullets, and Panics just gets out of there, realizes you cannot be the first to fall. Funkas is applying pace as they very quickly clear the top.
Gamma with the very extended hole, potentially doing something that we saw before, and that is knowing all too well when you should be making those rotations back. Panics has been such a notable player today, and dancing around the geography of this map very well has put him very much in that position. Still all 10 members of this game remaining as we head into the final half, and MNM still have a lot of their presence upstairs, applying pressure down below with the open floors holding into barrels. Now, Panics present here in lab. He's going to have that pressure himself, not just vertically, but also laterally. And this is where he could get caught out, and he does. Naif getting the first kill.
And it's down on Panics, a player who has been so consistent in taking this site and locking it down. The movements he made before were the difference maker towards Gamma being able to lock it off. They're looking for the quick place pressure here onto the stairs. They're going for the same plan they've played before over and over again, but they want to try and make it stick. Users watching the roam, trying to catch the body that's on the far opposite side of the site right now. They haven't been able to get into the wall. It's still heavy, still electrified, and still a problem. Deepak is on split, applying as much pressure as they can. Naif saw the shoulder of a Valkyrie who might not know it. The bullets go through, but they only slightly catch the side as the wall starts to fall on the opposite side. Barbs is popping open, drones working, and Zedping's coming in pretty fervently. 20 seconds, and Leonsky separates Users from his body, but Naif finds Astro, and Split is under their control. They're looking for the approach. Leonsky's covering it, and the diffuser goes cold. Jumped in the corner, the trade comes through on Split that puts it to 2 versus 2. Sticking the diffuser, it comes down to a cover that's been so back and forth through both teams. Can they make it? And they do, for the first time in a very long time, a post plant. Gamma creeping their way up towards the backside of the site. If they've made this through, they've popped the bullets, they've given the game away now. They've put even more down. They are completely isolated in the middle of the zone. They're stuck on the island like the UK do. A 2 versus 1. The Finn gets one. The trade comes through. Revive A player who has not had the best impact on this map finds one more. It is Avaish versus Nath, cat and mouse, as they try and lock down this final moment. One kill to dictate who finds their way forward onto the EU Major. The pings are there. The pop-up is there too. Nath pulls away 8 seconds. The swing is there. He just has to put it. They've taken it. Eminem.
No.
They push through.
No.
GG's across the board. All 10 deserve it. Only 5 can take it. Take a bow.
I am absolutely shaking after that round, and I suspect all of these players are as well. The second it got into the 2 versus 2, and you could see the fear in all of these players, the quick peeks, the desperation, the knowledge that your life could be on the line, and not just your life, but your career in Tier 1 as this team moves on into the finals. What an absolutely incredible way to end a very competitive best of 3 that was just an emotional roller coaster backwards and forwards.
You want both teams. I'm physically shaking.
I am shaking as well.
That game, it was insane. It was everything you want from an amazing game of Siege. It was such a fight, such a light. It's so tough that one of these two teams has to lose it. I'm beyond words. I'm going to throw it to the desk. They have good words. They'll use them. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you for the players. Thank you to Gio. Hey, let's throw it to those nerds.
Let's do it.
Thanks so much, guys. Yeah, I gotta say, I'm feeling it too. We were all 3 of us sitting in our own channel and kind of commentating over everything that's happening. We could not believe how close it got to the end, literally to the last round of the 3rd map, and a 1v1, both players low on health to fight it up. Man, Des, first of all, I mean, you don't play for M&M, that's for sure. I've seen you playing, but congratulations to the UK. Huge game for them. And 2 teams now in the CL Grand Finals for the UK.
UK on top, baby. It's the way it should be. Sorry, Hap. 0-2 on those predictions, buddy. You gotta do it sometimes. You know? You gotta win those, buddy. You gotta win those. Now, look, one thing I will definitely not take away from Gamma is, one, my heart genuinely bleeds for them. I actually said, coming into probably round 10, Gamma deserved to win this today with how they played. I actually think they were the better team in the series. But that last map, oh my God, Yonka, of all times to choose to come out and really show your colours, buddy. What a map to do it on. That was like probably the most thrilling game of Theme Park I think we've seen. Some really cool rounds, some wicked attacking executes. But that final round, Jesus Christ, with the number of flanks that Gamma pulled up, I just thought, man, that's it. They can flank this, they can win it. There's no way M&M win it. And they managed to pull it off. Brilliant game through and through. Really sad that we're not going to get to see these 2 teams play each other again for a while now, because it would always be an absolute screamer.
Pap, takeaways from all of this, as Des was just saying, Gamma still played out of their minds for this one.
They played out of their minds, and if you looked at that last round, in that 2v2 situation, that is the moment when all the adrenaline basically wore off, I think, for these players, because you saw both D-Back and Avaish with some shots they would normally have, and that suddenly turned it into a 1v1 for Avaish later on, who was able to recover a little bit, but, well, I mean, you know, the Checker was already too long gone, hiding in the bathroom. No way that you're going to be able to get the clutch down like that. And, you know, they try to go for multiple flanks, and then you're thinking, was this really the right choice? Was it maybe better to stay on side, because Leonski managed to drop that diffuser in there? So, you know, there's always these little things, but they played really well. And, well, if it wasn't for that, well, messed up rotate, I dare to say, in round number 4, I believe it was, it would have been a 3-3 half if that one went through, and that would have been a totally different game. But they still played very well. Unfortunately for them, they will be yet again not making it.
I mean, look, Panic's played out of his mind today. I think with everything that people have been talking about him, mentioning him over the past few months, and the difficulties that he's had over 2020, I think definitely today cemented his name and position. Unfortunate that it ends in this way, but you know, what does it all mean now? For people that are just joining us, because there are thousands right now watching maybe EUCL for their first time ever, can we explain to them, Des, what these two teams today, specifically our two winners, UK teams of Kavana and MNM, have won in their matches?
They have won the opportunity to compete at the EU finals in December. They'll face off against each other. The winner will be also promoted into EUL. So you are guaranteed in 2021 to see MNM or Kavana in EUL. MNM, an organisation that almost got there before with Na'Vi, eventually sold the roster off to Na'Vi. Kavana, the dark horse that came through open quals, one of them will make it. The team that loses that series between these two teams will go on to face against Rogue, who finish in 9th place after having a wonderful first split of VUL, finish 0-9 in the second. That's a really tough opponent, but at least we get to see a real clash of UK Titans there at the EU finals. I cannot wait to see how that one shakes down.
Of course, a lot of money on the line at the end of the day here for both of these teams. What's the differential between, being in the grand final and in the semi-final? What's the comparison there if you have the numbers?
Now I have to look that one up. I didn't check that one. I know that for number 1 and 2 combined, it's 17.5k with 10k going to the winner of that matchup. And 7.5 to the second. So I'm quickly trying to check. Number 5 to 8 will all be receiving 2,500 euros. So there's no differential whether you would have gone out in the first phase or if you just lost it right here at the 3rd or 4th place.
So the top 4 really does matter at the end for so many different reasons. A lot of bragging rights, I gotta say. All of these teams now can say, well, you know what, we made it to the CL finals. The top 4 teams, I gotta say, have to be very happy with how far they have gone. But I believe we have an interview. I know it's very, very close, but we're gonna have a quick chat with Sparkster from MNM.
Get him in.
Hello, Sparkster. I'm doing very well. Congratulations. Big day today for you as MNM to make it through under the banner of this organization. First of all, let's talk about the maps. Cafe, Consulate, and Theme Park. Cafe went your way. It was a tough game overall if you look at the entire series, but how is it for you looking from the outside in, seeing the 3 maps that were put in, again, Cafe, Consulate, and Theme Park? How was the feeling in the team for?
Well, it's very tense. I mean, because watching that, I was very nervous personally. We played Cafe I think we had a very slow start to it, but we sort of picked it up and saw the remaining rounds went as we had hoped. Consulate, we were again a little bit too slow. We lost rounds we shouldn't have lost, and that generally cost us in the end. And Theme was, I think Theme was just general because of. I think if we went 5-1 on Theme, we maybe could have pulled it, but going the 4-2, so it was all right. We pulled it in the end.
That's the question, actually, going from Cafe to Consulate, because, of course, it was a 5-0 advantage for Gamma, and then you end up racking round after round. How did that affect the team morale going into Map 2?
We're very confident, obviously, coming Map 1, we were very, at that sort of point, we sort of thought, well, we got to wake up, and then we woke up and we came into Map 2 and we just made mistakes, and they played very well. To be fair to them, they played very well in Consulate, so it was their map, but we were still confident in it, but it just didn't go our way in the end.
Yeah, and Theme Park in the end ended up going your way. Again, it was as tight of a map that we would have ever even imagined, and a best of 3 series with so much on the line. Do you believe that you starting off on the defense gave you a bit of an advantage early on, a head start?
I think it did. I think I would, looking back at now, obviously maybe would have preferred the defense in overtime, but regardless, obviously defense start on Theme Park does give you somewhat of an advantage. You just got to make use of it. And we did well. We got the 4-2 on defense, which was good, but we could have potentially got the 5-1, which would have made it a little bit easier for ourselves, but we made it very hard for ourselves. We managed to pull it through in the end.
I believe there was one round where Gamma even was salting into initiation. Of course, you guys were on the defense. I think it was round 2. And Deepak, it was down to a 1v1. Deepak playing from downstairs inside of Armory. Did you have any information on him in the situation, or were you kind of running blind?
I think, if I recall, I think we did have the information he was below, but I think, in the time we saw, I think it was that 2v1 I think someone picked down, obviously, or someone started defusing, got picked earlier, and then obviously in the 1v1 with the time left, there wasn't an awful lot we could do. So I think, that was just the coordination, but
Going, you know, in the end, you go into overtime, very close to turn it back. Unfortunate for Gamma that in the difficult moments, the moments where you got to win those, it just does not work out for them. You take it to overtime. You see that your opponents are going to get 2 defensive rounds because of how the role is. How do you kind of rally the team around it because of how effective that side can be on this map?
As far as that goes, that's entirely on the players. Their morale and their attitude today was what was really good. I mean, obviously going down the cafe was, you know, really showed that the attitudes are going on the 2 attack rounds on the theme. You just got to be really positive, Banty, because obviously if you look at it, you're thinking, oh no. But as long as you stay positive, you know, likely you can get one if you play well. So they just played together, played well, fragged out, and obviously Nathan won it in the end, which was good.
And on the final round of Theme Park, of course, turns into a 1v1. Did you have any information on where the last player from Gamma was placed, or were you kind of relying on the audio information through the holes that you opened up in the wall?
We had information on who. I don't know if it was through a drone that could directly see him, or if it was just a sound, but we had information on him when he was ticking, etc. So that's how Nathan played around it. Now, that drone and that information kind of won us that because obviously Nathan was low.
Do you think the Jackal had an impact on the round, or what? Because we didn't see much of the operator.
I think it not necessarily did in that last round because they played a little bit safe. You know, being the last round, they were a little bit safer, which meant it wasn't quite so. But in the previous rounds, for instance, the way they were playing that defense, and it would have come into light a lot, and it would have helped a lot to try and clear those roamers, which was the problem we were having, especially when it comes to that late parts. I mean, I believe Nathan killed that Legion. I didn't actually watch the last round, but I believe
Panic playing in the bathroom.
Legion. So that also, I don't know if he used the Jackal for that, but that was good. That little clear, because that was our main issue, was that when that second fall backstage and then getting the early kills on the roam clear.
Very effective there at the end. Now, Sparks, so M&M move forward. Of course, you guys are going to be playing against Kovana Gaming. It's a big UK versus UK matchup. A lot of people have been looking forward to it. Anything you'd like to say to Kovana ahead of this matchup? A reminder for everybody watching at home, the #1 team out of EU Challenger League automatically in EU League come 2021. So a lot on the line. All yours, Sparks.
Oh, yes. I mean, as it comes to that, we faced them before. Hopefully this will just go better for us. I obviously have fun, but at the end of the day, we need to win this, and we're here to win. So
yeah. Business is business, though. Yeah. At the end of the day, anything I'd like to say to all the M&M fans, old and new, especially after this amazing match. There's like 20,000 people that are watching this. That's pretty big for EUCL. I gotta say, it's a lot of people rallying around, a big support around these teams.
Obviously, thanks to all the fans, everyone supporting us, UK massive and all. Just want to say thank you to all the fans. Obviously, thank you to yourself for casting us today.
Oh, thank you, and to the entire team. You guys did great today. Congratulations. Very well deserved to you and the rest of the team, Spark. So hopefully we get to see more of you very, very soon. If anything, you'll get the chance to either make it into the league or you get to fight against Rogue, though that is for later on. Cannot wait to see what happens with the squad. Until then, though, Spark. So thank you very much. Congratulations again. And good night. Bye-bye.
Bye, Namish. Thank you.
There it is. UK massive and all, as Sparks was saying does.
Is that a tear rolling down your cheek there? How do you want to wipe it away, mate?
No, it's okay. I'm okay. I mean, I'm used to them.
Yeah, he's used to it now.
Not making
to
it.
Be fair,
so,
to give a fair point to Happy, he did say it's a coin flip on whether or not you're going to see Gamma choke, and the last round was probably the choke you're looking for. To be honest with you, I'll stick with him for a while. But no, I really want to kind of jump on the fact that we've got M&M coming up against Kovana again. Back in UKIN, Kovana were the team that finished first in the regular split. M&M went into playoffs, managed to get through and beat Na'Vi, but Na'Vi gate kept Kovana. They beat them twice to knock them out. This is kind of Kovana's like anime redemption arc now. They've come back from being knocked out and bullied out of UKIN, and now sat as one of the strongest teams and get the chance to face off against a team that was kind of the golden child, got through to go and win UKIN, got through the easy way, you might say, and now they haven't gone through open quals, now coming to the spot where they look like one of the stronger teams. December is going to be one hell of a showdown. Yeah. You cannot miss that. Get it in your diary. It's going to be an absolute screamer.
Tap. I know you're gonna need a moment to recollect at the end of this. I just had Twitter refresh and it showed R6 images that precede unfortunate events.
And of course it did.
Well, you did. However, I'm looking at another tweet that was posted. It's a screenshot of Yonka pushing in a 2v1 versus Deepak and Leonsky in a bedroom retake, denying the plant.
0.7 seconds. So it must have been like 0.4 seconds when he killed the planter. It was so close. And keep in mind, if that one would have, been a bit later, yes, the defuse would have gone down, but it would have been a 1v1 situation with knowledge for the likes of Gamma. So there's so many rounds here where it could have completely turned up the other way, and it just unfortunately did. But hey, at least Gamma still the loud and clear best out of the Benelux, so they shouldn't have an issue requalifying again, especially as they are also top 4 of the region.
But
5 times the charm.
5th time is indeed the charm. Huna, honestly, I gotta say, despite we're memeing with Gamma and everything, is because we're all friends and we've known one another for years. Hap has known them personally for way longer than I have even, but we can't take much away from the fact that Gamma are a wonderful team. They're a very, very good team. And you know what? They're the best team in Benelux. They're one of the best teams in Challenger League.
They had 3 weeks to prepare before the start of Challenger League.
So
keep that in mind as well. So they're only together for like 8 weeks right now? So it's not a long time.
Kavana didn't have Kai for very long and they made it.
I mean, how much change did they make, to be honest? One player, right?
They had him, yeah. I mean, Crime was long gone, mate.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, but no.
You know what? At the end of the day,
I'm just quoting their words at this moment.
That's where we stand. This is the end of EU Challenger League's quote-unquote regular season. Next time you'll see it'll be the Challenger League final, and that'll be the end of CL. It'll be the end of the entirety of Europe for this year, pretty much. That'll be later down the line as we get to the EU League finals in December, as Des was mentioning. However, may I interest you, ladies and gentlemen, my fellow Superior EU fans, there is only one thing that you need to know, is that this weekend we're going through the EU Major. Now, a lot of people also want to gain their charms. They want to learn maybe a bit more about Siege. Don't you worry, you can do all of that. The beautiful Tulip Netherlands charm that everybody can get just off of watching the stream. Come this weekend on Friday, we will be here November 6th. Don't miss it. We got BDS, Empire, Tempera, and Virtus.pro for the first time ever. 2 French teams, 2 Russian teams, and they face off against one another in that massive bracket. First, let's recap Challenger League very quickly in the bracket. We'll see the top 2 teams and how they got there. We already talked about all of them, how we got through the group stage to the quarterfinals, to our semis, and of course our final 2 teams, Kavana and M&M. As you can tell, winner is qualified for EU League, loser is qualified for EU League relegations, playing against Rogue. That said, it's sad to say the best things, all best things, have to come to an end at some point. Des, Hap, thank you so much for being here today. To Gio, to Jess, to our entire casting crew, of course, with Fluke, M, we never forget M, of course, the charity cat dress and all that we had only yesterday. A lot is to help people, that's right. Though from Ubisoft,
with a very questionable tail.
Yes, we will not ask any further questions about that. Though from all of us here, the talent crew, from all of Ubisoft, EMEA, and our production team in Paris, thank you so much for watching. We can't wait to see you on Friday for the EU Major. We love you. Good night.
European Challenger League compete for that spot at those finals in December. One of these...
Before us, Geo, Eminem versus Gamma Gaming. Now the pair